All right. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Today I want to do some work on this game that I'm prototyping. I'm also prototyping myself. Well, I'm trying to learn game development, especially and specifically in the Godot game engine. It's an engine I really enjoy. I'm still learning. I'm not all there yet, and I may never be. It's always a learning process, but I'm especially new. I'm less than a year using Godot, and I still haven't made an entire game. Every Friday I do a game jam on this channel. So if you aren't subscribed yet, you might want to consider subscribing. It's at 6 p.m. Eastern time. I do a live stream. It's a 1-hour game jam. You have 1 hour to make a game. It's a lot of fun. So I have finished games there, but I want to finish a game of a medium size. So this game is about an alien who's invading Earth, and they have to abduct animals and humans and stuff like that. And then you get points based on that. I wanted to have some roguelike features and stuff like that. What's up? We got Henry in the house. Henry is here. Henry's a member of Hyper Game Dev, which means Henry gets a song. That's what we do around here all day long. Welcome Henry to the stream. I'm glad to have you here, Henry. I'm glad to have you here, Henry. Oh yeah. Welcome Henry to the stream. There you go. This is your member song. You can destroy things. I've made all these assets myself so far. Actually, on Monday I made this water windmill that spins around. It's kind of cool. Haven't set it up as an obstacle yet. You know, whereas these power lines, for example, we can destroy them and stuff like that, and they'll hurt us, and we run into them and all that good stuff. Singing songs. I do have headphones on. Wow, that's perfect. Wow, literally, that's the emoji to spam. So it's a work in progress. Something that I want to work on today. I really want to work on today. I even made a thing for it right here. Terrain, chunk, and level control. What the heck does that mean? We have decided to call these, well, they're kind of like strips. They're like tiles. They're blocks. They're chunks of levels. So you can see here, there's this cornfield, right? That's one chunk. And what they do is they all file in one after the other, and they're randomly chosen. So that's what this code up here is. And it's basically the way that this works is that they're all in these little, they're all in nodes, okay? So here is a node. Oh, I turned my microphone down. I meant to turn, I was like, why did I get so quiet? I meant to turn the music down. And then I was like, where did I go? Where am I at? So if we look here, this will really illustrate kind of what's going on in part. So there's two nodes, the terrain controller and the terrain collector. The terrain controller, let's stretch this out just a little bit. The terrain, and then you know what? I'm gonna explain this all the way. We can get that music out of there. We can get the music out of there. I'm gonna explain this all the way, the whole entire way. Now I'm just like, is my volume good? I don't even know. It probably is. Who cares? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at the game from a zoomed out perspective here, so you can just better understand what the heck is going on. I actually am completely confused right now. Wait, what is this camera angle? Can we get a better camera angle to work with here so I can show this off to you? But basically what I want to do with terrain and level control is I want to choose what shows up when. That's my main ambition here. Okay, this is a little better. Yeah, the angle was that was confusing, right? I was not sure I understood that. I also did move the terrain collector recently. So it's in a slightly different place than it used to be, which just makes this all the more confusing. Oh well. Oh man, I'm having a hard time moving here. Come on. It's I'm pressing the keys to move, but it's it stops. It's stopping. I wish it wouldn't do that. All right, let's see. Maybe I can do a zoom and that'll be good. Oh, here, let's see if I can pan it. I'm doing my best. Okay, so hopefully you can see. Here's the part of the problem is I moved the terrain collector. It used to be a lot closer, but now it's very far away. That's the terrain collector right there. It's way back there. So what that terrain collector node does, and that's this right here, terrain collector. Let me zoom that in just a little bit here. Terrain collector, you see? And what it does is it holds all of the terrain chunks that are currently unloaded. Dragon Blade, drag themselves on in. Welcome, Dragon Blade. Thank you for being so engaged that you got a gift membership. Welcome, Dragon Blade. Thank you for dragging yourself on in. Thank you for dragging yourself on in. Welcome, Dragon Blade, to the stream. Good to see you, Dragon Blade. Thanks for stopping in. Is the terrain easy to use? I don't know about that. I don't know if I would say it's easy to use. That is not, those aren't the words I would choose. No. I mean, it's not hard either, but I wouldn't say, it's not user intuitive. It's just like built to make this game work. So here's the terrain collector. That's the same thing. It's a node that's right back there. It's a node that holds all of the possible chunks that could spawn in, right? And then if they are chosen to spawn in, they're going to move from the collector into the terrain controller scene. And it does the reverse, the inverse, whatever. It does the other way around as well. So it'll go from the terrain controller to the terrain collector, and you can actually witness this. So the point that it goes to the terrain collector, oh, I've lost both of my legs. You can hurt yourself in this game, and you can break your legs. So that's a thing that's just happened. But whenever the chunk goes a certain distance behind the player, it leaves the terrain controller and it goes into the terrain collector. So here we can see it's mesh instance 18, and look, it jumped up there. 2, it's gonna jump up there. 14, it jumps up there. So this is probably, to me, the easiest way to kind of understand what's happening. And then you can see it back there and right up here. So every time you see one of these disappear, this is behind the player. Every time you see one of these disappear, it's gonna jump up here. So there's 2, there's 2, there's 6, there's 6. All right, so now, what I want is more control over this, because right now it's just like it's literally well, it's kind of random. It's quite literally random as Godot's pick random function will get us. Oh, it's even doing that laggy thing here. That's weird. Is it my keyboard? Maybe it's my keyboard being weird. Wow, it's like I hold a key down and it's like jilted. That is slightly concerning. Wow, even when I drag the toolbar, it gets hung. What the frick is that? Okay, we're gonna just try to not worry about that just yet. May have to address that soon. All right, so right here in this code, you can see it picks random. That's the function that it's using. And it's running this on the node. So it's treating the node as an array. And it's running this on here. And it's picking a random one from the terrain collector up here. And it's moving it into the terrain controller. What I want is more control. I want it to, instead of randomly, well, I do want it to randomly pick. But instead, let's say if, I mean, this is not necessarily a rule that I want. It's hard to say what I want. Like, because here we have 2 cattle ranches right next to each other. So in this game, this is level 1, and the idea is that you want to abduct as many animals as possible, right? And it's like, I don't know, I don't want them all to be smashed next to each other, all the cattle ranches. I want them to be spread out a little. Or maybe, but what if I don't want them to be too spread out, right? That's probably more what I care about. I actually don't really mind if they're super next to each other. It's like a big cattle ranch. It's a big cattle ranch. I think what I'd worry more about is that the player hasn't seen a cattle ranch in a while, and then how are they going to abduct anything, right? So I might want to say, if it's not a cattle ranch, if a non-cattle ranch chunk, or let's say this, if X number of non-cattle ranch chunks have spawned in, make sure you spawn in a cattle ranch, right? And so the way that I'm imagining to do this is to have additional node collectors, or arrays, if you will. So maybe we have one that specifically only holds cattle ranches in it, and it only gets cattle ranches put back into it. So then we can say, if a certain number of chunks that are not in the cattle ranch array or node, if a certain number of those have been picked randomly, now you need to, without a cattle ranch having been put in itself yet, now let's add in a cattle ranch. But that also means having to mix in, it has to be able to know to pull randomly. So if like randomly pull from each and then keep track of which ones, how many of each one has been picking. And then once it meets a certain condition of how many it's picked, it has to say, okay, now I'm going to pick from the other one. And then that, resets the count or whatever. So it sounds a little complicated, and it might not work right away, but that's my idea. So that's one thing. The other thing, that's the terrain chunk control part. The other part that I might want to try to work on today is, if we're on this level, then that happens. It does sound like a lot, I know, and I come here every Wednesday and Thursday, except I take a week off every 3 weeks. But I come here and I spend 6 to 10 hours working on this game, usually 8 hours. And I got time. So I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna experiment with it. We'll see. It is a lot. I'm probably gonna have to sketch out some pseudo code so I can just know what I'm approaching. But I'm excited to get in the weeds. I will code progress into my game today. I must. So that is my intention, that is my plan, that is my desire. So then the other part of this is level control. So let's say we're on level 1, certain things should happen differently than if we're on level 2. This is, I think, a simpler task, but basically the game has to know, is the player currently on level 1, level 2, level 3, etc. If the player is on level 2, then this will happen. If the player is on level 1, this will happen. For example, there are some helicopter NPCs that have been made, and they're not supposed to exist on level 1 yet. And so these, in theory, would spawn in and attack the player, and you have to protect yourself from them and not get killed by them and stuff. So let me put that in just for the sake of demonstration. So I would love for this to say, don't spawn in the helicopters if we're on level 1. Do spawn them in if we're on a level greater than 1. Or whatever. So here the helicopters will spawn in, right? And there they are. They don't attack you yet, but in theory they would. So I don't know if I'll actually get to this, but I wanted to give myself an alternate task potentially. But that's what I'm up to today. And whatever else. Obviously, we hang, we chat. I'm going to try not to let the chat steer what I'm doing away from my task. That's why I made text. But, of course, I'm always open to suggestions and help and all that stuff. I may not take your suggestion, but I'll definitely hear you out. We have a small enough audience that I'm able to hear everyone out, which I enjoy tremendously. What's up, Joe? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through, and thank you for supporting Game Dev with the donos. I do appreciate that. Joe has been a great supporter in that regard. Pseudocode sounds like a good idea. I've started to use it a lot more lately. Yeah, because otherwise, like, I'm just kind of going in without knowing where I'm going to, and maybe the pseudocode ends up changing, but ultimately it feels like the right thing to start with. So you know what? Let's start with it then. What am I waiting for? We've got Joe's blessing. All right, I think I'm gonna use Excalidraw for this. I used to use MS Paint all the time, but I don't know. I'm kind of there's some frustrations I have with doing that. All right, so let's do this. I want to say, for starters, font size, oh, big. Make it extra large. I want to say, let's set up what we already have. What we have right now is a terrain controller, right? That color is, oh, is it dark moding it? You don't have to dark mode that. Thank you, though. We have the terrain controller and the terrain collector, right? So the terrain collector is actually a file path that it starts out with. File path with, or has all level block files. Really, it doesn't just have them, it loads them all in. So they're all gonna be there right off the bat. Okay. And then the terrain controller, we kind of already know that's like the whole level itself. Let me group these. I'm still kind of getting the hang of Excalidraw, but that's okay. Terrain collector, terrain controller. Great. Now, when the game starts, it's going to take 8, or I think we set it to 9 at this point. So it's gonna take 9 chunks out of it. And this, by the way, that means this needs to have at least 9 chunks. This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be a little hard. Or rather, the terrain controller is expecting 9 chunks. This is an important distinction, actually. Let me pull this. Can I just ungroup this one thing? Okay. Okay. You know what? We'll just ungroup it all. That's fine. So I need to make sure I say expects 9 chunks. And that is to say, if it doesn't get 9 chunks, we're going to get an error. So, for example, over here in the terrain controller code, right here, we set the number of terrain blocks to 9. So that's how many it's. So if I set this down to 2, right, it's only going to be expecting 2. But you'll see the problem very quickly. We might even fall off the edge. Yeah, that's too few. Let's see, maybe 3 will be enough. Yeah. So there you go. This is with 3, and the reason why this is 3, if we zoom out a bit, or why 3 still kind of works. So there you can see it loads 2 behind the player, and then 1 that the player is on. And then once it gets to a certain distance behind the player, it jumps to that collector. So yeah, so it's okay if it's only looking for 3 and that folder. So here's the file path that has, in this case, level 1 in it. And this is gonna be complicated, but I think it's doable. But it is gonna be dang complicated. All right, so here's level 1 right down here. All right, this has. I kind of want to just open it in Windows. Is that bad? I just feel like it's a better file manager. So that's what we're going to do. So in here, we have 20 items. There's 20 pieces in here, or 20 chunks in this folder. And these are all, this is like cattle. We have cattle ranch, cornfield. Most of these are empty right now. I've been meaning to fill them with stuff, but, you know. So because there's 20, there's at least 9 for it to receive. But let's say we change it to a folder that doesn't have 9. That's going to be a bit of an issue. So where's a folder that only... And honestly, there might be other issues depending on the folder. Let's do terrain level 2. So terrain level 2 has only 1 block in it. So if I switch us to level 2... and we try to run that. I think I actually have level 2 as something we can open up. Yeah. So if I run this, we're going to get an immediate crash. non-existent function reparent in base nil. So since it's looking for that number of terrain blocks, it's trying to iterate through every number of terrain blocks, which is set right now to 3. It's looking for 3, but there's only 1 in there. And so it has nothing to reparent. And so we get an error. So we could also find a way to try to bypass this or change this. I feel like that's going to be risky. You know, whereas if I come down to this folder and I duplicate this a couple times, just for the sake of demonstration, so that there's at least 3 in here. Oh, yeah, okay, we got 3. And now I run it. Will that work? It might need 4. It might need a 4th one. No, there we go. Oh, wait, we're on the wrong level. There we go. Yeah, it works. All right. So there we go. No error because they don't. So yeah, I wasn't sure if it needed a 4th one because so basically there's going to be no. Well, it would need a 4th one because what you're going to see is there's nothing in the collector, right? So it's not randomizing anything. It actually will randomize it right at the beginning, and then it has nowhere to go to then pick a random one from. So we're not actually getting randomized chunks at all. So the more that are in there, the more random that it is. If there's not enough in there, it's going to crash. So that's why it's important that we have 9, or that we keep in mind that the terrain controller is looking for 9 chunks. All right, so the terrain collector loads all the level block files. It sends 9 chunks to the terrain controller, which is expecting 9 chunks. And then it's going to randomly, or it's going to, let's say it just advance. I mean, we can put that in there. I mean, really, it goes back to the terrain controller. So what I could do is the terrain collector. We could do this. We could just say, it sends it on back in there. Let me make sure, because Scaladra does these nice, okay, connections that I like. So it's going to send 1 chunk back in there. So really that's just at the start that it sends 9 chunks, to be honest. That's not all the time. 9 chunks at start. And then after that, okay, whatever. We'll just get another arrow. It'll send 1 chunk in there, and then this is going to send 1 chunk back. We'll say random chunk. And actually, we could even be more specific here and say this is the first chunk, the one that's first in line on the controller. Space that out a little bit. I'm going to change the color. First chunk goes back in there. Random chunk goes back in there. All right. That's pretty much how it works. Now, how do I want it to change? So I'm going to move all of this. I'd love to, yeah, let me just wrap it in a box. That would be nice. Group it all up. Can't do that with MS Paint. Duplicate it. And now let's design what I want it to become. This will be interesting. So instead of a single terrain collector, I'm going to want multiple terrain collectors. Now, if I think about it, I could still have like the first one. I don't know. I don't even know. This is gonna be a little tricky. Wow. Okay. All right. So let's say we have. I'm even just gonna get rid of all of this too. You can't select all that. Oh, come on. Click that. Click that. Click. 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 Terrain collector. Instead, it's going to be, it's almost like there's different types of chunks. So like we could say chunk type 1 collector. It's a lot of words. type 1 chunks, we'll say. And this will load some, I mean, we can kind of just infer that. I'm not going to put that on there. Type 1 chunks, type 2 chunks. Right now, I've only really identified 2 types. One type has meat objects, so let's just say that. Meat object chunks. I don't know, it sounds funny. It sounds like a very badly named restaurant dish. Meat object chunks, and then I guess we could also say like obstacle chunks, like chunks that are quite challenging. So like if there's the forest chunk, then the player has to dodge all those trees or they're going to actually hurt the player. Chunk is better than cube. I agree. Meat object cubes. Oh, yeah. There was some debate about what we should name the terrain chunks. And I was incredibly opposed to the popular choice, which was cube, because they're not cubes. They're simply not cubes. I mean, look at that. That is a non-cube. But chunk seemed to be agreed upon by those who were most adamant about the cube. So we went with chunks. I kind of liked. I mean, I liked a lot of different. That's why I asked the chat, because I was like, should it be a block? Should it be a tile? Should it be a strip? Should it be a section? I don't know. I did not know cube was going to be such a popular option. But chunk I can get down with. Chunk I can get down with. So there's meat object chunks, obstacle chunks. I could even call them point chunks to just keep it, like, kind of simpler. Point chunks, so again, these things will hurt the player, damage the player. So, for example, I wouldn't want, 20 obstacle chunks and the player is just constantly being, like, inundated with pain. That's no fun. And then we'll just say, like, safe chunks. Chunks like there's the cornfields right now. And the cornfields don't hurt you. They're just kind of fun. It's whatever. I think there could be some gameplay implications for the cornfields at some point, but right now we're calling them safe chunks, and that's as much as I'm gonna think about it. All right. So we got 3 different collector types now instead of 1. Now these, if I'm gonna, what I've sort of already divided them up into is 4s. So back to the folder. I've got 4 cattle ranch chunks. I've actually only designed 2 of them. I've got actually 5 cornfield. Oh, 5. Sorry, not 4. I divided them up into 5s. 5 cattle ranch chunks. I've only made 2. 5 cornfield chunks. I think I've only made a couple, maybe even 1. I don't know. But it kind of doesn't matter, right? These can be duplicated. It's more about, padding out or balancing the randomness is why there are these number of these. And then field, which I don't know, maybe that'll have, I don't even know what the field, I think I was imagining the field, you know what a field might have? A field might have like an old object on it, like, so these are all farmlands, so they've got like, it's our cattle ranches, so the ranch blocks have like stuff that's relevant, a truck, a barn, fences, power lines. We just made a windmill last night, or Monday rather. There's the windmill. So these are obstacles, things you have to avoid, but it's all like stuff that's in theory currently actively being used by a farm. And so I think what could be nice is on the field ones, there could be some like old stuff. Did I actually grab a reference image? I think I did. I think I grabbed a reference for this. Yeah, like an old silo that's like not in use anymore. Right here. Right, put some old dilapidated things on there, and that could be an obstacle in and of itself. So I wouldn't necessarily call that a safe one. So I might want to, I mean, look, I can always take, certain, I can always take certain of these So we could say field 1 and 2 are safe chunks. And then, oh, field 3 is not a safe chunk. And then we can organize it that way. So that'll be fine. Okay. And then forests would all be obstacle chunks, in theory. Okay. All right. Okay. Point chunks, that's what the meat objects, safe chunks, obstacle chunks. So in terms of how, I was trying to figure out what the number will be on these. I mean, look, I guess if as long, I don't know, I'm already trying to imagine the issues that are going to come up for iterating over this. Because if it's going to need to meet a minimum number of terrain blocks, how am I going to take from multiple sources and merge them so that this gets, you know, simultaneously, so that that gets fulfilled? I don't exactly know. Specifically, this is getting the children of the terrain. So I mean, surely I couldn't say block is this and something else. Okay, I'm actually kind of curious about that. Okay, so we can actually test this. Okay. I kind of just wanted to establish there's a test for it. Okay, so there's that. These are all of the potential collector sections. We got tests we can run. I'm not worried. I'm going to put these in a bunch of little boxes just to, like, emphasize that they're separate. Designing pseudocode, it's fun, I guess. Not a lot of problem solving you gotta do here, which is fun and boring at the same time. Group this. Okay. Now, these are going to have to come together to go onto the terrain controller and equal 9 chunks. Man, why does that seem kind of difficult? I don't know. All right, and then I guess I should move these arrows a bit so I can fit the other arrows in there. It's a little tricky. I guess we could just put this on top. Okay, and then the terrain controller is going to send one chunk. Now it has to know where to send it, right? All these can just go right into here, but the terrain controller is going to have to look at which one it has upon it going back in here, and it has to make sure it puts it in the right place. Oh, wow. So we could just do some if statements, right? All right. I'm sure it'll be fine. So that's going to send a chunk back. Let's put the text here. One, or return chunk to correct collector. Yeah, it's yep. Yep, that's an appropriate reaction, Dragonblade. Could use an enum, I guess. Could use an enum, that'd be more readable. Yeah, I guess I was just gonna set, like, groups, like, if... That's what I was imagining, was groups. So, like, saying, thank you for saying that, because often I don't express what I'm thinking, and so that helps me express what I'm thinking. So, yeah, I'm thinking we make sure each chunk is in a group. Like, not only is it in a folder for point chunks, is it in a folder for safe chunks, in a folder for obstacle chunks. What's up, Insane Alpha Beta? I said chumps, I meant chunks. Welcome, good to see you, Insane. But they're going to have groups assigned to them that correspond with these. And then the terrain controller will say, or while it's in the terrain controller, as it's going in here, it's going to say, if I'm a chunk that's in point group, I'm going to go to the point chunk array. If I'm in the safe chunk group, I'm going to go there, and so on and so forth. So return chunk to correct collector. And then we gotta really just send it back. Oh, but that's not it. That's not all. It gets more complicated than that. I'm gonna have to increase the size of this. I've been procrastinating this for like 2 months. And here we're doing it. It's happening now. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me adjust this a bit. It's gonna rain soon. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I love that you keep an eye on weather stuff. All right, over here in the St. Louis area, we're gonna keep our eyes on the rain, but we're not gonna worry. In my country, a state in my country got obliterated. Okay, not the entire state, but like a tornado just like smashed through a neighborhood in a state in my country. Oh my gosh. It's kind of devastating. So, you know, I do live in a part of the country that is susceptible to the tornadoes. But a garden variety rain. I love it. My garden will love it. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so then what I'm gonna need is to say, we actually need to process, right? Because we want to keep track. So actually, that should be happening at some other point. This is like a very different system. At some other point, so if the terrain controller has received something, we need to be keeping track of what's been received. So actually, let me just start this out. So I'm gonna take another arrow from here, let's say. Actually, let's make another text element. Move on down a bit. And I want to say, let's make that a little larger. Keep track of how many of each chunk type loads in, or loaded in. That's it. You know what? Let's even give that a color. Hopefully everyone can see the different colors. I know some of us experience the color blindnesses. Hopefully you can at least see a hue tone difference or something. All right, keep track of how many chunks have loaded in. That's your responsibility, terrain controller. I'm even gonna move this down here. So this is gonna be represented in our code somewhere. Okay. And then it's going to need to check against that. There's color. Wow, you've got achromatopsia. Now that's a rare one. You must have suffered quite the brain injury, traumatic brain injury. Doing good, working on another photogrammetry test today, and it's a big one. Wow, good for you. Photogrammetry is cool. I look forward to that. All right, so then once it returns them to the correct collector, it's going to need to pick a random one. But before it picks a random one, we're going to need to make sure it knows what to pick. Brain damage from too much personal computering. Too much personal computering. That'll do it. That'll do it. They think that we're all nerds, but we're actually just getting dumber every day. I don't believe any of that. So... All right, let me move over here. I want to say, check if... No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Check if enough or not enough of certain chunks have been loaded in. Then balance it out. then balance it out if needed. Oh god. Oh man. It's honestly, this is way more complicated sounding than it is. It's really just if statements. This is not as complicated. I just didn't explain it very succinctly. Keep track of how many chunks have been loaded in, and then, so actually these are kind of separate pieces, aren't they? Let's rein that in just a little bit here. You can't get dumber. You've maxed out that skill. I hope that there's some like hidden perks to it. You know, like you get more experience randomly. I think that's a Fallout 4 perk. Okay. And then this will have, so this happens, so the terrain controller will receive them. And I guess it'll have to do, it's a little tricky because when does that happen? Is that going to happen at the start? We might have to ignore it at the start. Oh man, so this isn't even everything, by the way. Because I'd also, something else that I've been wanting to implement in, I just realized, something else I want to implement in is the ability to, we still have like that, the ability to change, really just to start out with safe chunks. I guess this is working towards that, because now I at least will have a safe chunk designation. So sometimes what can happen is you will randomly start out on a dangerous thing. I think I am, yes, that is, complicating things is the entire purpose. But I have a feeling you might be intending to say that I'm overcomplicating it. In which case, I am all ears to undercomplicate it. You still don't have the criteria on how you're distributing the chunks. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. Totally true. Yep. Yep. So sometimes what can happen is, and right now I've currently used, so this is a perfect chunk example. So this chunk has some trees on it, and if you run into these trees, you'll take damage. And so I've cleared out the center lane of this chunk, so that way, if this is the first chunk that spawns in, the player doesn't spawn on top of damage. And so something I'd like to be able to do is say, hey, whenever a level first begins, make sure that you're only spawning safe chunks and not ones that have obstacles on it. So that way I don't have to create this whole empty lane in here, especially considering the player might want to move around at the beginning or whatever. So yeah. So that's something else that I want to think about too, is how that works at the start. Currently we're thinking on how to process data, but you don't even know what data to process. That's not true. That's not exactly true. The data to process, yeah, so I may not have described it, but I definitely, or you might have missed me describing it. So it's going to be files in folders. Not only that, but those files are going to be loaded into nodes. So right now, this folder right here, this path of 20 terrain chunks, is loaded into the game in the terrain collector. So if we come to the main scene right here, as soon as the game starts, everything, all of those files I just showed you appear in here. And then also when the game starts, 9 of those 20 files get moved, or those nodes get reparented to the terrain collector. So that's the data that we're working with, are those chunks, and there's their files. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to separate. I hear you, but let me at least cook. Let me at least finish this before being critical of what I've set up, because we'll get there. Henry with the $3! Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot. That will go towards many things. For example, Insane Alpha Beta was just mentioning weather. Something that I really need to get is a battery backup. Just something that, because sometimes when there's bad weather, the power will go out for like a second or less than a second even. And what's really nice about those battery backups is they can hold my modem, my setup together for that second at least. And then I don't have to worry about restarting my computer, restarting my modem, doing all of that mess whenever the power goes out. So things like that are what those donations go to. Thank you so much for helping keep this stream going. It means a lot. Appreciate it, Henry. It's party time. Henry gave some money, $3. Thank you for the $3, Henry. Thank you for the $3, Henry. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, Henry. There you are, right up there. Keep you up there for the whole stream. Much love, right back at you. How do you know which of the file is point chunk or safe chunk? Yeah, we're gonna have to, we'll get there. We'll get there. Let me finish this. We'll get there. The point of this is to plan, not to start making it. All right, just give me a second. Give me a second. We'll get there. All right. So we've got these different, chunk sections that we will figure out how to define, all right? Don't you worry. And these are going to go into the terrain controller at the beginning, 9 of them, pulled from each of these somehow. Don't know yet, we'll figure that out. The point of this is to not figure that out yet. And then it's also going to simultaneously be keeping track of how many of each chunk type has loaded in. So if it chooses 3 point chunks, 3 safe chunks, and 3 obstacle chunks, that will be tracked, and that'll be stored in like a variable, right? All right. Now, the terrain controller is going to return a chunk, 1 chunk, right, at a time, and it's going to make sure it returns it back to the correct collector. So it's going to need to recognize, and another 99 cents! Oh my gosh! Thank you, Henry! That's a very even $4 right there. Thank you for the $4. I appreciate it, Henry. It means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Hyper Game Dev Hype. Let's go. I love it. I appreciate it. And so the terrain collector is going to say, was this a point chunk that just needed to get sent back? If so, put it in the point chunk place, in the point chunk collector. If it is it a safe chunk? Put it in the safe chunk collector. Is it an obstacle chunk? Put it in the obstacle chunk collector. So that's going to be happening, all right? In addition to that, we need to be checking if enough or not enough of certain chunks have been loaded in, then balance it out as needed. Okay, so that's something to think about. Because as soon as this returns a chunk to the correct collector, it's going to need to... So actually, this would kind of go into here. So we'd almost say it returns a chunk to the correct collector, and then this is going to feed into the random one that it picks. So it's going to say, pick random chunk from appropriate collector if balance is needed, which it probably will be. And then it's going to send that back into the terrain controller. Chaotically enough, it has to send it back in there. And that could come from any of these. So I guess I would say, I would want blue ones if we're going to try to stay consistent. This is going to look a little wacky. Put that in there, put that in there, put that in there. I don't like the way that looks at all. I don't like the way that looks. Let's see if I can reorganize this a little bit. Shanmuk says, hey, what's up, Shanmuk? I'm currently an undergrad student looking for some Freelance work. I hope I'm capable to work with you. I'm a web developer and have some good skills in C++. It'll help for my tuition fee. I have no money to give you. I don't know if you know this, but I'm cheering because somebody just gave $4. I have nothing to pay you. But yeah, cool. Yeah, you can share your portfolio with me. Good luck. Good luck to you. But I'm currently not looking to hire anybody for literally anything. But it's nice to meet you. All right, so I'm going to move this over. Gotta respect the hustle, I think, right? Probably. Okay, just try to get this to be a little more sensible. I guess I should make this bigger too. I want it to, because I'm going to be referring to this throughout the whole stream, so I want it to kind of look all right. All right enough that it's vaguely comprehensible and stuff. I may only get so far in that, but I have to try. And it's fun. It's a nice distraction from the chaos that is about to ensue. I'm going to live it up while I can. Thank you. I hope you'll achieve your dreams too. All the power to you too, buddy. Okay. All right, so let's get an arrow from here. Pop that right there, pop that right there, pop that right there. I'm already living the dream, man. I'm already living it. That's what I tell myself. Cool. So this is picking random chunks from the appropriate collector if balance is needed. It's a little chaotic, but it could be more chaotic looking. So I'll take it. So this is I think pretty much the difference. This is what I'm in for today. Yeah. This is what we have. The terrain collector loads all of the level block files in one folder. One singular, beautiful, easy to manage folder. It takes 9 chunks at the start. It puts it in the terrain controller, the constrain retroller, and it moves it forward. So 9 come from here and go in there and moves it forward. It takes the first chunk and it puts it back in the terrain controller, and then it randomly pulls one out and puts it back into here. Okay, easy enough. Now, what I want is for there to be multiple collectors of different types. And at the beginning, I wanted to take from each of these 9 and drop them into the terrain controller. Now, I might be able to, if I wanted to start with like safe ones, I could say, do 9 safe ones. Just only pull from safe ones at the start. That way, oh, dude, that's definitely what I'm doing. That's definitely what I'm doing. Oh, forget all of this. That is 100% what I'm gonna do. It's gonna take 9 safe chunks from the start. Let's even just swap these positions to slightly reduce the chaos here. This is incredibly, deeply what I'm going to be doing. I like how it just so cross-arrowed. This is why we put this out here. Safe chunks. This will load, or it'll put 9 chunks from the safe chunks. That way we don't even have to worry about it doing dangerous ones at the start. It'll take 9 chunks, put in the terrain controller. Great, easy. All right, then it gets a little bit more complicated, of course. Because after that, let me organize these arrows just a little bit better. So then the terrain controller is going to keep track of how many of each chunk type is loaded in. I actually don't need it to do the first 9, to be honest. Like, really, it's what I really want this to be doing is to be checking at the time that it picks the random ones. I mean, to me, that makes more sense. So I'm even gonna pull this over here. I don't know how this will actually work out, but that's kind of what I'm imagining, is when it picks a random one, it'll keep track. And then this is going to go down here. Let me group these up. Still getting my Excalibur game sorted out. No problem. Easy peasy. So it's going to keep track of how many of each chunk. This is Excalibur. Excalibur. I'll drop a link in the chat for you. It's nice. It'll pick a random chunk from the appropriate collector if balance is needed. And then it's going to keep track of how many of each chunk type is loaded in. It's then going to check if enough/not enough of certain chunks have been loaded in, then balance out if needed. And that will determine what it sends out. It'll be a little, it might look a little different than this once I get into it, but this is the general idea. Okay, so I'm going to go through this again since I made a bunch of changes. Train controller now picks 9 at the start, puts them in there. The first one goes back. It picks a random one to put in. Now we want 9 safe chunks to come in, and then when they go back, it's going to check to see which one it needs to return to the correct collector. And when it does that, it's also going to keep track of how many of these it has done, and then it has put in from each section. And then depending on whether or not it has too much of one or the other, it will choose which one to pick randomly from, and then send it back to the terrain controller based on that. Something like that. Yeah, it's free. Yeah, it's free. I mean, I don't even know if they have. I think it's just free. I don't even think they have. If they do have a paid version, I don't know what it is. Yeah, it is bright mode. All right, that's the plan. That's what we gonna do. Wish me luck. Now, in order to get this started, I think first of all, they have AI for money. No, thank you. And collaborate. All right. I mean, good for them. Like, they deserve to get some money. They deserve to get some money. But any tools that you see me using on stream are free. The only exception is Canva, but I don't really use that on stream. I just use that to make like thumbnails and set up my channel and things like that. But I try to only showcase things. If I'm using it, I didn't pay for it, basically. All right. And the only if there was an exception, I would make sure to tell you. You tried to hack and plan, but it confused you almost immediately. I'm sorry. I love hack and plan. Hack and plan is great. It's what I use to project manage my game. And it lets you make a Kanban board. You kind of have to be like already. It probably assumes that you're familiar with project management, like Trello and stuff, because it's really just that, but it's geared towards game devs. There's some confusing things like user story, which is very much like part of that general project management community mindset. But really, you don't have to think about that. You just add tasks on here, and yeah, but it depends, because it does present you with choices. Like, do you want this version? Do you want this type? Do you want that type? No idea to add things to planned or in progress. That's interesting. I mean, just create a task right here, right? Just add a task. We'll say something. It's a programming task, right? Create it. It's going to put it in planned by default in this case. So we gotta come down and get it. There's something, and then you can click it, and you can drag it. Boop, boop. You drag it here, it might ask you to log in completion information and stuff like that. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And then it also has this awesome design model section if you choose a setup that has it, which is also confusing, but it lets you have these like sort of like a wiki, not really, but like you can put information and files and stuff in here to keep track of ideas and links and whatnot, so you can sort of plan out what the game is going to be. I've used this when I'm working with collaborators or something to be like, here's what I think this should look like, and I'll put images of what it should look like in there, and stuff like that. What's up, Abba? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing good. All right. So, safe chunks, point chunks, obstacle chunks. This is where I'm going to get into trying to code this monstrosity. It might be quite doable. I'm going to play some music while I do it, so I can get in the focus mood. Okay. So what I'm doing today, just to recap, is I am adjusting terrain chunk and level control stuff. I feel like that should be behind the donos. Let me move that down. Let me just move that on down. Shrink it a bit. Like that. So yeah, so what I want is I want to control what chunks come in when. So right now, it's just randomly choosing out of 20 possible chunks. So like this cornfield here is one chunk. This ranch with the buildings on it are one chunk. And it's just randomly picking out of 20 which ones appear. And I've sketched that out right over here. This is what the system currently is this. It brings in 9 at the start for the main belt, the main controller, and then when the first one goes past the player, it goes back into the collector, and the collector picks one randomly to go in there. And what I'm going to change it to is, instead of one collector that has 20 files in it, or 20 chunks, I'm going to split it up into 3 collectors that has, you know, some division of that 20 in there. And from safe chunks only, it's going to bring in 9 chunks at the start, and then when it returns a block or a chunk back to the collectors, it's going to check to make sure it's putting it in the correct collector. And then we're going to be keeping track of how many of each one has loaded in. So for example, if there have been too few or too many if there's been too many obstacle chunks, let's say it's loaded in 10 obstacle chunks, that's way too many. So now, can we please make sure that instead we put in something from the safe or point chunks? And then that's gonna pick random, and then based on those conditions, it will limit which ones it chooses from, and then pick randomly from the appropriate collector. And then in theory, we could say reset these values. I don't really know how that's gonna work. That's gonna be weird and interesting. So we'll figure it out as we go. But that's what I'm working on and so I think the first step of what I'm gonna work on is going to be seeing what how we can break these up into different sections, and then make sure that only these get sent in the beginning, and then I have to think about how these will choose the different ones. So I don't know, it's gonna be a little weird. I'm just kind of gonna get set up to put this together. It's gonna be weird and hard, but we'll get there. Oh, another $1 from Henry. Thank you, Henry. Henry, making it rain. We got $5. $5 today. That means a lot. Henry, you're a member and you're donoing. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna have that. We're gonna have that power box thing sooner than later. Appreciate it. And thank you, Dragonblade, for being so helpful in the chat. Nice. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, I did play. Yeah, sorry. I did play every Friday. Whatever you put in the Discord, if you put it in like the art channel or the music channel or the games by you channel on the Discord, I will go through on Friday in a secret live stream that you have to go to patreon.com/hypergamedev to find. If you join for free on Patreon, it is not a paid situation. It's free. If you join for free on Patreon, you can get access to that live stream I do every Friday after the game jam, where I just go through the Discord and I check out everyone's creations they've posted. So, yeah. Another dollar from Henry! Oh my friggin' goodness. Thank you, Henry. Thank you so much. That is so thoughtful of you. Keeping it coming. I appreciate it. And keeping your name up there in the top of the chat. I appreciate that. I want that scroller. I feel like it should be on top of the chat. But then again, maybe not. I guess it should be below. Alright, this is actually fun. Alright. Thank you, Henry. Thank you again, Henry. Oh my goodness. Keeping the lights on, literally. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. Since the first thing I want to buy with the YouTube money is a battery backup. Literally, you're helping keep the lights on around here. It's like hilarious. Alright, let's get all this crap out of the way. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here. Whoa, that one's, look how big. I like how big they appear. That one's awesome. It's like it's doing the most. So let's split these up into folders. So I'm gonna have to do some file management over here. I guess I'll do a zoom in of that. I really need a separate zoom for the file manager. I'll get that one of these days. I will. So, technically, these would be point blocks. Since they're currently not, I'm going to not consider them as such. So let me make a new folder. This will be terrain level 1 points. I'm gonna create another new folder. Terrain, I don't know if I should be nesting this folder. That's gonna be a problem. Terrain level 1 safes. Safes. Terrain level 1 obstacles. Okay, and then I'm gonna move these. I'm gonna move these up into the terrain folder. Chaotically enough, that's gonna have to be where they go. Alright, so there's all of our new folders right here. Not confusing at all, right next to textures. It's okay. And then I'm gonna take the ones that I know have points on them, which are these two, and I'm going to move them to their new home. Terrain level 1 points. Move them over there. Honestly, I don't think I have any obstacles, so I feel like I should make at least an obstacle one. I haven't made any yet. The rest of these are all empty. So, pardon the seeming diversion, but I'm going to make a forest chunk real quick, because I don't actually have a pure obstacle chunk yet. I will not spend much time on this. I should be able to just grab all of the trees that we have in here. That will at least give me a good start. Let's copy that, paste it in. It's different now. I rotated it. And then we can try moving them into some different places. So yeah, I do need to actually create an obstacle chunk here. It is important to think about the distance between these trees, because if there's not enough distance, the player cannot weave through them without getting hurt. The collisions on the player very much need to be updated. That is a whole task that I badly need to do some point. So right now, the collisions aren't set up in the most fair way already. And the player can destroy the trees, but since the player could potentially lose their ability to attack, because in this game, limb damage is a primary focus of or primary mechanic of the gameplay. So that is to say, if you break your arms off, you no longer can attack things, which isn't entirely true, because you will be given like an attack, like you can like chomp things with your mouth, but it's gonna have an incredibly limited range, and it's not gonna be strong enough to knock out these trees in one hit. So you're basically going to be defenseless against them. So I don't want them to be so close together that if the player is in that situation, they can't weave through them. So that is something just in general that I want to keep in mind. All right, let's get a few more trees in here for the sake of it being more rounded out. It doesn't have to be perfect right now. Just kind of trying to get a good enough setup so we can say we have at least one obstacle chunk. You know, and so level design, maybe, you know, if I need bricks today, I'll do some more level design stuff. But I'm really interested in doing some coding today. So that's gonna be my main focus. But if you think about it, if I'm coding in level chunks and I don't have all the level chunks, you know, it seems like, you know, it might be nice to make the levels. But as long as we have one for each category, I can test this. It kind of would be nice to have more than one in each category, at least two, so that way we can ascertain the randomness. Oh gosh, do I need to make two? Maybe I need to make two. Honestly, the forest, I just have to rearrange the trees a little, and then it's bam, a new forest. Okay, I'll make two forests. No, because it would be nice to make sure it's actually randomizing it when we get them in there. Granted, a coin flip isn't much. It's enough. I'm gonna put some of these bigger trees. This is getting a little thick back here. Probably the player can't weave through. And the player doesn't necessarily have to be able to weave through all of it. You know, maybe some of it's just thick and the player has to avoid that section, but I really am not trying to make a rage game here. So ideally the player isn't like, that wasn't fair. Alright, there's good enough for now. Alright, so I'm actually going to make another one. I'm going to select all the trees here. Copy them. Let's open up Forest 2. slap them all on there. Now I just gotta rearrange it so it's different. Doesn't have to be that different. Just enough that it is noticeable, I guess. Noticeable to me, I mean, you know, the player, whatever. It's funny, because it might end up accidentally looking very similar. I tend to keep the thicker trees over on the periphery rather than in the center. Doesn't really make all the sense. But, you know, then again, it is supposed to be like farmland, and I think a lot of farmland wouldn't have many big old trees. Oh gosh, I don't even know how similar or not it is right now. Let's put some more of these in here. Just move them around. Kind of wish I could just like press a randomize button. But, you know, something I like is not making entirely procedural levels. Like, obviously this is going to be randomized to an extent. It's just gonna. And it is what it is. But I don't want to go so far that like every little bit is random. I think that's too much random. And I want to have some control over these parts. Does that feel different enough? Oh god. It's pretty hard to tell. I'm just trying to click between them. But Godot is moving the tabs all around. Kinda. We'll see. Alright, so I've got two different forests. Not sure if they're gonna look that different, but we've got them. Maybe, what if I just clicked on them down here? Yeah, cool. Unfortunately, those red boxes, I don't really know how to get rid of them. Oh, I see there's a similar tree right here. Let's move this one. So it's different. It's different now. It's not the same. Put this in a different spot. This one's gonna be a harder one because it's got more trees on it, technically. Did I just put that underground? Please don't. I might have done that with another one now that I think about it. Just trying to see what's similar and move it. Basically, what's most important to me is it just, if there was two of these in a row, would it look really obvious that they were like basically the same? And I just want to mix it up a bit, just a touch. What are the red box collision? I hate them. Dude, the red boxes make me so angry. They are navigation areas, and as far as I know, there's no way to hide them. Even if I come to navigation region 3D and hide these gizmos, they don't hide. It's infuriating. But yeah, they're supposed to be for, like, if you have NPCs that are looking to avoid certain objects, you can make them navigation obstacles, and that is like their region that would be acknowledged as what should be avoided. Unfortunately, I guess it's a bug that there's no way to hide them. And it looks terrible. I barely even use, like, they're there more in theory because the navigation tools I find pretty underwhelming. And I'm not really using them very much yet, but I probably will, so there they stay. But it's quite distracting trying to look at things here. All right, so I mean, I'm seeing the right side of the left side looks pretty sufficiently different in each of them, like not a lot. Not that much. I probably should have just done it from scratch. It probably would have been easier. Should be able to turn off their gizmos, probably a bug. It's gotta be, right? Yeah. I'm honestly not sure if this is more or less annoying than if I just stamped a bunch of new trees down. I think next time I'll do that. It's really not gonna be that different. But as long as it's different enough. This one's so much thicker too. There's so many more trees. Okay, let me see if that looks really different. That looks a little different. Let's move this one. And I'm still, you know, I still might add like a texture on the ground and stuff. Still got this one the same place. Alright, I think this is probably good enough. Hopefully I'll be able to notice that difference. Alright, so we've got two forests. These are in the obstacle group, so now I'm gonna pop this back open. And I'm gonna move the two forests into the level 1 obstacles folder. And then literally everything else is safe. So select all the rest of these. You know, and again, that'll change. The cattle ranches will become points. These other forests will become obstacles. A couple of the fields will become obstacles. Maybe even some of the cornfields. But for now, technically, they're all safe. So we'll move them there. And now the level 1 folder is completely empty. Yeah. That's, I think, so the way this game already works, we're gonna have some issues. Because level 1 is set to this folder. I actually think I probably should drop these in here. And I'm gonna have to... I'm kind of curious what'll happen, because right now it's set to get children of the level 1 folder. Or not get children. It's just loading this file path. I'm sure it's gonna crash. But I'm just kind of curious. I'm sure it's just gonna give me an error. Probably. Yeah. But I was just wondering if it would look inside of there. Right, so it's trying to reparent nothing, because it sees nothing in there. It doesn't see the folders. And so the way that this loads in, we have this target path. So it's looking for a directory, specifically target path. And target path is defined up here, sort of defined. Wait, where is target? Oh, wait, where is target path defined? Is this called in the global script? because this is where it gets it from. So on the global script, which is an auto load, we have every level set up in here. Thanks for saying hi, Guy in Green. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping by. Guy in Green joins in on our game jams on Fridays. It's nice of you to come through while I'm doing some work on my bigger project. I'm deep in it. And I may not come out with success, but you know, I'm gonna learn something. So that makes it worthwhile. Specifically, I'm trying to figure out how to set up a different way to load in levels. So we have these terrain chunks that make up the levels. It's like an endless runner game. The game constantly moves forward towards the player. And these chunks make up the level, and so a bunch of them get stacked on each other and move forward. And I'm trying to set up a system that gives us some more control over it. And we'll see where I get. I gotta break the entire game to do it. Yeah, things are going good, Albeska. Albeska is the best, you betcha. Welcome, Albeska. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Since you'll remember, you get a song. Albeska's the best, oh yeah. Albeska's the best, oh yeah. Albeska's the best, oh yeah. Welcome, Albeska. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. There's your song. Wow, I'm kind of sorry for that one, but you're also welcome. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. Things are going good. So I sketched out a plan about what I'm gonna do, and now I'm gonna try to put it into action, and it's gonna be chaos. The way that it worked before was there was one folder that had all the files for the level, and it would load them all in at once, and then it would send blocks, chunks, back to that folder, and then randomly pick one to put back into the level. And now what I want there to be 3 possible folders that it draws from. It is going to draw the first 9 from one of those folders, and then when it sends one back, it has to know which folder to put it in. And then it's going to also need to know which one to pull it from, and it's going to base that on whether certain conditions are met. No idea how I'm exactly going to set. And I have some idea. But let's say I have no idea if I'm going to get this set up today, but I'm definitely going to try. So I've separated into some different sections. So this is the folder that usually loads in, and we've got an obstacles section, a points section, that is to say stuff that lets the player get points, chunks that have stuff that lets the player get points, and then this safe section where it has chunks that aren't going to cause any harm to the player. And so really what I need is the safes to be the first level that it loads in, or the first folder that it loads in. And then after that, it's going to need to pull in place from these others. So really, I'm still not sure where that target path points to. I'm going to have to look for that. But really, in the globals, where we say what level 1 is, what level 2 is, what level 3 is, really, I could just say the safe folder is the main level folder. And then we just have to update, or not even update that, but rather pull from and submit to other ones. So I think I could just say level 1. It's not, I don't love it, but for now, we could say terrain level 1 safes. And that's actually what level 1 is. So now if I run this, it should work. It's just gonna be only the safe blocks, because there's at least 9 in there. So we've got cornfields and blank ones. Safe. The goal is to better pace the game, I imagine. Yeah, exactly, because, you know, what could in theory happen is you get, 20 plus random blocks without ever getting a point scoring block. And so you're just sitting there waiting for points to come up, and they're never coming, and you're never getting points. So I want to make sure that, yes, the pacing of how often points come up is more frequent. I'd also want to make sure the player isn't being punished by constant obstacle chunks, and it's just constantly spewing obstacles at you. So I'd want to say, okay, make sure you don't do too many obstacles, make sure you don't do too few points, basically. So yes, that is absolutely the goal, 100%. So it's loading the safe ones at first, which is good. That's what I want. And then what I'm gonna want is to somehow set up these other folders as the ones to pull from. Now let me see, where's this target path being defined at? Okay, it has to be somewhere. Where does it get it from? I'm so confused. Because globals, it's setting the current level string name. Let me see where current level is at. Progress time, Pierogi Gun is not gone. Pierogi Gun is not gone. I see Pierogi Gun right here. Pierogi Gun, came on in. Welcome, Pierogi Gun. Thank you for supporting the channel. Pierogi Gun is not gone. Welcome, Pierogi Gun, to the channel. Thank you, Pierogi Gun, for supporting Hyper Game Dev, being a moderator, and all that great stuff. Good to see you. Thank you for being a collaborator on this project. It's progress time. You know it. Sorry for that song, by the way, but also, you're welcome. Yes, indeed. I am setting up a new way to do the terrain control. I have done some pseudo code, and I'm trying to plug away at getting it set up right now. The terrain controller, or the way that it currently loads in, the chunks are all in one full... Actually, it's not true. This is the old way, because I'm currently in the middle where it's getting all messed up. 20 files are in the terrain collector folder. It takes 9 of those, and it puts it in the level via the terrain controller. When the first chunk goes too far, it's going to go back to the terrain collector, and the terrain collector will randomly pick one of those 20 files and put it in there, and it just keeps doing that back and forth. And so now what I want is I want 3 folders, one with safe chunks, that is to say things that won't harm the player at all, point chunks, that is to say chunks that have points the player can collect, and then obstacle chunks, and these will have things that hurt the player. Now, interestingly, some point chunks could also be obstacle chunks, but that's fine. That we don't need to like break that up. I don't care. The harm is assumed that if you're doing a point chunk, there's going to be damage. So it's going to start with 9 safe chunks right at the beginning, so that way you're not spawning in on dangerous stuff. And then when it goes to return things, it's going to make sure it puts it in the correct place. And while it's doing that, it's going to keep track of how many of each chunk type loaded in. And based on that, it will decide which one it should pull from to send one back in. And then it will keep doing that, returning to the correct one, pulling one in based on these conditions. That's the idea. And right now I've set up the different folders where we've got... Oh, there, obstacles, points, and safes. So those are where those go. And I am also making sure I've got safes set up as the first one, and now I gotta figure out how to pull from each of these. And so currently I'm just trying to investigate right now how the levels are set, because I don't remember how, even though I recently just set that up. I'm just gonna investigate and just get a grip on how things are going, and then how we can make it go the way that I want it to go, which it is not yet going. All right. Joe says, when you get a chance, you might want to check if there's a visible navigation box checked in the editor's debug menu. Probably not the issue, but might worth a check. Oh, for those horrible, horrible red boxes that are appearing here. Check if there's a visible navigation box checked in the editor's debug menu. What is the editor's debug menu? In here? Oh, but wouldn't that not be... isn't that for runtime? Nothing is set to visible in here. Oh, I see. Yeah, there is navigation as an option. It is unchecked. It is unchecked. Good thinking, though. Worth looking for. Yeah, it's not. I mean, this isn't the, this is a debug menu. I don't know if there's like an editor's one. I was thinking even simpler, like just weights, like safe chunk 20% chance. I mean, yeah. Interested, yeah, I'm gonna decide. Yeah, I mean, we could, so I really haven't planned that out yet. You know, I would say that this could be evolved. This part of how it decides what to put in could be evolved. To me, this isn't the harder part. To me, the more difficult part is going to be figuring out how it pulls from these. So that's kind of what I'm focusing on. But yeah, I was thinking like it would just count. Like, oh, there's been 5 obstacle chunks without ever having done a point chunk. Let's do a point chunk. But that would work too. That would actually be fine. Like, I like that. To me, I'll be lucky if we get to that part. But yeah, definitely possible. Instead of having differing lists, couldn't each chunk have different configurations and obstacles only spawn if the chunk is called in obstacle mode? Yeah. The problem, I mean, so that requires completely reimagining the entire way the game is built. So I'm opposed to that because right now it's designed around you know, there being these specific chunks that are already set up and they already are what they are, and then they come in. Like, to me, that feels like that would be more difficult because I'd have to undo everything that's already set up as it is and completely set up a new system. But, you know, if I were planning this from scratch, I might choose that approach instead. But since I'm not making it from scratch, I feel like that ignores the system that is already set up. But I like that. That would be nice if it was already set up that way. Because, you know, then, and it'd be so annoying to design for as well, I feel like. I mean, it's an interesting idea, right? Because, like, I could have a node on here. I could just have a node that contains all of the potential obstacles. And that seems, oh man, that seems like hard to design for. I don't know. And that'd be, and you know, the other thing is I feel like that'd be a lot of stuff on one chunk, right? I'd have to have entire levels on like multiple, like 3 different level types stacked on each chunk, right? And since we found out that instantiating stuff at the time of things spawning in slows down the game, you know, it would just be, yeah, it just wouldn't work with the way the system is set up. But in theory, I like your idea. Yeah, it's a lot of redoing. This plan itself could be a game, yeah. That's it, like, that's game dev, you know, sometimes. Like, big games is just having to, you know, break down multiple different concepts and execute them separately and somehow make them all work together. It is like honestly, making a game is like playing a game. That's why I don't play games as much lately, because these are my games. Alright. Bum 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 bum. Like a board game. Yeah, I see that. I see that. Especially, I mean, we got like all the pieces we're arranging and stuff. That's why I love making games. It's so fun to me. All right, so I'm gonna go back and search through here. Current level, so current level, stream name current level is 9. Terrain blocks path. Oh, so target path. Oh, target path is being redefined somewhere. Terrain, where is this? Terrain blocks path equals current level. So what is target path? Oh, I see. That's so confusing. I see, because we're calling this function here, and we're saying call with the argument terrain blocks path. And then when that function calls, it's being renamed to target path, which is fine, like functionally, because all that the function is gonna look for is if I called with an argument, it's like an array, right? Okay, here's the first argument that I'm calling with. If that was terrain block path over there, then here, it doesn't matter what the name is. I'm gonna put terrain block path in here. And so, yeah. So it would just be easier if I rename this. Even though it doesn't need to be the same name, it's gonna save me having to search through this every single time. And by the way, I could refactor this to be chunks instead of blocks, but for now, I'm just, you know, that's on a refactoring task. But today, not gonna worry about that, probably. We're gonna red boxes. Yeah, you know, I tried that. I did try that. It doesn't work. I think it's a bug. So, and that's why Joe Schmo was giving that other example. So here, where's the view, and then gizmos. And so these are from navigation nodes, is what the red boxes are from. And if I try to hide this, they don't go away. You know, I could try hiding everything. It's gonna be effort, because I'm gonna come through here and unclick it all again to see if it's something else, but it's, no, it's not. Oh, I got excited. I saw something go away. That makes the collision go away. Oh gosh, now I gotta remember what to set. So none of these are gonna turn that off. I can literally turn every single one of these off in that sub menu. No excitement here. They stay. So it's some kind of stupid bug. Oh gosh. Now I have to unset all these. Sometimes to prove a point, you gotta make some mistakes. Where's the, oh, the particle effects up there. Okay. Put this, yeah, I tried turning them off, but it doesn't care. It doesn't care. So it's probably a bug, or it needs to exist, and it just currently doesn't. Something like that. It is the most annoying one. It's so bold. It's so bold. It's hideous. And look at that. It's so thick. You pull away, it just gets thicker and thicker. Yeah, it's disastrous. Monstrous, I would say. Yes, very annoying. Oh well. Oh, and it's different on a per block basis. Okay. All right, so now that I understand the current level thing and how that all loads, let me get back to my terrain controller script. That's not what this is. That's gonna be over here. All right, so it takes the terrain blocks path, and this is really, and this function only runs at the beginning. That's the only time this function runs. However, that's not the only time that it's gonna pull from the, actually it is. So this is kind of perfect, because terrain blocks path isn't gonna be used at any other time. It only gets used at the start of the game. So that can be the safe blocks, and we're all good, because what happens is it loads this in to the terrain controller node. So it's really at that point that we want to separate them. I mean, I do want them to be in separate folders, but I kind of don't necessarily need them to be in separate folders. Because really the separate folders, you know what I should do? I should say, so I'm gonna have to modify that. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this, and then we're gonna make changes to it. So what I should do is these can be 3 separate folders, and when the game starts, it's a little confusing because safe chunks, it's like safe chunks should stay in the collector, right? And it's almost like the collector, oh my gosh, the collector becomes, actually let's make, so we're gonna say collector node safe chunks. So the collector node that we already have is just going to be for safe chunks. And that's the only thing that goes into the main collector node, are safe chunks. That's its entire purpose. And then there's going to be a point chunks node. And we want to make sure that we restart the game in the ready function, make sure point chunks all those get loaded into the point chunks node, right? Similarly, I'm going to want to have an obstacle chunks node. And in there, the obstacle chunks will go. So I need to set this up at the beginning. We actually already have this, since that's just the collector node anyway. So I'm gonna wanna come in here. I'm actually gonna wanna like duplicate this logic. And I might wanna add in more arguments as well. And I might even wanna refactor this a bit. So maybe this is the time to refactor it. Instead of calling this terrain blocks path, this will be safe chunks path. And instead of current level, we can say it's something else. Safe chunks path. All right, so I'm gonna have to come back in here. And we'll just update this. Safe chunks path. Safe chunks path. Safe chunks path. Okay. We'll want to define this over here as well. Okay. And then I'm going to want more. This is path to the directories. And we're calling them chunks where we can. They're not all, you know, I'll refactor it as much as I have patience to. So we'll say variable obstacle chunks path. Variable points chunks path. Great. Now, up in when we first call that function, we're gonna want to define all of these. Obstacle chunks path equals, you know, and I'll set this up, globals. This I might want to refine a little bit, especially if I want to set up if level 1, if level 2 stuff. I might want to make sure this is set up a little better, but so this will be globals current obstacles, current safes, points chunks path, globals current points chunks. I'm actually gonna add a little more. It just kind of feels like it's not very clear, even though it's kind of long and ugly. current safe chunks, current obstacle chunks, current points chunks. And then I'm gonna want to add some more arguments in here as well. Obstacle chunks, path, points, chunks, path. It's a little hideous. It's a bit hideous. But it is what it is. Too many arguments. Oh, is it because down here we need to fill this out? That's probably why. Obstacle, chunks, path. Did I do that right? Current point chunks. Okay, that's just a string. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was confused since it has string name and then string. I guess it doesn't matter. Obstacle, chunks, path. And then points, chunks, path. Alright, error resolved. So now down here, we're gonna want to do this again. So we don't want to just say variable. This is safe directory. I guess I'll say directory safe. Safes. Directory obstacles. Safes path. Obstacles path. In directory safes, in directory obstacles. Hope I don't need more chunk types at some point. And then we want to say safes path and obstacles path. Okay, and then of course I'm going to want to update some of this. So instead of this being safe chunks, this would be obstacles chunks, as would this. Now I just do the same thing again. Identifier not declared in the current scope. Obstacle. No S. Hope I don't need more chunk types in the future. Kind of sounds like foreshadowing. I know. Yeah, it kind of might be. That's why, yeah. That's why I said it. That's why I said it, so I can say I told me so. I don't know, you know, I'm just not sure. These really are all that I can imagine matters. You know what might happen? There might be, like, power-ups. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully we don't. And look, and if I do, it's expandable. I would say this is expandable. I don't think it depends on there only being 3, probably. It's just gonna mean I have to come through here and do this again. Now, since I'm like duplicating this code so many times, I'm sure there's like a more efficient way to write this, so we're only calling one function that does these separate things, except it replaces safe chunks with obstacle. I'm sure there's a way to do that. I am going to not worry too much about typing it optimally, although I am open to suggestions. I am just gonna do it right now so it works, and then we can always refactor it later, so it's more elegant. But for now, since I'm just trying to get this system in place to find out if it's even gonna work, I'm just gonna push through and do it this way. But looking at it, I mean, this is a lot of repeat code, which is a first sign that there's a place to consolidate. I want to preface this by saying I'm still a complete novice and probably have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, alright. And then this is going to be directory points. And I'm going to pull this down. And change this to points path. Directory points. and then change this to points. Maybe sort of like, and Joe was talking about an enum earlier. Maybe not an enum, but, you know, there's probably a way I could have, like, had this be, like, you know, type or something, and it, like, insert that in there. You know, something like that. But I'm not going to worry about it right now. Maybe like a dictionary. Does GDScript have class types? Like that thing where you could make a chunk class and thus be able to add more versions of it in the future. Yeah. So yes, we can add classes, and that is a way to have duplicate logic be applied to multiple things. And so, for example, on the alien's body, all of these body parts on here, they are all governed by one script. So, over here we've got, this is the head, this is the leg right, this is the leg left, this is the arm right, this is the arm left, and they all have the exact same script. Exactly the same on each of them, and that's a class script. And you know, it's some effort. You know, we have to like add some things in here that says, you know, so basically what I have on here is a an export node. This is kind of what I don't want to mess with right now. We have an enum actually here. Is part. So I have this drop down and I can say, is this the leg left? Is this leg right? Is this head? Is this arm right? Is this arm left? And I can mark it as one of those. And based on what part it's marked as, it's going to function differently. So let's see. Over here, if is part, body part is parts arm right, or is part body parts leg right, it's going to do something in regard, you know what I'm saying? So it's going to do different changes based on what part it is. So that way we can use the same script. So I could set something up like this for that, maybe. I don't want to bother thinking about it right now. But yes, I don't know if that would be the best solution to this problem. It might, because I am going to need, basically, and you know what, Insane Alpha Beta, here's where I will do that. I don't think I'll do it in this way, but what I will do is each chunk is going to need a script on it, and it actually already has a class script. So this chunk right here, which is a cattle ranch here, this one has a script attached to it, and this script is block. I mean, obviously we would want to refactor it to chunk, but right now it's called block, and it's in the class block. And so this is where I'm going to add assigning a group name to it. So it can know, is it a obstacle type? Is it a points type? Is it a safe type? And I would do a very similar thing, not calling it a cube. I could do a similar thing where we say an enum. No reason to not do that now. We'll say at export type. We'll do type. Actually, let's do at. Do we just do? Let me see if I remember how to do this. Body part. I think we just say variable enum. Or whatever. Where is all that in here? There it is. Oh, enum is parts. Yeah. Enum is parts, and then we'll say to make the drop down, we do at export variable is parts, and then that'll make that work. So that way I can assign it to be a certain thing. So I'm gonna say enum is types. Trying to remember is it curly bracket and then a bunch of all caps, no colon. Got it. So we'll say safe obstacle points. So there we got all those listed in there. Then I'm gonna say at export variable is type. Do we do the colon for this? Is types. I think we do the colon for that. All right. Still a noob, gotta remind myself, yes. Okay, so now, when I click on this, I've got a drop down up here, is type, and then we can say this is a safe one, an obstacle, or a points. And so then, back in the terrain controller node, it's going to look for which type it is, and therefore whether it should be this or that. Yep. There is. That's right. And that's why I'm setting this up to be export. So that way, so these are instances, right? These are all instances. So here's the cattle ranch block. So this is a points block, right? So I'm going to want to make sure I name that a points. Here's another cattle ranch block. This one is also points. So I'm going to categorize this as points. Now if I open up one of these forest chunks, this one I'm going to want to call an obstacle. It's going to be an exe file or a web. I think it's going to have to be an exe file. I think we're probably doing things that a web version would not handle well, would be my guess. I mean, I'll like experiment with it being a web version, but yeah, this is the exe. This is the exe type of game, unfortunately, but yeah. My guess would be it's gonna be too much for a browser to handle. Alright, so we call this one obstacle type, open up this forest, come up here, obstacle type. It'd be cool, it'd be nice if it could be played in the browser. I just think it's gonna be wrong. Would be my guess. And then all the safe ones, since safe is the default, I actually don't have to update any of these other ones in here. All of these, safe is the default, so we're actually good. They're all gonna be set to safe already. And so there we go. So now they all have their unique identifiers. So I don't even need to do any group assignments or anything like that. So like Joe was saying earlier, an enum actually should be totally sufficient. So you were right, Joe. I think an enum is the right thing. And Saint Alpha Beta, yeah, class script is definitely helpful here, 100%. All right. And look, now we've got that. I was gonna need to do that eventually. Now we got it. All right, and then again, there is definitely going to have been a way. Yeah, I actually made a short about it, Joe, but you know, I still forget it. I have to go reference my own code, but yeah, I made a short about it. So if you ever need a quick reference to how to do it, it's this one right here, right there. How to export enums in Godot. And I try, when I make shorts that are tutorials, I try to make sure it's coming from when I learned it on the live stream. So it's also part of that. Marion taught me how to do that. Yeah. So that information is there if you ever want to reference it. Yeah, I'll put a link in the chat. You said a thing and it made sense. Woohoo! Yeah, you're learning. Let's go. What's up, Radoslav? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope. I would kind of assume that exporting is more of a, you know, a Godot thing, but I could be wrong. What's up, 3D Sphinx? Welcome. So yeah, so my task today is to get some more control over the terrain block spawning. I can't really show you the game right now because I've broken it. Well, actually, I kind of can. Actually, I can. I've broken it, but not too bad. I actually think it kind of will work. It's just, oh no, okay, it doesn't. Okay, what, so let me see. Current safe chunks, invalid get index, current safe, oh yeah, I have to set that up over on the globals. So let's do that real quick so we can at least explain this nicely. So instead of current level, what did we call it? Oh gosh, I need to change this entirely, but for now, let's set it to this. The fun of breaking your code and then fixing what you break. Yeah, it's fun. You know, I like that you're calling it fun. I like that. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's part of it. It's part of it. I love that. I love that. You know, I guess it's more complicated when I'm live streaming and I want to explain along the way what I'm up to and I can't like show the game. But it is. It's like you take this leap of faith. Like, okay, game, you look good right now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Nice to know you. It's like doing surgery on a patient. You got to put them under and then try to wake them back up after and hope they still work the same. I don't know. I guess I made a medical analogy. All right, so this should actually load now. So Radoslav, this is how it currently works. Which is, oh, hold on. I didn't actually fix it yet. Why not? Current obstacle, oh, it's trying to load all of them. Okay, don't. Wait, it's saying, oh yeah, that doesn't exist. Yep, that's true. That's true, that doesn't exist. Oh, criminy, I have to make all of those too. Current obstacle chunks, current point chunks. Sometimes explaining is not so easy when you're in the middle of it. Sometimes it just isn't. Variable current obstacle chunks, and then variable current points chunks, string name. Have I satisfied you? No, I have not. Attempt to call function get files and base. Well, yeah, because I'm still working on it. I think we can just comment this out and everything will be fine. I'm getting there, Godot. I'm getting there. It's like, okay, I'm just doing what you told me. And I'm like, that's fair. You're right. I apologize. If it's not one thing, it's another. Invalid index current level. Oh yeah. Wait, why is that still there? What? Wait, where is this? Oh, wow. I gotta update this as well. That's funny. That's funny. This is actually current safe chunks now. Oh, wow. I've got this all throughout here. I knew there was somewhere that I was going to need to... Oh, it's all through here. Oh. Aye. Oh, but this can be called current... Oh. Wait, why is this not set to current level? Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh. Switch. I need to... Oh. Well, I need to find this eventually. Sometimes I just gotta... I just gotta keep working. Current level. Replace with current safe chunks. All of these should be okay to replace. Yup. Those look good. Replace them all. Okay. And now this is the... I mean, it's good. Okay, there we go. All right, we got... So there's the game. And right now... we've got Let me do a little pull out here. Oh good, it's not doing the weird hanging thing it was doing before. Thank goodness. You can go faster. It's like, no, this is as fast. So there is a terrain collector and a terrain controller. The terrain controller is the level, this like belt here that keeps moving, you know, the level towards the player. Basically, the player doesn't move forward, the level moves toward the player. And way behind the camera and behind the player is a terrain collector. It is interesting, right? It is interesting, I think so. Oh gosh. This is hilarious. I can like barely see it, but it's there. Let me see if I can get here a little faster. This is how I should set this up. Yes, there we go, and then bring us back. Okay, so back here, you can kind of see it. That's the terrain collector behind the fog. And this is where all of the chunks that aren't currently loaded in go. They just all stack on top of each other right here. Once they get past a certain point behind the player, they go into here, and then it randomly picks one from this collector and puts it back into the level. And that's how things keep moving. All right, now it loads 9 at once as well. So this is the way that it has been working, and it's what I just described to you. We have the terrain collector that loads all of the level block files, which has been 20 files, and it takes 9 of those at the start, and it puts it in the terrain controller to move forward towards the player. Once it goes too far back, it will send one back into the collector, and then it's going to, yeah, loads at runtime. Yes, exactly. Loads at runtime and then resets the positions. And it'll send a random one back in here to the terrain controller. Precisely. And so that's the old way, but I want more control, because what would happen is it will put too many of certain chunks or not enough of other chunks. So what I'm planning to do today is set up multiple sections. So instead of having one terrain controller section, I want multiple. In this case, I'm going to have a safe chunks section, that is to say things that won't hurt the player. Point chunk section, that is to say where the player collects points, where they abduct animals and humans from. That's going to be in this section. And then the obstacle chunks, that is to say it's filled with things that will hurt the player. And I want them to be in separate sections. And then at the start, it's going to load 9 from the safe chunks into the level that moves forward. We've already got that, and that's what you see right now that's loaded in, is the safe ones coming towards the player. And then once it gets past the player, it's going to return it. Now, it needs to know which one to return it to, so I'm going to need to set up a way for it to be like, which one is it? We actually kind of just did that by setting up the enum, and so it'll say, is it the obstacle? Is it the safe? Is it the point? Then it needs to go back into the right place based on that. And then it's going to need to pick from one of these for putting in a new one. Somehow it's going to have to decide which one to put in there. And so that we could do a weighted percentage and say, you know, there's a 20% chance that this happens, whatever. Or we could say, you know, if so many of a certain chunk has come in, make sure to put a different chunk in there. And so that's kind of the new way that it's going to work in theory. And so I'm just laying the foundation for getting that set up right now, and we'll see where we get. A chunk with a cow barn is points chunk. Yeah, that's the points chunk. So even though it has obstacles on it, I'm fine with that. Like, if the player gets a bunch of obstacles and then a points chunk, I don't really care. Like, not a big deal. But yeah, and not just the barn, because it could have a barn that's empty. But yeah, the points chunk means that it's a chunk that's supposed to be, its main purpose is for the player to be able to collect points. So that way we can slow down or speed up, depending on the circumstance, how quickly the player can finish the game. So that's that. That's how all that's gonna work. Good luck with your diploma. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Sounds like you're almost there. It sounds like you're almost there. The breaking and fixing is a known thing for me. You had to redo the operations on the software side of something and remove the copious amounts of stats in the database views because of instability. Wow, I don't know what any of that means, but that sounds important. It was fast, but you made it slow. You're making a monster. Monster of a game. It's getting there. It's getting there. It still needs some work. When I was drawing the fan art character for your game, I thought it was a frog, but it was an alien? Yeah, it's an alien. It's an alien. But everybody just kind of equates it to a frog anyway. So, honestly, I think that's going to be like in the game. Like some civilians are just going to be like, look, it's the giant frog. But yeah, it's an alien. It's an alien. And then Henry made some fan art, by the way, which is pretty awesome. Made this awesome little alien character. I love it. It looks great. But it does look a little bit like a frog. It does look a little bit like a frog. We got Pepe in the house. Pepe is here. Pepe's a member and a patron. So Pepe, you get a song. Pepe, hey, hey, Pepe, hey, hey, Pepe, hey, hey. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Hey, hey, Pepe. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Hey, hey, Pepe. Hey, Pepe. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Sorry about that song, but you're also welcome. All right. So, let me keep setting up this script. And let's see if we can get this together. I don't know. I'm not really necessarily expecting that it all works by the end of the stream. I'm just going to do my best and set up what I can. But I am very determined to get this working to some extent. Now, right now, I've uploaded all of this to current safe chunks, which is not great. It means literally every other level is currently broken. So there's definitely a lot of changes, ripple effects that this is gonna have, but I'm gonna not worry too much about that right now. All right, so right now it loads the safe chunks. Basically all that I've done right now is I have changed the terrain collector to be safe chunks. So it's only pulling what will potentially be safe to put in the terrain controller. And then I've also begun to define these other things. And now I want to, I guess, find a way to get it to insert these. That's gonna be very, very interesting. I am not confident about that, so we're just gonna sit here and I'm gonna figure it out. All right. So I'm also instantiating all of these, and then somehow I will do all of this. Somehow I will make all of this work, but we'll see. We will see. When this game comes out, side game where you're baby version of this alien playing Frogger. That's cute. That's a nice little promo idea. I like it. Cool, Pepe. All right, Pepe made a game. Very nice. A pharmacy management system. Wow. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. Y'all are making amazing stuff. Godot is the best game engine? I mean, it's the best engine for me right now. That's what I'll say. For me, it's the best engine right now. Welcome, Barry. Barry 1.0. So I've started to set up these other directories that would exist. I'm not exactly sure how to get them to matter, so I'm going to figure that out. So this is what's up, Psychonic? Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for coming through. He's trash. Yeah, Psychonic, I use it once. Basically, I use it when there's more messages than I can keep up with. I put it up there. So, all right. I want, this is running at the ready function. When the game starts, it's readying this. And the reason why it readies this is so it can load the first 9 chunks. Then this is not used anymore. This is just not even used. It only runs at the beginning and it's never used again. So by setting up this, however, we would have this directory sort of exist. Do you have a percentage breakdown of how many of each category block? Nah, I don't. You know, I'll worry about that later, but I don't yet. So this variable directory, so what do I even want to use this for? Directory, so this is for the safe ones. And this iterates through that directory. Thank you for subscribing, Barry, I appreciate it. You must have, because you gotta subscribe to chat. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Subscribing helps this channel grow, and it lets me know that you guys will be here, potentially. Okay, let me turn that music up, because I got some thinking to do, y'all. I gotta do some thinking. This appends it to something or another. Now this helps us, what this last part does here, all that this does is it gives us a name for it. So if I hit play, what this line is doing here is it means that when I pull this up, it's gonna give us the path name. And this is just a debug menu. So, I mean, if I comment this out, we'll have an issue, right? Because it's probably gonna try to load that anyway, and it's gonna be like, I can't load that. But could it be another problem? Barry, I don't think your English is bad at all. I think your English is great. Invalid call, non-existent function, reparent. Oh, it is using it. No, it's doing more than that. It is not just doing that. Oh, because it's appending it. Okay. That is not all that it's doing. That is not all that it's doing. So this is appending it to the node. This is what puts everything to the node. I love the internationality. In the internationality. I love the internationality of this community, for sure. Point of pride. Because we're all game developers. That's what unites us, right? Chill, game developers. I'm gonna comment this in here real quick. Adds files as nodes to the terrain controller is what this actually does. This doesn't just show the end on here. That is not what this does. I definitely do not. Oh, because it's hyper game dev? Yeah, but like, you can be hyper and chill at the same time. You can be hyper and chill. But I see how there's a contradiction there. I do see how there's a contradiction there, actually. The game dev is hyper. The game devs are chill. So I wouldn't want it to be adding these to the terrain controller. Instead, I would want to make sure that these get appended somewhere else. So tell me about terrain blocks. Tell me about this terrain blocks here. Ah, the array. Oh, terrain blocks is the array. So I would want to instead say this is safe blocks, right? So I'm going to want to find everything in here called terrain blocks. And I'm going to want to replace it with safe blocks. So let's make sure all of those look okay here. We got a few. I'm behind the chat. That seems wrong. It seems like that shouldn't be that way. Just, I don't know, just like a feeling that I have. It seems like the wrong. So... this one, yes, do want to replace that. Let's just go by one through them. I think that'll be a little easier. So let me actually, instead of doing replace all, Control Shift, not replace, we don't want to replace in files. That's the problem. Don't replace in files. We want to replace right here. So I'm gonna say, replace on this, I do want it to be terrain blocks. We want to replace it with safe blocks. Oh, for terrain block, that's fine. Yes, replace this one. Yes, replace this one. Oh, it's only in 2 places? Oh, I thought it was gonna be in a ton of places. It was in 2 places. Okay, cool. Are we broken? Do we still work? Is everything still working? I think everything is still working. Yes. Beautiful. Good, good. So then I'm gonna need to create more array. I really thought the node was the array. So then how does it add it on there? Oh, we also want to start calling it chunks, not blocks. Oh, right here. So it this is at the beginning. Oh, okay, I see. Adds files to the correct nodes at game start. Okay, understood. Very good. And so this is where I'm gonna want to set up how it adds it to the other sections. Got it. So let me we do not want to call them blocks. My mistake. Safe blocks, we want to rename to safe chunks. Replace them. You did not understand the grid map or the 3D tile map. I actually just did the grid map the other day. It was not fun. I didn't enjoy it. It was tricky. Yeah, I don't even remember. You have to like save something extra. I would definitely recommend pulling up a tutorial for that. It was some effort, but I did get there the other day. I didn't end up actually using it for the game, but it was like I had to save a scene a certain way and then set that as the grid block. It was a 3D one. That was what I did, and then that's what I set up, and then I think Barry is saying either the 2D or the 3D was confusing them. But yeah, I did end up getting that a bit set up. I think oh, we had to save it as a T-res file, actually, was the big thing. We had to set it up as T-res. So there it is, right there. Let me see if I can get that in there. There. Oh. I guess we'll zoom out like this. All of my zooms are in the wrong places. There. So I had to first export it this way, and there was like a special button to do that or whatever, and then had the griddable, the scene here. Oh, I guess this isn't where we, and then I don't, and then I guess I had to like, I don't know, it was annoying. It was annoying. Definitely look up a tutorial for that. It was, I did not enjoy it. And I ended up not needing it personally. You couldn't get a 3D grid mat to work after trying it a few times. I probably set something up wrong. So, I mean, look, and for whatever it's worth, like, I did go through it, and I did succeed in getting it set up. So, for whatever that's worth, that's probably in the playlist at this point. Let's see. It's when I set up the cornfields. I don't remember what stream it was, actually. Was it in here? It could have been here. It could have been any of these streams. Any one of these streams. I wonder if I can pull up this way. I've unlisted a bunch of videos, so they might disappear. Oh. You missed, I said in this channel, please. Okay, they're all still here. Nice. Which one was it? Grid with values. Grid line. Grid tile. Grid points. Grid player. Grid mark. Grid map. Oh, that's old. That's an old stream. There's I don't do tutorials, but I do put up oh, maybe it's this one. No. Yeah, I don't know which one it was. I don't do tutorials though. I don't do them. I don't do it. What's the best way to start planning a long-term game commit? I think it's time I make a game and I want to maybe jumpstart my YouTube with it. What's the best way to start planning a long-term game commit? So like committing to a game long-term, you just have to do it. You just have to. Like, it sucks, but like you just have to say, I am going to work on it. Honestly, for me, it's making sure that every week I have a day or 2 days or a few days that I'm definitely gonna work on it. Setting up a schedule where you absolutely, most certainly, definitely are going to work on that game. I might have done it in a member stream. You know, maybe I did it in a member stream. That would be why I couldn't find it when I searched for it, too. Maybe I did it in here. That would actually make a lot more sense. That is where, oh, so I actually can't show you guys that video. It's a member only video. All right. Oh, my cat is chewing on things. Hey buddy, look, it's a toy. It's a cat toy. Yeah, it's a cat toy. Oh, cat toy is fun. Yeah. Look at that. What's that cat toy doing? Let's see if I can get him to. Come on. Come on. No, he doesn't want to walk on the green screen. He don't want to walk on the green screen. Yeah, play with this. Play with this. It's a cat toy. It's for cats. It's good for you. But yeah, I don't do tutorials. I do put up shorts from things that I learned during the live stream. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I did do it in a member stream. Dang. So I could potentially turn this into a, let me put this out of the way. I could potentially turn this into a short. But this is where I set up the grid map. Cheers to the cat. Yes, he's feeling feisty, but he actually seems pretty satisfied with that toy right now. All right, I gotta get back to it. I gotta get back to it. Yeah, the cat's trying to chew on wires. That's why I gotta make sure I give the cat a toy, or it's going to melt the stream down. But yeah, the basic thing you have to remember with the grid map is just you have to export a certain T-res file and then use that in the scene in order to do it. It's a little confusing. Sneak peek of why you should become a member. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You would get access to that. So I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll put the link in here. All right. So there's the live stream where I did grid maps. You're not going to be able to go there unless you're a member, but if you are, you can go there and you can see how I did grid maps. Good point. Excellent point, Pepe. All right, so I need to come back to my terrain controller. So we've got for terrain block in safe chunks, we're going to say for level chunk in safe chunks, variable chunk, call it a chunk. Then we're iterating through I and range. We're updating the block here. We're reparenting it. Make sure I haven't messed up anything in here. Call this level chunk as well. Yeah, that's definitely something. We do have those things, but he doesn't want that. He wants to go for things that he's not supposed to go for. Because I don't think he sees it as, this is the thing I'm supposed to do. This is the thing I'm not supposed to do. He's like, these are all things that I can do. So that's why I have to wave it in his face. Like, this, do this. Come over here on the green screen. Come over here. I guess he doesn't, because it's pieces of wood on the ground. I don't think he likes the way it feels on his feet. So he's not gonna come over here. Come over here, come on. I guess I need soft green screen floor. Yeah, he's not interested. I want to start a devlog channel. Can you advise me? Not really. No. But if you have specific questions, you can ask me while I'm here, and I'll maybe answer them. It is something I've thought about as being someday a Patreon thing, is giving tips on how to set up a live stream and do videos and whatnot. But for now, I don't do that. I am sorry. Yeah, for sure, Radoslav. Yeah, it's definitely like an attention thing. I know, because my partner and I are both working, so it happens. Oh, Albeska gifted 5 memberships! Let's go! Oh, dang! Who got them? Who got the gifted members? Did you guys know you can be gifted memberships? Did you even know that? Joe, Schmo, Dungeon Martian, Precipier, Max Nilsson, and Dev. Y'all just got some gifted memberships. Let's go. Thank you, Albeska. Woo! Awesome. Welcome. Well, we got Joe in the house. Joe, Schmo. Joe is not no Schmo. Oh, Joe is not no Schmo. Joe is here. Joe is not no Schmo. Joe is not no schmo. Welcome, Joe. I know you've been here, but now you're in the membership. Welcome to it. There's your song. I sing songs to members. That's right. It wasn't you. Well, here's the thing. So if you want to get a gift membership, thank you, Albeska, so much, by the way, once again for that. Wait, let me get your name up there. Let's get your name up there. There it is. If you guys want to receive gift memberships, I'll give you another chance. I will match, because I can gift out 10 every month. I will match that. So here's the way you do it. You click on the join button down here as if you were going to join to become a member, all right? So when you're on here, you can see all the perks and all the things that you get. In the top right, there is these 3 dots. Click on that, go to gift settings. You have to opt in to be gifted memberships. Now, if you have a brand account, you are not going to have this option, unfortunately. Brand accounts are stupid. They are like a Google Plus migration hangover situation. It's like if you created an extra account from like your main account or something like that, they're just labeled as brand accounts. It really sucks, and you have to have, it has to be like a personal account. So then this will be available to you. If it's not, you can do some research on how to switch back to a personal account. You got to be careful though, because you can lose like all your comments on everything that you've commented on. So it's a bit iffy, but that's where you go. You go to join, click the 3 dots right here, go to gift settings, and you can allow gifts. So I'm going to assume that those of you who can, I know, because YouTube does its best and when it comes to live streaming, but it ain't no Twitch. It still hasn't gotten to quite be Twitch level. So so they have some goofy things. They have some goofy things like that. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. Yes, we're doing the Alien game, and I am going to match that. So hopefully you guys have set your setting. I'm gonna do 5 more gift memberships because I still have some to give this month. I think this is the last 5 I can give this month. Done. Some don't want gifts. That's true. That could be true. That could be true. All right. Willow Flame, Jar Plays, Marceline Clark, Enor Ganak, and Texas Game Mode. Texas Game Mode. Welcome, y'all. Welcome to the membership. There you go. 10 memberships for everybody. All right. Operatic vocals. Yeah, let's call it operatic vocals. Let's say that. Something like that. You opted in. So it kind of, and basically it randomly chooses based on engagement of some kind. So like the more engaged you are, you're more likely to be randomly given it when the gifts go out. Thank you, Albeska. Thank you, Albeska. I appreciate the contribution. It means so much. You've been a great supporter of this channel, and it means a lot. I actually just happened to see what stream you first became a member on the other day, but I think I already forgot it. But I was looking at like revenue from streams, and I was like, why is this stream got so much revenue? It's because it's when you became a member. So thank you for being a member for so long. I appreciate it. And for helping other people be members. So why does YouTube have opt-in gifts? No good reason. How to stop free YouTube gift membership. That's funny! Well, there you go, I guess. I'm surprised. I am very surprised that anyone would care. I guess because, you know, Twitch, it like is a live stream platform. It is a live stream platform. You know what I mean? And so they, if you're a person on Twitch, you probably definitely want it. But then again, it also raises the question of like, just make it opt out. Just make it opt out. If the people are already searching for it, let them opt out. Those pesky free memberships must be stopped! So weird. I will not speak 5 seconds of Arabic because I don't know any Arabic. I'll say Habibi. Was that 5 seconds? Habibi. There you go. I'll say that's all, because I don't know Arabic, so I'm not gonna say things that I don't know what they mean. Can they make ads update? Yes. I mean, if you got uBlock Origin, pretty much. Pretty much. Halal, Habibi. There you go. Alright. So, maybe I can do some coding. Oh yeah, I'll say that. Assalamu alaikum! Assalamu alaikum! That was not 5 seconds though. That's forceful opt-out. That's true. That's very true. Alright. So what I want to do is code. I must focus. So, we're not broken? Are we currently broken? I guess that's my first question. Have I broken anything right now? And if so, let me fix it. Okay, we're good. No broke. So what we do is, this is where this function, init blocks, is, we obviously want to I guess we're I didn't want to refactor today, but it's what we're doing. So we're gonna call this init chunks. Come over here, init chunks. Oh yeah, they did do that. Yeah, dude, Google Plus was a terrible, terrible time in YouTube history. Just a disaster. No, honestly, Dragon Blade, people still come through here and they have their real name, and you know, they'll come through and I'll be like, hey, welcome so-and-so, and they're like, oh, why is it my real name? Please don't say my real name. And I'm like, I'm sorry, like, because they didn't realize, because they never comment, they never chat, they don't ever do that, but then this is the first time they did, and so they're just like, they find out that their real name, because they just go to YouTube to like watch videos, right? And then all of a sudden in live stream, they want to communicate. It's like they find out that their name is still set to their real name from way back when. I take it as a compliment though, that like people haven't used communication in that long until now. All right. So that's what init chunks is doing. And so I'm gonna want it to initialize all the other ones that I'm making here. So if this loads at the beginning, I think as long as we do init chunks, it'll be fine. All right. Oh, so this is looking for terrain block, right. So I would need to say, instead of safe chunks, obstacle chunks, right? More fan art, let's go! Oh, I have to still create that, because that doesn't exist. Right, we gotta make all the arrays. Obstacle chunks. And then, points chunks. Okay, good, not bad. And then down here, I'm gonna want to set it up. For level chunk and safe chunks, for iron range. So we kind of need to do it for all of them. This is a little confusing to me. So this variable is just in here. So this is really just for setting up the first 9. That's all this is for. So I don't need this to be for all of them. Set up first block. Set up first chunks to spawn in. I guess we're refactoring all of this, so search, replacing files, terrain blocks with, or we'll just say num terrain blocks with num terrain chunks. Should you involve a cow floating in the sky? I think so. I think that would be ideal. I will, yeah, because so they go into the orb. Technically, the alien is supposed to grab them and put them in the orb, but right now they just kind of float into the orb. But yeah, there's the orb that descends from the sky, and the cow goes in there, and then it arises. So you could put them in an orb. If you want. Okay, so we're gonna replace these. That did not replace it. That does not look different at all. What did I not do? I don't know. Num terrain blocks replace with num terrain chunks. Wait, where? Oh, because we're doing replacing files. No, don't replace. I always mix that up. Okay. We want to replace it here. Num terrain blocks. Because replacing files replaces it in the whole project. I just want to replace it in this one spot. So replace it there. Look for the next one. Replace it here. Replace it there. Alright. There we go. There we go. Now, we're not broken. I can't imagine we are. I'm not even gonna check it. Wait, that still says number of blocks. Alright, let's update that one. Let's update that one too. It's a little confusing. Num terrain chunks versus number of blocks. Oh, I think this is the same thing. This isn't even in multiple places. It's just worded differently. Which, don't do that. Just say num terrain chunks. That'll be easier. Not init the chunks. I don't want to call them chunks. I don't want to call them chunks. Oh yeah, so this isn't gonna work. Because the obstacles chunks path doesn't exist yet. So I have to come and set that over here in globals. And I'm gonna need to set that up in a very certain way. Because right now this is just empty. So it's pulling up nothing. So if I were to say current save, so I'm gonna need some procedural or some programmatic way here to do this. Right now, I'm just going to plug it in for the sake of getting this set up so we can make sure it works. But I am going to need this. If we switch to level 1 versus level 2, it's going to need to update which of these is true. And that's even the case for this as well. So that's a to be done later kind of thing. So this is for the obstacles path, right there. That's what it'll set it to. Current safe obstacles needs to be, current obstacle chunks. That's how we want it to look. That's how we want it to look. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm doing a few more changes. You know, because changes like this aren't really going to... It's really if we're, like, changing the files themselves. But I have made a GitHub commit, and at this point, I'm just waiting to get a little more on this task done. Alright, so we're fine. It all looks good. No error. Beautiful. Now, back over here on the terrain controller, but I always appreciate the reminder. Over in the terrain controller, we now have this being set up. This is now set up. It is being added. Now here's the problem. Well, it's being added to something that doesn't exist. So this array, it does exist, this array, but we're not doing anything with it. It's just going into like an empty array. And what I want is for it to actually be assigned to a node. In this case, we're assigning it, or we're adding the files to the terrain collector, which I actually kind of want to rename at this point. Let me do a little find in files, because there's probably a lot of places I referred to it. Oh, only on here. Variable terrain collector. And then we just use terrain collector. Okay, so this will be fine. So I'm gonna say instead of terrain collector, this will be safe chunk collector. Safe chunk collector will be the new name of that. And I'm actually gonna come to the main scene and rename this. I kind of want to, I'd rather say collector, I'd rather call it like chunk collector underscore safes is what I'd like to name it, if I'm being honest. So I'm gonna put this here. Safe, so I'm gonna do the same thing here, actually. Collector, and we'll just say safes. Alright. You know what? Let's get rid of the chunk part. Yeah, let's get rid of the chunk part. I think collector is sufficient. I'm gonna want to set up for the others as well. Collector obstacles. There's a song called Abduction. I bet there is. I bet there is. I'd be surprised if there wasn't. Seems like that would be a song name. Collector safes. This does have a script on it. It doesn't actually do anything, so I'm not gonna make anything special. We'll just make another node 3D, which is functioning as an array in a sense. Call this collector obstacles. Add a new one. And call this collector points. Come back to the terrain controller. Collector obstacles. I'm going to make them all access as unique names so I can use the % in case I ever move things around. It will still know what to reference. Set up one more. OnReady variable collector points. And we'll move this into there. Great. So now these all exist. They can be found. Terrain collector, not that's true. I need to replace that now. So we need to look for everything called terrain collector. And in this case, replace it with collector safes. All right. So that we want to add it to collector safes right here. We're iterating through. This is for the first at the very beginning where it does the first 9. So it's gonna do the number of terrain chunks at the beginning. This is where we want that to reference it. First, so this is where we're gonna have to get creative. I'm going to need to mess with this quite a bit because right now it's reparenting everything to what is the collector for safe chunks. but I'm gonna want it to decide to reparent it to other things. So I might want to say, if this, reparent it to that. Otherwise, reparent it to something else. So that's something that I'm gonna want to look at as well. But for now, we'll say collector safes. And then same thing here. So this is in my Excalibur, these two places that I'm modifying. This is these orange blocks here. So what I just updated, that which I just updated, the reparenting. This is when it goes from the controller back to the collector. Yeah. So when it says first terrain, what it means is that one that's in the front that gets bumped back to the collector. And so this red line here, return it to the collector right there. And at that point, I would want it to keep track of how many. Well, actually not at that point. It would actually be this one. I'd want to, it would only, well, I don't know. That's not necessarily true. So what I'm going to want to put on here is an enum check to say, does it match safe? Does it match point? Does it match obstacle? If so, then make sure you return it to the correct array. Or not the array, but the node itself. Okay, and then pick a random chunk from the appropriate collector and reassign it to the terrain controller. That is this one right here. This is where it puts it at the end of the terrain controller. So I do want to replace that. Okay, so we should be good. Everything should work, probably. And if not, we'll fix it. Okay, everything looks good. Again, all it is it's just the safe chunks. Nothing that will hurt you, nothing dangerous or anything like that. But I'm starting to set it up so we can have multiple in theory. I wish me luck. All right. So now what do I want to do? Now I want to look back at the initiation here, where it adds the files to the correct nodes at game start. If we hit play, and I'm actually going to move this zoom a little bit. You remembered what you forgot you wanted to mention. All right. If we open up the remote here, which is showing us what's happening during the game live, you'll see these 3 node collectors, right? Points, obstacles, safes. We have them all added into safes right now. And they're moving between the controller, which is what moves them all forward. So we'll see that says 9. Once it gets past, it's gonna jump to the safes, right? So there's 13, it jumps to the safes. There's 15, it jumps. There's 6, it jumps, right? So what I'm gonna ultimately want is for it to also potentially jump to these others instead of just this one. Now, at the start of the game, I'm gonna wanna see those 2 chunks that I have. I have 2 obstacle chunks and 2 points chunks. So if I do this next part right, we should see not only a bunch of chunks in here, but we should see 2 chunks in each of these that eventually we'll try to draw from and put back into. So that's my next goal step. Thanks for stopping in, Radoslav. I appreciate it. Abduction by DRI. Okay, heard. I don't know when I'll ever check that out, but it's in my brain. It's kicking around in my brain. And thank you for stopping in. Good luck with your development projects as well. And thank you for the good luck wish. So many chunks. So many chunks. When you add comments to a method to explain what it does, you can put it above the method with 2 hashtag, and that will automatically add the description to the Godot documentation inside the engine. What? Oh boy, that's cool. So here's the reason why I did it this way. The reason I did it this way is because I know if I collapse this, it actually didn't even, it left it there. I thought it was gonna collapse it inside of it. But, well, I guess the other reason I did it too, was if I was to hop to this, it would at least bring me around there. I don't know. I just kind of thought to do it that way. I guess I don't have a great reason for doing it that way. If I put it up here, I don't know, it jumps you below it. It doesn't matter. I didn't realize it was going to not collapse it either way. So I guess my reasoning doesn't matter. But you're saying if I put a 2? No. No. Oh, you're saying with 2 pound signs. That will automatically add the description to the Godot documentation inside the engine. And so then what happens? When you say inside the Godot documentation, it is a different color. If I do 2, it's like slightly a different color. It's like brighter. How do I see that effect? How do I appreciate it? This is cool. I like this tip. Use the button to search docs and search for your method. Use the button to search docs and search for the method. Oh, there it is. What? I like how it's got both. So wait, I can search for any of my methods in here? If I search for... Oh no. Interesting. Interesting that it already had blocks in here, which is old. Only if it has docs. I wonder why this one has docs. Because I didn't set this one up to have docs. Unless it has the same script, maybe, but it doesn't because it has a different method. A little confused by that, but whatever. Okay, so then if I open this up in the docs, whoa, wow. It even describes what it does. How does it know this? Wait, how does it know what did I didn't... I did that! I made a dictionary? This is awesome. It takes any comment above the thing. Oh. So did it need to be 2? 2 just might be to color it. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I was like, apparently it doesn't need 2. That is awesome. Wow. That is so cool. Because I'm surprised that this doesn't have the description, since that's like what we set up initially here. Was an itch. I wonder if this is going like in physics process or something instead. I mean, probably not, but like maybe, right? I just don't see that description in here. What did I say? I said, adds files to the correct nodes at game start. The word files isn't even in there. I wonder if it's not above, but if it is actually after. Which still raises the question of how does it get in there in the first place? Did I save the script? Oh, I see. Let's try that. Save it. There's only 1 pound sign there. Search the help. Open up this. I still don't see it in here. The word files. It works inline as well. Nice. So just like if there's comments inline, But I'm curious now. Maybe I have to go underneath. Save it like this. Open up this. Come in here. I'd almost expect it to appear there. I don't know. I don't fully understand how to wield this. But the idea of it is very appealing. And I'm just gonna have to, I'm gonna have to think about how this will be useful to me someday. It shows only 2. So if I do 2 and we open this up, I'm confused. I'm confused. This is cool though. This is very cool. I don't fully understand it or have the patience to figure it out. But I consider this very cool. And I like, it's actually very nice to make it stand out a little bit like this. Adds files to the correct nodes, 2 pounds inline after function or above. Oh, so like here, like that? No tab or something? No, it's not doing it. It's still saying there's no description. While I believe you, I can't prove it yet. Same line. Okay. Oh, but you were... Same line, 2... Oops, I didn't mean to play the game. Search this. It's still not there. Oh, there it is! Ah! I found it! There it is. Adds files to the correct nodes at game start. Method descriptions. Oh. This is cool. I don't know how I would describe... Oh, this is for the class overall. I see. So if I put this like up at the top of the script, then this would have a description. That's awesome. Wow. But I definitely needed 2. So it has to have 2 and above the method or on the same line as the function. I'm just gonna try it with 1 just to appreciate it not working. Open up this. Files ain't there. It's gotta have 2. It's gotta have 2 for the method description. That's awesome. Now I just gotta figure out how do I want to use this. I don't know why I care about this. Maybe like a collaborator could find this useful somehow. I gotta think about how I would use this. It's nifty though. Alright. Gotta get back to the work. Alright, so this adds files to the correct nodes at game starts. Let's do that for the others. So I'm gonna duplicate this 4-level chunk in, instead of safe chunks, we want to say obstacle chunks, because it's being added to the obstacle chunks array. So this is an array. Obstacle chunks is an array. Safe chunks is an array. I kind of want to rename it though. I just kind of realized I don't like this name. I don't like this name. I want to say chunks safe. Whoops. Refactor time. I would rather name it like this. I would not use it, yeah, but it's nice to know. It's nice to know that it exists. All right, I'm gonna adjust this just a tiny bit. Chunks Safes. I hate that name. Oh, nice. Let's just say I don't like the way that sounds. Chunks Safe, Chunks Obstacles. Oh, fine, I'll leave it like that. So I had it as safe chunks, and I'm gonna change that to chunk. The reason why I'm doing it that way is because to me, for me, it's just more readable and it fits with the syntax I go with. If it's like what it's supposed to be is first, and then that which describes what it is goes second. It's just the way I be doing things. Obstacle chunks. I don't think there's really that many to replace here. There's only 2. Whatever. That's enough. Chunks, obstacles. It's pretty hideous, but it's what I'm doing. Oh, it'd be an autocomplete with an external editor. Nice. I think someday I'm open to that. But then on the other hand, I also like the idea that people can watch this, or I could cut this out into like shorts and stuff, and it will be recognizable to people like as the default Godot. I feel like from like an instruction standpoint, it's nice to use the default. But yeah. Always every decent reference I find AI is like, oh my god, please just go away. I don't want a woman with a nightmare-giving face and an unhuman body. Did I understand that sentence? Every decent reference you find is AI. Yeah, it's quite a lot out there that's AI generated. You posted your fan art? Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Alright, so we don't have any more of these, right? We have one more. We want to replace this with chunks, obstacles. Okay, good, good, good. And then I'll rename this to chunks, points. This is the way it used to be. This is the way it used to be. Yeah, I won't bother with it. I want underscores. I don't like words to be next to each other like that. You don't get too many benefits and it's a mess to set up. I mean, I think there's something attractive about, maybe someday if I'm just like, if I'm really feeling like, I wanna step up my coding game, or if I start learning other languages for other engines or other purposes, I might want to consider using a unified editor, so that way I'm not learning a bunch of different editors. But since this is the only thing I'm doing right now, it feels like enough. Alright, let's see the fan art real quick. This is so cute! Ah, dude, this is so cute, Henry! Oh my gosh. Bloop. Dude, I love this. Wow. Such a good art style. Nice balance, too. The gear on this side and the bubble on that. This is adorable. The cow just has no idea what it's in for. No clue. Doesn't know what's coming. It's so cute. It's lovely, Henry. I adore it. Nice work. Nice work, Henry. Oh wow, all of these. So actually these double hashtags were added in by the person, because I didn't make this code initially. And so some of these have 2 pound signs. And that was by the person who originally wrote some of this code. Now I see, like, the value of having done that. I wasn't quite sure why it did that. Our favorite character! I don't know, man. The cow is kind of stealing the show here. Like, look how adorable it is. The cow might be my favorite there. I love all of my children equally. Alright, so if I've set this up correctly, level chunk in chunks obstacles. Yeah, I'm gonna call this level chunks. No, because it's 1. It's not multiple. It's 1. If I'm being technical about it. So it would make more sense to not pluralize that. For every chunk, every level chunk in chunk safes, assign it the variable chunk, instantiate it, and then we want to add that child. Now in this case, it's adding it to collector safes, but I want to add these to collector obstacles. Which I should have defined right up here. Alright, so let's see if it's adding that. I'm sure it will. Surely it will. Right? Now it's not going to show up in the game. There we go. I see a drop down. There they are. These are the two. They have weird names, but they're in there. They are in there. Oh, and actually right here you can see on is type. It's just showing the number. It's not showing us the name, right? The names are like safe, obstacles, and points. So if it's safe, it's type 0. So if I click on this, it's saying type 0. All of these in here will be type 0 because it's collector safe. But then if I click on collector's obstacles, it's 1. So we've got separate ones in here as desired. Very good. Oh, and there it says, well, it does say safe down here. I don't know why it says something. This must be something else that we have selected. I'm only a little concerned that this says something different. I'm not sure what that's about. Why that would show the default, and that's not up to date here. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. That is definitely going to be something to deal with. Thanks, Pepe. Force it to bend to my will. That's it. Yeah, get some sleep. Get some sleep. I know you've been working hard. Can't wait to check out your game. See you later, Pepe. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get something. We'll have something. I'm only 3 hours in. Alright, so let's set up the points 1, 2. So that's going to be all initiated and whatnot. So really the same thing. Paste it in. Except instead of chunk obstacles, this is chunks points. We want to change this to collector points. And that should be it for that. So just make sure they all came in over here. Oh, okay. Open up the remote version. The points ones did not get added in. Oh, you know, I think why? I think because I didn't set it up down here yet. Yeah, still gotta comment this in. Otherwise, it doesn't have anything to actually put in there. So we're gonna update this. Oh, I guess because the line is longer. I see. We're gonna update this to chunks points. Append points chunks path. Yep, that's all good. That all looks good. We just had to change that. Alright, let's see if that gives us the correct output. And there should be... Uh-oh. What have I done? What have I forgotten? Oh, did I not? I didn't set the path in globals yet? That'll do it. That will do it. Let me come up here. Yeah. Current. And this, again, I am going to want this to be much more programmatic. But for now, just making sure the system works, I am just going to drag and drop it in. Because this is going to have to be different, because this is all level 1, right? What I need to say is if it's level 2, load in level 2s. Load in level 2s. But for now, this will do. Current points chunks. Current points chunks. There we go. Alright, so now it should run. Unless I've forgotten something else, which is entirely possible. It's a lot of things to remember. Okay, come to remote. There it is. It took a second. It took a second, but there they are. Collector points, collector obstacles. Great. And then we can see here on is type, it's set to 2, which is different than these, which will be set to 1, which is different from these, which will be set to 0. Beautiful. All right. Things are moving along. Some like an external editor. Oh yeah. Oh, that's nice. It'll like tell you. What does that say? What does this do? This will do something magical. You should pass hello world to it. Nice. Oh, hello world. Oh, hello world. Nice. Nice. That would be nice. I would love to see that in Godot. Just like, cause right now, you know, it's less charming. All right, so this is good progress that I've got those set up. So now that those are set up to actually be in there, I need a way to be able to pull from those and put back into them. That's the next challenge. Which will be very interesting. And so right now, with the progressed terrain, it looks at itself and it gets the children. So this is the terrain controller node, separate from the terrain collector. So this isn't looking at the terrain collector, it's just advancing itself forward. Now here it's going to remove the first block. It's going to check that which is in the front, and if it's at the front and it's at a point where it needs to be removed, and it's going to assign that to the last in the array. Wait, is that right? That's not right. Wait, where does it assign the first one? Oh, right here. Puff front removes the first block. I'm a little confused by what this is doing. Hey, good night, Albeska. Thanks for ending your day with Hyper Game Dev. And thank you so much for gifting the subs. I mean the memberships. I appreciate it. Take care, Albeska. Get some sleep. I'll see you next time. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it, Albeska. It means a lot. And I love that you're spreading it around, too. More people will be able to come through the Blender streams. I think I'm misunderstanding something here. I need to, this is part of the challenge today, is me making sure I understand how this code works. Before I figure out how this code works, I need to use the loo, and I'm gonna grab a snack. So it'll take me 3 to 4 minutes, I would guess. What is that? Whoa, we got problems. We got problems. Oh, it's because the position of the collector nodes. Oh, we got problems. The position of the collector nodes, the extra ones that we added, is not away. They're just right there. So I'm gonna need to adjust but they're at the origin. So I'm gonna need to change that. But I'm also gonna need to make sure I understand how this controller advancement is working. And then set up a way for it to assign the last, well, it still will assign the last and the first to whatever's in here. And then it will just move it, but we have to figure out, I need to make sure I understand how that works so I know how it's moving it to the different collectors, so we can tell it to go to the correct collector, and then eventually pull out of the correct collector. I mean, right now, the only ones that are in here are the safe ones, right? So there's not really a way to test if it's gone back until it goes in. So I guess what I need to figure out is how to add it into the main terrain controller. So something like that. I got to figure all that out. I will, like I said, be right back. Give me 3 to 4 minutes. Stretch your legs, enjoy the music, get yourself a snack. Do what you gotta do. If you're co-working along with me, you definitely deserve the break. Like I said, I will be right back. Yeah, it just had to be RB. Just had to be RB. Refuel. I'm definitely ready. Because I got my quinoa. Oh, yeah, okay, I thought my microphone went out. My headphone did. I got my quinoa, freshly cooked. And I got my red hot buffalo ranch seasoning. Usually I have my lunch ready before I start the stream, but today, putting it together during the stream. It actually tastes pretty seasoned the way it is. I add some like chicken bouillon in here. No salt. I get the unsalted chicken bouillon. And I cook the quinoa in that. That adds a lot of flavor. I put extra bouillon this time. That's why I like the unsalted bouillon, because you can load it on and have like big flavor without it being like overly salty. All right, I'm back, I'm ready. Wow, we gotta fix this. This looks obnoxious. That's okay. That's all right. Hope you guys all had a break too, if you're co-working along with us. So as far as that position of that windmill and stuff, the normal terrain collector is back here. The one with the safe stuff is back there. The obstacles and the points are all up there. So, I mean, I assume just move them to the same spot. 118.15. That's the spot. That's gonna be the spot. So I'm just gonna put them all back there, get this one, put it all in the same place, and make sure that is resolved. So we should not see a windmill cutting through the ground anymore. Very good. It's the little things, it's the little things. I think I'll do a GitHub commit since we're, I mean, it seems like a good point to do a GitHub commit. It just feels right, feels like the right choice. Before proceeding, everything works right now. I'm at a working point, even though I'm partially through the task. If things are functioning, it's nice to be able to come back to a functioning point. Alright, so what do we do? Began complexifying the terrain controller. How do I want to describe this? Divided terrain controller or terrain collector node into 3 separate nodes with corresponding folders and code to instantiate its files. Safes, points, obstacles. That kind of sums up a lot. Honestly, that pretty much sums it all up. Divided some of the original level 1 blocks into their relevant new categories. I think that's pretty much it. Began refactoring blocks to chunks. All right. I think that is good enough. Oh, I still got my zoom on? I was like, why does it look... No, I don't have my zoom on. It's just divided right along the same line. That's funny. All right. Don't mind me. All right, we'll push that. Now we got a point to come back to. So the next thing I want to do is I want to try getting those. This is gonna be tricky. I mean, I want to understand the code better. I want to make sure I'm operating from a place of understanding. But really what I'd like is for it to not only, this is going to be a little complicated, not only pull chunks from the safe collector, but also pull chunks from, we can just pick one, the obstacles collector. And not only will it have to pull them, we'll want it to send it back. So, I mean, I could, you know, I could do one at a time. I could just say, first, let's even try to get those chunks in there. And then, by default, they're going to go into the safe collector. Although I'm going to want it to sort it. So, I could do both simultaneously or not. I don't know. We'll see how easy it is. It might be really obvious, like, oh, I can just write this line. It'll be fine. I have a feeling it won't be that obvious, though. Just a hunch. Okay. So. I am. What's up, Jose? Yeah. Every Wednesday and Thursday. Except for I'm on a 3-week schedule, so I do 3 weeks every Wednesday and Thursday. I spend 6 to 10 hours working on my alien invasion game. And then I take 1 week off from working on it. And I am, I think, on the 2nd week of working on it right now. We got new spoons. They're very large. They're like too big. Welcome, Jose. Good to see you. I'm currently trying to set up a new way to load in level pieces. So we're saying terrain chunk and level control. So right now, the way the game works is there's a terrain controller, which moves all the chunks, because they're separated into different chunks. It moves them all forward towards the player. So for example, these are a bunch of cornfield chunks that all loaded in a row. There's one cornfield chunk right there, or strip, if you will. And then if I switch the camera angle, you see back here, this is where it's collecting all of the chunks in the game. So all the ones that are supposed, not in the game, but in the level, they're all going right there. So when it goes past the player, it jumps over here, and then it pulls them out of there and adds it back on in the end, and it keeps this moving forward, and it semi-randomizes it. And so I'm trying to complexify that just a little bit. What I just described to you is this. All the files are loaded into a terrain collector. At the beginning of the level, it takes 9 of them, and it deposits them into the terrain controller that moves the level forward. When the first chunk goes past the player, it goes back into the collector, and then it randomly picks one to put back onto the level or the terrain controller. Now what I'm trying to evolve it into is, instead of having one place where all of those chunks exist, I want 3 different places. Safe ones, point-giving ones, and obstacle ones. At the beginning, we've now got it set up so 9 chunks from the safe chunks collector go into the level. So that is to say, you're not going to spawn in on anything that's going to hurt you. It's just all going to be safe at the beginning. And those are all going to spawn in right here. And so now what I'm getting to set up is when that block, the chunk, goes past the player and it's about to go back from the terrain controller to the collectors, I'm setting up how it knows which collector it needs to go into. At the same time, I'm also setting up, I guess what I'm more focusing on now, is if it takes chunks from those other collectors, because right now it's only cycling through the safe chunks. It's taking out safe chunks, it's adding it back into safe chunks. It's taking out safe chunks, it's adding it back into safe chunks. So what I'm going to want to set up is that it not only takes from safe chunks, it also takes from obstacle chunks. It also takes from point chunks and adds it into the level. And then once I do that, it's going to need to remember to put it back into these different sections accordingly. Now the reason I want those different sections is so I can add in some conditions on the outside to say 20% of the time make sure it's loading in obstacle chunks, 20% of the time make sure it's loading in point chunks. The way that I kind of imagine it more is saying if 5 obstacle chunks have loaded in a row, then load in point chunks or safe chunks or something like that. Or if a point chunk hasn't loaded in the last 10 things, then load in a point chunk or something like that. So then I'm going to set up conditions at the end of all this. Once I know I can bring chunks from the different collectors and put them back in the collector they belong to, I then want to set up conditions that determine when it pulls from the different ones. It's going to get a little messy, but that's the general idea. And so yeah, so I'm at this point where I'm going to try to see if I can get these to come from other collectors rather than the safe one. And that's it. That's it. That's what I'm up to. Is deep coding stuff, and I love it. All right. So I want to make sure I understand how this kind of works before I try to change some things. So it progresses the terrain for block in self. So that is to say, when it says self, it's looking at the terrain controller. There's a bunch of children in there. That is to say, it takes 9 from the safe collector and it puts it in the terrain controller. And when it's iterating through everything in itself, it's iterating through everything in here. This is itself. This is where that script is. It's on here. And it's checking through all of these in that line. So we currently have that named block. We want to rename that to chunk, but yeah, so for every block, every chunk in self get children, it's going to check that chunk's Z position, and it is going to set its Z position to the terrain velocity times delta. That is to say, that's how it actually advances it down the line. So I guess I'll add an explanation in here. Advance chunks towards the player. That's what this is doing. All right, now this next line is saying if get child 0. So this is the first chunk in the array. And it's not the array, it's the actual terrain controller node over here. So it's checking the first one that it has, which is 0. If the Z position of that first child, if its Z position is greater than or equal to its own size on the Y-axis times 2, so this isn't really removing, it's find the first chunk if it passes a certain spot. Then it's gonna assign last terrain. So it's gonna create a variable called last terrain. Really, it should be last chunk, but whatever. It's gonna assign it to get child -1. -1 means the last block in the array. Okay, I see. Okay, so it's not really find it, it's if the first chunk passes a certain spot. If the first chunk passes a certain spot, right, then do stuff. So when that spot is passed, it is going to assign this. Let me type this in differently. Assign the last chunk in the array to this variable. That's what this is doing. Last chunk in the array is what -1 means. Okay. And then it's going to make another assignment for what the first terrain is. It's going to get the children, all of them, and it's going to pop front. Pop front removes the first block from the array and then returns the name of that removed block. So this must be returning the name as well. All right, so let's say this. Assign and remove the first chunk in the array. Well, I'll say assign the first chunk to this variable and remove it. And remove the chunk. That's what this is doing. Okay, and so now it's going to reparent the first chunk to the collector. Now in this case, it's just automatically putting it right in the collector safes. But now I'm wanting it to not necessarily be in that collector. There's other possible collectors it might go into. So I'm gonna need to, you know, have it check, you know, if is type, I mean, this is just pseudocoding. If is type obstacle, you know, then reparent it to obstacle. If is type points, reparent it to point. If is type safes, reparent it to safes. That should be pretty, I mean, I should be able to just do that, but let's at least make sure we understand this. Reparent the first chunk to the collector. So the one that gets removed here because of pop front. First array reparent collector safes sets the position to 0.0. So that, I guess that's gonna be, my assumption is that this is gonna be relative to the collector. Because if this is 0.0, then we would see them all at the origin. So this Z position must just mean the origin of the node that it's been reparented to. I think. I feel like this is local Z position. That would be my guess of what that's doing. Move first, move, let's say reparent the removed chunk to the collector. Move removed chunk to the collector's position. If first array has the method reset block objects. Okay, so now what this is doing is, since we're not actually despawning or queue freeing and respawning or instantiating these blocks, we've set up all this logic that grows everything back or puts everything back. So for example, the cornfields that are spawning on here, they get trampled, but then they come back again and they're not trampled, even though we're just moving its position and moving it back. So you see how they get trampled and they go down? As soon as they get trampled, that block knows I need to be reset. And so if it sees that it has a method, reset block objects, then it's gonna say, okay, I need to make sure I check to see if there's objects on here that need to be reset. I actually kind of don't need this line here. There is a reason why that's there. It was so other levels could run, but I think I've broken other levels at this point. So I'm just gonna say, make sure chunk has reset potential. Yeah. That's something that eventually I can remove at some point. So I might want to say that. Temporary logic. This is temporary logic. And then it's going to run that function. If it has that function, it's going to run it. And not only does it run that function, but it's going to tell that function which terrain is the one. So that way it can confirm, am I the one that needs to be reset? Because this is going to run it. I mean, it's a little confusing. I don't really know how I use that. How do I use that? It almost seems unnecessary, but I'm sure I did it for a reason. But now I'm curious, and I'm gonna go look. So it checks the block or chunk as we're refactoring it. I mean, it doesn't even use it. So, I mean, it seems like we don't even need that, to be honest, that argument call. There's some refactoring we could do here. I guess I'm kind of curious to know if I could take... I mean, I might as well. Might as well do it now. Or find out that we need it. Alright, let me take this out. And then come back here. And see if that's fine. Now, unless that's being pulled by something else. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, we don't need that there at all. Okay, cool. Well, great. Love it. Love it. Okay. So come back to the script. So all this is gonna do is run the reset function to check if objects need resetting. That's what that's gonna do. All right. So now, once it checks to make sure it has reset potential and runs the function that resets everything on it, it's going to assign a block variable, we'll call it chunk, and now it's going to reparent. Oh, okay, so this is important. This is like probably going to be a big focus here. It's assigning chunk to collector safes, get children, pick random. So this is making sure that it grabs something, a chunk, from the collector safes, and it randomly picks one. And then it's gonna reparent it to the terrain controller. That is to say, the belt that's moving forward. It's saying, hey, I need a chunk from you, collector safes. Give me that one. Grabs it and says, okay, now I'm on me and I'm moving. It is then going to append that same thing that it just reparented to the end of it. Now this is another function in the script right here that does that. Kind of don't need to worry about changing that right now. That I don't have to worry about. We can comment this, add the new chunk to the end of the level. Okay, this is gonna be my first focus right here. Choose a chunk to add into the level. All right. This is where we're gonna focus, right here. So, I'm probably gonna want to, this is gonna be tricky, because this is where I have to set up the conditions, right? Like, if so many of these have been, if the number of safes that have come through is greater than this or less than that, then do this or whatever. So I'm gonna need to create some variables here. I don't know that I need them to go outside of the function. So I'm just gonna create them in the function for now. And then if we need to change that, we'll do it. So I'm gonna say create categories for chunks. So I'm gonna say variable variable safe chunk. I kind of want to say add chunk safe, or new chunk safe, variable new chunk Obstacle? I don't know. I might not like these names. New chunk points. We'll say that they all start out at 0. We actually would want to say this starts out at 9, technically. But we could just say 0, and if it adds up beyond that. And I'm also going to want to reset these values. Let's start it at 9. It's a little arbitrary, but I'm going to start it at 9. Because it's gonna do 9 at the beginning anyway. Okay, so if... And then I'm gonna need to make sure, so if we say... I guess I would want to say chunk count safe. Chunk count safe. Chunk count obstacle. Chunk count points. And then here I'll say chunk new safe. I'm gonna say chunk add safe. Oh, and then we'll have to adjust the appendage as well. Chunk add safe. Okay. So these would all go together. Say you want 30% of safe chunks, pick random number between 0 and 1. If it's less than or equal to 3, pick safe chunk. It won't work for us. I mean, it will. It's just like my intuitive thought is to not do that. Because I don't even understand what that says. I mean, I'd be willing to, and that's something you and Pierogigon have both suggested. Maybe someone else too. I'm open to it, but I'll need some guidance. I see. I mean, I guess what makes it easier to do it that way is I don't have to keep track and update how many have been. Pick a random number between 0 and 1 if it's less than or equal to 0.3. It's just confusing to me. I want that. I just like don't know how to do that. Like, it's not intuitive to me to think of it that way. Because I guess my purposes are, I guess what would make my purposes more complicated is if the conditions aren't met, what's it gonna do then? Then it would need to pick like a random one out of all of them. I don't know. If it's less than or equal to, so that'd be 30%, because it's doing either 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, and etc., and everything in between. And if it's, that's a really interesting way to do it. If it's less than or equal to 0.3, that's 30%. That's very interesting. I guess what I don't like about that is then there's the chance that it spawns in something too often. Like I see, and Rogi earlier was saying like weighted. And I guess by weighting it, there's still a chance that I feel like I lose control doing it that way. And whereas the way that I'm doing it guarantees the level looks a certain way. It's like my way is, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think my way would be much, much, much more rigid in that you would never see, for example, if I say that there can only ever be 4 obstacle chunks in a row. Never more than 4 obstacle chunks in a row. If there have been 4 obstacle chunks in a row, and not even just in a row, if there have been 4 no, that's pretty much it. I don't know, but I see how that requires a lot more complexity, because since I'm determining it so much, I would need to say, it does that. Actually, I do see how that gets really complex. It seems like the percentage route will be easier and generally guarantee what I want. But if I do it the way I'm planning, I need to come up with every single possible condition and code them all in and be able to tell it, if this, then that. Otherwise, do this or this, but make sure not in this case. Unless it's that case, then maybe. It's like, it's not maybe, but it becomes a lot more convoluted the way that I'm planning to do it. It seems simple at first, but the more parameters that I want, the more complicated it's gonna get. And I have to make sure that they're not getting confused. You know, let's say 2 conditions are met. Which one does it choose? 2 may be true simultaneously, so it then has to pick one of those. So I could then set up a randomization between somehow which, well, if 2 are true, then pick one of them, which actually, that sounds a little complicated. But what you're saying is, forget all of that, and just like, it's very unlikely that you're gonna get 4 obstacles in a row. Because most of the time, obstacles aren't gonna spawn. I mean, talking it through, I'm starting to like my idea less. What I like about my idea is it gives me more control, because I don't want the game to feel so random that sometimes it's like, what? This is bullcrap. Why is it loading in this way? This is such a stupid way for it to load in. I want it to always feel like the level was somehow intentional in how it was constructed. But I could always switch to this. I could start out with the weighted percentages, and that would be a lot easier to put together first, to just get something going. And then if I'm like, yeah, this is building dumb levels, then I could come in and think of a more particular way to do it. I think I'm convinced. I think I've convinced myself. Maybe you want some additional functionality that wouldn't be possible. Maybe, right, maybe. And in that case, I'll change it. But I really like your idea. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, Joe. Let's do it. I'm here for it. I guess what I would call... That's what I would call, terrain spawning? I saw it. There it is. Terrain spawning. Bam. Okay. Credit applied. So instead of doing any of this, which I might still want to do variables for like what those percentages are, that would kind of make more sense for export variables, wouldn't it? So let's do that. Let's come up here. Let's make some exports. So I'm gonna say this is likelihood that certain block chunks will spawn. Export variable. Oh, I guess if I wanted to keep to my syntax, I'd want to do chunks path safe, chunks path obstacles. I do so often forget how I want to label things. Until I'm like doing it. I guess I'm gonna deal with that right now. All right, so I'm gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna say replace safe chunks path with chunks path safes. Yes, replace. I think all of these are replaceable. Real quick, I'm trying to refactor where I can. When I notice it and I feel up to it. Chunks, path, obstacles. Replace them. And then finally, points. Points, chunks, path with chunks, path, points. Because the reason why I like starting it with what it is to me it's readable, and then if I ever need to, you know, look at, if I ever want to omit this, like let's say I want to look at everything that starts with chunks path, find every variable that begins with chunks path, and then only isolate the safes, only isolate the obstacles, only isolate the points. All right, so there's that. And then here I would want to say chunk likelihood probability. Chunk likelihood safes. Export variable. Chunk likelihood obstacles. Export variable. Chunk likelihood points. So for safes, so I guess this needs to be, it needs to add up, right? Like I need to divide 1 3 ways. Is that correct? I think so. Or could I just do whatever I want? Like could a couple different ways. Okay. Like if it was 0.3, 0.3, and 0.7, right? Like obviously those don't add up to 1. And that would mess up the weight. But it wouldn't like break it. It would just not be necessarily what I think it is. What's up, Mohammed? Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in, saying hello. Hope you're doing well. But I mean, if I were to generally think about it, I don't even know. I almost feel like I gotta feel it out. I gotta be honest, like the further into this I get, the more I'm just like, I want more control than this. But I haven't convinced myself that I need more control than this. So I will continue without that control. But I still feel like I'm imagining that it's not gonna look like I want it to. My initial thought is to make it all add up to 1 or 100. Yeah. Mathematically, I don't know how to do that, but I'm sure it's obvious and figure-outable. Chunk likelihood safes, gosh, I just don't even know. Like, I guess I want more, I don't know. I'm really concerned this isn't gonna do what I want, but it is gonna be easier, so I should set it up this way. Like, I definitely don't want too many obstacles. I would say obstacles I probably want the least of. So maybe I'll say... And maybe with safe and points, those could be, like, equivalent, even. But then again, I don't know. I mean, even if I just had them all equal, I kind of like to just start out having it equal, you know? This way we'll sort of devolve into a bunch of if statements, too, if you want more fine-grained control. Right. Depends on how much control you want. If it's just a little, then this way seems more intuitive. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and that's what I'm afraid of. Right, exactly. That's why I think this, yeah, and this, I agree. This is the right way to go right now, because this is going to be much easier to achieve and see results that I can then, like, decide how I feel about. Yeah. In theory, I want more control. In theory. I don't know if it turns out that I actually need that much control. It might be more control than I really need. That's what I'm saying. I don't know yet. Alright, so I kind of just want to do them equally at first. Is there like a tool that can just do this for me? Divide one, or like weighted percent calculator. Like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Except the weighted average thing may solve all that, but I have no clue how to do it. Whoa. I don't care about grades. Oh wait, so this isn't weighted average? Right, so Pierogigon, I don't think Pierogigon is still with us. That's something someone like them would know how to do. What the hell am I doing here? What the hell am I doing? Divide 1 into 3 parts. Yeah, I don't know, just like... No, but not 1 divided by 3. I just don't, I hate this. How do you do this? How do I do this? Like, I mean, I could just pick random numbers, right? And just, I guess that's what I should do. I guess I should say, I mean, if I do 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, that adds up to 0.9, right? With 0.1 left over. So, like, what if it picks... I don't know. But it has to pick something. So what if... Wait, Joe, this is confusing me. If it picks a number between 0 and 1... So I guess what we need to do is we need to say that this is always 1. That something is our baseline. And if it happens to... Well, I mean, just thinking about, like, what your suggestion was, right? Like, your suggestion was to say, if a random number is greater than or equal to a certain decimal, then spawn something. But what if it isn't? What if it's greater than 0.3 in these cases, right? If they're all 0.3 and it randomly picks something greater than that, it won't know what to pick. And even then, right? Because if this is 0.5, I don't know. I feel like there's something about this method that isn't... Yeah. Take your time. Because then if it's like greater than, and I'm just talking, you know, mute me if you gotta think. But you know, like there's no way to, I'd almost need to set ranges or something. And even then it's a bit arbitrary. It might be helpful to even look up in GDScript how to do weighted average. Add up the individual weight values and store them. Get a random pick value. Find which weighted value average sums up closest. So how do I do a closest? Modulus operator. Right. There's got to be an easy way to do it. I'm just having a brain block. I mean, this easy, but it's confusing. But it's confusing. I don't expect you not to have brain block. Some value equals random modulus some range. Typically used to keep a randomly generated integer number in the desired range. This method is potentially bad. At this point, I'm sure there's only 3. Someday there might be a new one. I currently do not intend for that. And so therefore, I am fine with designing without it. So for now, we're gonna say there's only 3. Assume we have a good random number generator. Okay. I think 3 if statements based on the condition of the random number picked can do it. Okay. And what would those if statements need to be? Because, again, there's just like greater than, less than, pretty much is it. Greater than or less than. Obviously greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. But if there's 3 different values, that third one is going to have to be distinguished some other way. I mean, I guess I could say there has to be some extra level of distinguishment. Okay, I don't really care to be convinced not to use something. Can you just tell me what to use, website? Like, I believe you, okay? Like, for example, say you have 2 choices. One you want 70% likely. We have 3 choices, though. But okay. The other 30%. I see, you're just talking through it. Alright, alright, alright. Good start. This tutorial is killing me. Yeah. The sum of all variables multiplied by their weight, then divided by the sum of the weights. If the sum of the variables is 335 and the sum of all the weights is 16, the weighted average is 20.9. So, oh man. It like, yeah. Say likelihood are 10, 30, and 60. Okay. Right. Those add up to 100. Got it. I'm with ya. I'm with ya. You have to say, like, if it's less than 10, but not greater, if it's less than 10, or if it's less than 30, but not less than 10. So that, because it would have to be so only one of them is true. I think this is so confusing to try to teach something in the context of another example, like this tutorial is doing. Let's see if Copilot can do it. In GDScript, set up 3 if statements where only one of them can be true based on a weighted average. It's simple enough to explain. If less than 0.1, do something. Otherwise, if it's less than 0.3, do something else. Yeah. So, ChatGPT wants us to make 3 variables, just like we're doing, with different decimal values, 0.3, 0.5, and 0.2. Right, that equals up to 1. Nice. And then 3 values, 10, 15, and 8. And then it creates a weighted average variable. Weight 1 times value 1. Weight 2 times value 2. I don't understand what these values are in this example. Like, for this, would this be safe? Obstacle and... and points? If the weighted average is greater than 12... elif, weighted average greater than 10. I feel like elif confuses me a little bit. I don't really use it that much. No, okay. Test against multiple conditions before reaching an else. To do that, we use elif. The elif keyword runs whenever the condition inside the if statement turns out to be false. If 2 is greater than 1, 2 isn't greater than 1, so this doesn't happen. Or if 2 is less than 1, this doesn't happen. If 2 is greater than 1, then this happens. This is confusing. Can anyone easily explain elif to me? Because I don't actually totally understand it. Like it's saying if unless or something. Yeah, sure, Python. Right, else if. So how is that not the same? It can be used in conditional statements to check for multiple conditions. So okay. So is elif like it's like saying if this or this or this, then do whatever. Is that what this is? It's like an or, it's an or, is elif an or statement? I guess that's what it is. Okay. It just means else if. That's so confusing to me. I mean, I get that the el and means else. But like logically, it just kind of confuses me. But what does make sense is if this is the way it is thinking of it as if this or this or this. So if that's true, if the weighted average is greater than 12, and then else will run no matter what, right? So it'll skip all the ors. Well, not necessarily no matter what. Because if it's true, then it doesn't have to run, right? So else is saying if it's not any of those, then else. Right? This is the if elifs, this is the else. Alright? Because else won't run. If any of these are true. Okay, so what this is saying then is if the weighted average is greater than 12, which is a little confusing to me because I thought we were weighting this. Oh, but it's multiplying it. What is the value? Like, I don't, in what we're doing, I don't really understand why would we be multiplying these? What if the values aren't numbers, but just strings? I don't know if it's gonna understand this at all. Oh. Wait, but it's still multiplying? Okay, but you can't multiply. You can't multiply a string by an integer or by a float. That's stupid, ChatGPT. That doesn't make any sense. And where's even the code that does it? This is stupid. But how can a string be multiplied by a float? Also, what is generating the random number that the if statement is based on? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Assign a numerical value to the strings. This is not helping me. I'm starting to think I don't want to do this. Because I don't know how to do it. And at least the other way, I know how to do it. You know? Even if it devolves into a bunch of conditions, at least I can just generally figure it out. But it's just something I'm ignorant of, and I don't really know how to learn it. Unless someone's willing to teach me. Joe has an idea. Alright, ideas are good. I could also try summoning somebody here. But I'd rather not do that if I don't have to. I hear you, Joe, but I need at this point, like, I need, it's like either I go down the path that I know what to do, or I don't do anything because I don't know how to do it. So it's like, I gotta do something. Yeah, it's tough. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna end up doing for now. Here's what I'm gonna end up doing for now. I'm not gonna do the probability because I don't know how to do this. I just don't know how to do this. I mean, I could. Let me give ChatGPT one more chance. One more chance. I want to, in GDScript, write code that chooses between one of 3 options represented by strings. It chooses the option that has the highest likelihood, the option whose probability, it chooses the options based on probability choose the options based on probability. That's really all I need to say. That's really all I need to say. Right? Okay, so now we have the string options, option A, B, and C, and the weights 0.3, 0.5, 0.2. Function to perform weighted random selection. All right, so it's taking it's creating a variable total weight, and it's setting to the sum of all of these. So it's adding all of those together. That's the total weight. Nice. And then it can make it doesn't have to equal up to 1 anymore, which is kind of nice. It's all relative to each other. That's nice. And then it's gonna pick a random float and multiply that by the total. We're also defining an accumulated weight as 0. So it's gonna iterate through a range. Options.size. I don't know what this means, but I guess is it creating that? I don't know, see where it's defining options anywhere, but okay. For every I in range options dot. Oh, that's here. Oh, that's here. It's defining options right there. I'm like, but I don't. Mine are chunks, not options. Okay, I see. So it's iterating through all of the options, and it's saying accumulated weight is set to adding the weights of each of these together. I see. So this is the sum of the weights, which is different than total weight. Okay. Okay. If random value is less than or equal to the accumulated weight, return options. I'm so confused but intrigued. Return options -1. That means the last one in the array. It's going to return the one at the end. Fallback option. Example usage. In the ready function, so this would all be... I mean, this wouldn't all be outside the... Okay. Selected option is set to the weighted choice. Where do we define weighted choice? Nowhere. Okay. It's interesting. Print selected option. Wait, what? How is that an example usage? The weighted choice. Oh, it's a function. Really? Is that a real function? Are you hallucinating that? Function generates a random value and selects an option based on the cumulative weight. I'll try it. Sounds made up, but I'll try it. Well, obviously that's not how the options are gonna be. I would want it to say down here, this is where it needs to be implemented. Choose a chunk to add into the level. So is it going to add safe? So this is where I would set up those. So chunks, possible chunks to be added. And this would be picking random from those. So we set up a variable chunk add safe, variable chunk add obstacle. We set it up very similarly. Except we want this to come from collector obstacles. Variable chunk add points. Collector points. Okay. So there we got chunk add safe, chunk add obstacle, chunk add points. So these would be the options, if you will. Now somehow it's gonna need... We have to like set up an array with all of these. So variable chunks to add. And I'd want to call this chunk add safe, chunk add obstacle, chunk add points. Variable weights, so when we have to decide the weights, which we're gonna set up here. So at export, well, it's a variable. We can keep these the same. So let's do the same. Let's do 0.3, 0.5, and 0.2. I think I'd want it more to be like this, if anything. Actually, I don't know that I would. I feel like I might want points more often. I don't know. We'll see. Assuming it even works. And then if I want to say chunk weight likelihoods, or chunk likelihoods, and again, we're going to set this up as an array. Put all these in here. Chunk likelihood safes. Chunk likelihood obstacles. Chunk likelihood points. And I mean, I guess for the sake of neatness, I don't have to put that up here. We could put this down here. So it's just all together. Okay. Function to perform weighted random selection. So in here, we want to say, we want to create a total weight. I guess I'll keep it the same and we'll say likelihood. I feel like I'm being a little crazy by setting it to likelihood instead of weight, but that's okay. Here we are. And we're gonna say likelihood. Wait, is this correct? Weights, yeah. Oh, we would need to change it to this variable. Chunk likelihoods dot sum. So add them all together. And then a random value set that to random float times total likelihood finally an accumulated likelihood set it to 0. Okay. Can I find property sum on base array? Thanks, ChatGPT. Nice one, ChatGPT. GD script sum and array. What? You just literally entirely hallucinated that? ChatGPT, you just made that up. It just made it up. It's embarrassing for you, ChatGPT. In case this doesn't work, I posted a Reddit link that might be relevant if you still want to try the random pick thing. I am still trying that. So that is what I'm doing. I'm just basing it off of ChatGPT. And it's, you know, it's coming to some gather, except for the fact that it's already giving me it's hallucinating code. How can I randomize a value using a percentage? This feels a little hard for me to read. So are they creating like a dictionary here? I'm not exactly sure how to implement this, but this seems like if I were clever enough to know how to do that, I could do that. But I don't think I'm clever enough to know how to parse that into something useful. Let me look at array. So we know there is no sum in here, unfortunately. There's no way to just add up. We have to create our own function that adds everything together. ChatGPT, why'd you make that up? But yeah, Joe, maybe if I don't really know how to make that into something, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think we can just add them all together. So let's just do it manually then. So I'm gonna say that equals, it's a little messy, chunk likelihood obstacles plus chunk likelihood points plus chunk likelihood saves. So it's gonna add those all together. Cannot infer the type. Oh yeah, it's a float. Good. All right, we're back on track, despite the hallucination. So now it's gonna iterate over. I don't know. We'll see if this actually works. It's gonna iterate over that somehow. And it's gonna return a fallback. Why does it have a fallback? It is a fallback in case none of them get chosen. Okay. I hate that. Alright, if you say so. For I in range, we're calling these chunks to add dot size accumulated weight, accumulated likelihood. Now this, we'll see. Weights, and then I in a, okay. Okay. So in chunk, so chunk likelihoods. Okay. If random value is less than or equal to accumulated weight, return the thing. I don't really understand what I'm doing, and that concerns me. And this will return chunks to add I. So then how do I get this? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it can return anything. I was just thinking that. How is it gonna return anything? What I want to assign a variable, chunk to add equals chunks to add I. The hallucination is real. So I might want to create this variable out here. Variable chunk to add. But it would have to know which one. I think you might just want to say, I don't even know. This feels like it's not gonna work. Oh, that's the fallback. I see. Okay, so if I were to say variable chunk to add equals chunks to add -1. There's already a variable named chunk. Oh yeah. So we would just want to be updating that. Okay. Finally, there's selected option, which is being set to weighted choice, which is probably not a real function. Is that the name of the function we created? Oh, is that the name of the function that Copilot creates? Is that what that is? That is, okay. I was like, what the hell is weighted choice? I see. Okay, and it's returning that. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so we don't even need to worry about that. We would just literally be looking at what chunk to add is, basically. What is chunk to add? So at this point, we'd want to print what that says. I have a feeling I might want to actually create a function, just like a hunch that I have. I don't like where this is going. My God. So we have 3 different chunk types that are going to randomly pick one from each of these. This is going to be very strange. And then we're setting all of the randomly pick ones to an array called chunks to add. We also have likelihoods for all of these that we've set. It adds those likelihoods together. It picks a random number multiplied by that likelihood. It then defines an accumulated likelihood as 0. Finally, we set up the chunk to add variable default set to -1, which is the last one in the array, which is going to be chunk likelihood points. It's then going to iterate through chunks to add, and it's going to update accumulated likelihood with this. I don't really understand this line. I don't really understand this line very much. I guess it's taking the size. I don't know. If random value is less than or equal to accumulated likelihood. And then it adds I. I'm not really sure how it's defining I and how that becomes something randomly on a weight. I don't add this. I don't understand this. Print chunk to add. Now, so this random value should get created every time this function runs. This function is going to run every frame, basically. So it's going to pick a new random number every single frame. Even though I really only need it to run... Oh, it's not every frame. So it's when a new one needs to be added in. If the first chunk passes a certain spot, that's when it's going to run this logic. It's going to generate a new random number and try to find this. And so what if this works, what we should see is a different chunk to add every time, weighted a certain way. Again, printed in the output. I don't have a lot of confidence in this. And so it's probably going to output all of the meshes in that chunk when it does it, too. So at first it did... It should be printing more. Okay, it is. Let me break this up. Hold on. Print... chunks chosen. I can't see... I can't tell the difference between these because it's going to output everything in that section. So it'll output all the safes in there. It'll output all of the points in there. It'll output all of the obstacles in there. So that could get a little bit much. All right, let me see if this worked. Or if this is anything even remotely close to what working could be considered. This is very hard to tell. Because it's only outputting one mesh. Is it because it's doing the last one, that -1? Well, no, I see. It's picking a random one within there. Oh, it might actually kind of be working. I just need a better way to test if it's working. So I need more information. So I could say, of those, we could say chunk to add, chunks chosen, or chunk chosen, the one that it chose, obviously. And let's just see the type. I'm gonna say chunk type chosen. Chunk to add dot, it would be is type, right? Maybe. That might print the type. Sorry, I know that was cut off. Whoops, I didn't know until now, but I see now that it is. So it's gonna print chunk type chosen, chunk to add is type. Now I gotta say, it's only picking type 2, which is the obstacle type, points type. If I refresh this, will it be a different one? I wonder if it's not randomizing it every time, and it's making one choice that it sticks to. So it's just printing 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And so if you'll remember, let's see here, how did I set this up? Let me come back to these blocks, or the chunks. Points. Points is 2. So 0, if it was printing a 0, that would mean it was choosing a safe. If it printed a 1, that would mean it's choosing obstacle. If it printed a 2, that means it's choosing points. And I did set points to be the highest likelihood. So there's less likelihood it's gonna pick something other than points. So I don't know, run it a bunch of times. It should be rolling it differently every single time. But I'm not even getting anything other than 2. So something here isn't right. Unless the RNG has just been such that it's doing a bunch of points. But that doesn't feel very weighted. At least not very fairly weighted. It's just doing 2 every single time, as far as I can tell. I am on my own, y'all. I am on my own. It be like that sometimes. So why would it always be picking that one? I mean, this is some ChatGPT stuff I don't fully understand. I especially don't understand this line, the accumulated line. That confuses me quite a bit. And I don't really understand how I is being used here to generate a type. Something here feels off. So I don't know. I might have to ask a friend for help. I might have to phone a friend. I think phoning a friend might be a worthy option right now. As much as I don't want to. Sometimes it's a way. And so in the meantime, I don't know if I was zoomed in earlier, I just realized. But this is what confuses me the most, is all this accumulated stuff. Like, I don't understand what this means, and I don't understand how the I, what it's iterating from, is getting moved or applied in these different places. I find that very confusing. So, and honestly, Joe, like, the link you gave me seemed helpful, but also I'm confused. And so this, it's like, oh, this nitpick makes me be like, oh, but I don't know whether I should follow that. It's not exactly what I want. What I want is this. For example, I have an array, and each value in the array, oh yeah, this is kind of what I want. I have an array, and each value in the array has a probability percentage of it. Yes. They just gave a Stack Overflow link. So value 1 is 80%, value 2 is 90%. I want a random value to be selected according to these probabilities. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so then this is what this person is suggesting for that. Later it can be optimized using sum of chances from a Stack Overflow link near around. Keep your probabilities ordered by chance. Okay, calculate your chance. Whatever this is supposed to mean. I don't understand what this means. I don't know what that is. I also don't understand this. This is very confusing. There's a straightforward algorithm for picking an item at random, where items have individual weights. Calculate the sum of all the weights. Pick a random number that is 0 or greater and is less than the sum of the weights. It has to be less than the sum of the weights? It can't be equivalent to the sum? That concerns me. Go through the items one at a time, subtracting their weight from your random number until you get the item where the random number is less. Interesting. So for I, sum of weight plus equals choice weight. If the random number is less than what was, wait, plus equals choice weight? Oh, so that's just the thing that's, I don't know. This is hard. This is hard. Okay. Let me, I don't really understand the accumulated thing that ChatGPT is doing. I'm going to cut a lot of this out here. We're gonna back it up. We're gonna back it up a little bit. We have the options that we want to be weighted right here. Here, we have the likelihoods or the weights themselves. Now we're adding together the total weight. And then here is our random value, which we're multiplying by the total likelihood, which I don't think this is telling us to do. Calculate the sum of all the weights. Pick a random number. This doesn't have that multiplying in there at all. Pick a random number that is 0 or greater and is less than the sum of the weights. Less than the sum of the weights. Okay. So I don't know that we need that. Go through the items one at a time, subtracting their weight from the random number until you get the item where the random number is less than that item's weight. Yeah, this part I'm not exactly sure how to interpret. Until you get the item where the random number is less than that item's weight. Okay. So for type in chunks to add. We want to subtract, but somehow it has to pair these together. How does it know what's next to what? None of these are assigned to each other. And maybe that's what this other Redditor was talking about in here, of how to associate them. Oh man, I guess I'm setting up a dictionary. Ugh. Okay, I guess we're making a dictionary. Remind me how to set up a dictionary. Curly bracket. And then in there we name the key as a string. But that's not really what I want. I don't know. I feel like I can't, like, I'm just gonna be struggling. Like, I could sit here and figure this out right now, and maybe I will later. But right now, I'm bored with this. I don't wanna like strain and grind my gears against each other trying to like get this to come together. Like, there's great learning to be had there. For sure. But I think I would rather go the painful, overcomplicated route, since I at least, you know, because in that case it's gonna get messy, but at least it'll work. And I think I would rather experience that than do this right now. So I'm going to comment all of this out, and it's gonna sit there. And if someone's able to help me, or if I find a resource that definitely gets me this answer easily, then I will go back to doing this. But for right now, I don't have the patience for it. The title of the stream is a positive mantra. Yeah, it is. It is. It'll probably change. It'll definitely change. If you're watching this after the live stream, the title is different. But at the moment, I believe I titled it, I will code progress into my game. I will code progress into my game. I will code progress into my game. And you know what? It's getting there. It's getting there. We're making progress on the progress. Let's put it that way. Thanks, Zombie. Appreciate that. That's the idea. That's the idea. So what I'm doing, and by the way, are we in a realm of functionality right now? Or have we created chaos? The latter. We have created the latter. Chunk and safe is not declared. Oh, right. I'm gonna need that back. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and need that back. So I need to comment this in here, like that. Okay. We gotta keep that one. We gotta keep that one. Because I want this to potentially be more than that one. Right now it's that one. So right now, my task that I want to code into the game as progress, that task is to have terrain chunk, mostly terrain chunk control. And so, right now, right back here, it's kind of faint. This is the terrain collector. And this terrain collector takes these chunks, these strips, and as they go past the player, they get moved into that collector. And then that collector randomly picks one to put back into the terrain controller, which is moving towards the player at all times. And so just sort of a write-up that I did of how that works is right here. So at the start of the level, it takes 9 chunks, and it puts it in the terrain controller to move at the player. It loads all the files in a certain folder into the collector, that strip that's at the back, which is actually a bunch of strips stacked on top of each other. As the chunks or the strips move towards the player, as it goes back into the collector, it then picks another one randomly to add in. So it takes one away and it adds one in, takes one away and adds one in, and that randomly keeps the level moving forward and changing. But I want it to be different. So far, I have set up 3 new collectors. So there's no longer one singular collector. There's 3 collectors, and that divide the possible chunks to spawn in into groups. Groups that I'm calling safe, points, and obstacles. The points ones have stuff on it that the player can score points with. The obstacle ones have stuff on it that can hurt the player exclusively. And the safe ones won't hurt you, and they don't have points to collect. And so I took all of the files that were normally only for the terrain collector, the singular one, and I divided them, distributed them throughout. And this is actually set up now. So there now is these 3 sections, and, well, for now, it's still pulling 9 out of safe chunks to get it started, and that's working fine. But what it isn't doing is pulling chunks from these other 2 that I've set up. These are not being drawn from and added to the terrain controller. It's currently only pulling them in from safe chunks and adding them back into safe chunks. So it's still very similar to what we had before. What I'm trying to do now is set up conditions. And these conditions will decide which one they're going to add in. Are they going to add in safe chunks? Are they going to add in point chunks or obstacle chunks? And depending on those conditions, whether it's probability or so many have come and so another one should now come, depending on those conditions, it should then insert one of these three, but not all three of them, into the terrain controller. And then depending on which one comes back, it needs to sort it back into one of those three containers, and then once again decide what next one should it do. So like I said, we've got the three sections set up, and they are divided as such right here. Collector points, collector obstacles, collector safes. Those are the three different sections. And I experimented with probability. It's to me not the ideal way to do it, but it's the simplest way to do it, except I don't know how to do a weighted average, and I'm confused about how to do it. And unfortunately, right now, there's nobody here to help me do it, which is okay, but it means that I'm going to have to improvise a bit and do it a different way, which I'm actually going to do it the way that I was kind of originally planning on, which is ultimately going to be more complicated, but it's going to make more sense to me, so it's what I'm going to do so I can move forward and indeed make or code progress into my game. So what that's going to be is I'm going to pivot to it keeping track of how many of each chunk has loaded in. So if it has loaded in 5 obstacle chunks, then I want to say it's time to no longer add any more obstacle chunks until it's added more point chunks. Now I may run into more problems here and be like, oh gosh, this is actually just as chaotic and confusing. I don't know, but I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway because it's more interesting to me, and I think it might get us somewhere. So we'll see. Wish me luck. Here I go. So what I was originally doing, I guess did I actually delete it? Boo, I did. Okay, so what I was originally gonna do is I was gonna add counts. So it was going to create keep track of how many chunks have been added. So there's gonna be variable chunk count safe, variable. Zombie says, are you looking for the difficulty of progression to affect how many of which chunks are coming in? Example, if players reached the 100 kilometer mark, add more obstacles. Maybe. That, I don't, right now, I don't see that as necessarily necessary, but at some point, I might decide that. I don't think so. I don't think I would want to do that. I think what I'd rather do is say, you really just make sure, because here's the thing, is the levels are endless until you beat them. And the levels expect you to abduct a certain number, or let's put it this way, the levels expect you to collect a certain number of points. So what I'd rather do is just make sure that a certain number of points chunks are coming in so the player can collect the points and then move on to the next level. How long or how far the player has been getting isn't as important to me. But like maybe. But I don't think so. That doesn't strike me as something that I need to worry about. Because I would rather the player just be able to sit there for perpetuity and the level just keeps coming until they beat it. That's my preference anyway. I need to load the music in again. because the music stopped, and now I need to change that. It keeps me moving. So I'm gonna set up these counts, knowing full well that it's more complicated than some folks imagine wanting to do. And I look forward to running into that complication, because I know that I can actually move forward with this approach. And that's more important to me than anything, is going ever forward. Chunk count, obstacle, safes, obstacles, variable, chunk, count, points. So they'll start out at 0. And I would want to say if chunk count obstacles is greater or equal to 4, so you know, that means what I'd really, well, we could even do this. I'm gonna actually start chunk count safes at 9. And I'm gonna start with this one. I'm gonna say if chunk count safes is greater than, I don't know, 5. Then I would like it to add in I'd want it to create, really it does, I don't think we need to clarify that. I think we can just say chunk add. I don't think it needs to be chunk add the type. I think we can just say chunk add, and that'll be fine. So we already know that this is going to be true. I don't know how this is going to work, but we'll see. So this would just add more of itself on here, but let me see this. So then I want to say add collector obstacles. So what this should say is if chunk count safes is greater than 5, which we know it's gonna be greater than 5 at the start. After all, 9 are gonna be there. Then choose one of these to add in here. And then I'm also gonna want it to change chunk count safes to 0. I do see how this is gonna get really messy really fast, but I don't really care. Now, what I also need to put in here is it needs to say chunk count obstacles plus equals 1. So it increases it by 1. And then we say if, this is gonna get messy, you know it is, chunk obstacles, and we're gonna run into an error if there isn't a condition met. If chunk obstacles is greater than or equal to 3. And we're just gonna start with 2, because I am gonna want to add a third parameter in here. But let's just do 2, since it'll just be simpler that way. And then I think I don't even have to... I feel like I actually made variables. Well, I started to. It's fine, we'll just do this. No, you know, let's use these. Did I set them up here? I did not. Where did I set those up? Down here? Chunk add obstacle. Yeah, so let's keep these variables here. This will make more sense. Set up what chunk types are added. So I'd actually take all of this, put this in here. Variable chunk add safe equals that. Should that second if be an elif so that only one of the statements execute? Probably. Probably, yeah. I mean, the way that I'm kind of thinking to set it up right now is that only one can be true. But actually, yeah, I probably should do that. I probably should do that. What'll it do if both of them are true? It'll just do the top one. It's only if it's false that it'll go to the next ones. Yeah, I probably should do that. Thanks for pointing that out, Zombie. I gotta throw you a credit for that. Because I may not take your advice this immediate second, but I just have a feeling I'm actually going to want to do that. It's just a hunch that you're correct. So let me just preemptively give you a credit on that one. That sounds like something I'm gonna want to do. Okay, so I want to say specifically chunk add is going to be set as chunk add safe in this case, or chunk add obstacle, sorry. Chunk add obstacle. I see what you're saying, because these, I see what you, I guess you're right, because it could be both. Well, I mean, the way I see it, it should, yeah, I see what you're saying. No, backseating is welcome. The only thing about backseating is I may or may not take the advice, or even know how to use it. Backseating is 100% welcome. That's why I've got this. That's why I got this. And thank you for being so thoughtful. I appreciate that, Zombie. That's nice of you. But no, I am literally appreciative, genuinely. I honestly, like, barely even use elif. So would elif be, like would I put it here? And then if this isn't greater or equal to 5. Yeah, because I guess I was trying to imagine it like they wouldn't happen like it would, I don't know. Chunk obstacles greater than or equal to 3. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to not do it at first, since that's just the way my brain was doing it. And then I will, once I realize that that's bad, then I'll do this. Okay. Chunk obstacles greater than or equal to 3. If it's both, if I believe they will sequentially execute if both are true. Right. Elif would be, right. And so I guess I was imagining that they both won't be true. But that may be wrong. But that's what I was imagining, was setting it up so they both won't be true. Alright. If chunk count safes is greater than or equal to 5, then we wanted to make the chunk to add the obstacle type. And then I wanted to reset the chunk count for safes back to 0 and add 1 to the chunk count obstacles. If chunk count obstacles is greater than or equal to 3, I then would like to say, and this is only with 2 out of 3 possible parameters, so we're just keeping it simpler for now. Then I would like it to add a safe chunk in there. I would then want it to bring chunk obstacles back down to 0. Sorry, chunk count obstacles back down to 0. If chunk count obstacles is greater than or equal to 3. And then I'd want chunk count safes plus equals 1. But yeah, I guess I'm imagining that these both can't be true at the same time. Because it's gonna start out with this one being true and this one being false. And then the only way it adds 1 on here is if it resets this back to 0. And this will go up to 3, and none of these will be coming in at all. So this won't be able to become true. Until this reaches, until this reaches 5. And then when it does reach 5, I don't know, it's already very confusing. And I expect it to not work right. But I want to find that out the hard way. Alright, what have I done? What have I done? Non-existent function reparent on base nil. Okay, so it's trying to add a new one when there is nothing in chunk add. So it might be that it's the first one, and since there's nothing in there, it doesn't know what to add. So what I'm thinking is I just pick one, and let's just say just add a safe one to start with. See if that's enough to fix that. If it's not, then I know it's somewhere else. Okay, so it's not even there. Okay. I wonder if it's the timing too. It's kind of hard to tell with all this crap here. So chunk add isn't being updated at all. It's not being set to anything, which is surprising to me. It could be that this assignment doesn't make sense. So let me try that. Let me try commenting out all this if stuff and see if this assignment even works. Because in theory, this should be exactly what we had before. Except maybe variables assigning this way don't work. Okay, so that may be the problem. That may be my problem. Because if I say chunk add equals this. Oh, that's funny. I forgot to change the name of this anyway. Whoops. That would have been a problem. Okay. But if I just say it just straight up equals that, it should work normally. Unless there's something else that I've done wrong, which is possible. Oh. Oh, is it collector safes? What's up, Dungeon Martian? Got gifted a sub. Actually, it's a membership. This isn't Twitch. Enjoy your membership. I can't believe you got one. Even though it doesn't make sense, Dungeon Martian. Welcome to being a member of this channel. You got gifted one and I'm glad because Dungeon Martian, it's pleasant to have you here. Yeah. There we go, that's your song. Sorry about that, but you're also welcome. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, that's super weird. It's actually very interesting that could happen. Noted. Noted. Okay, I think I need to type safes. I'm not very consistent with my safes versus safe. Should probably commit to that. Okay, so there we go. So now it works normally. Everything is fine. What's to worry about? What's to worry about? I wonder if that was the problem. Okay, so let me comment this out. Let me comment this out. Comment this back in. And see if that fixes it. Yeah, it did have some corn particles. Wait, actually, before I do that, let me see if I can set this to chunk add safe. Now that I've actually set that up correctly. I don't think this is gonna work. Chunk add safe. Because in theory, this is the same thing. Collector safes, get children, pick random. But I don't know that it's actually able to take that and put it there and then it be read down here correctly. So I think I'm gonna have to find a different way to insert that function in there. But let me see. Oh no! Oh, it works! Okay, good. So maybe I just had it named wrong, and that's the problem. Nice. Yeah, the particles are relatively recent. Yeah, they look good, right? They look itchy to me. All right. So let's comment this other stuff back in. See if it has been fixed because I fixed the names. Itchy equals motivation. Oh, that sounds true. Oh, we gotta, right, we still have to establish chunk add. I'm gonna keep it empty for now, just out of curiosity more than anything. And then instead of chunk add safe, it is chunk add safe. Okay. All right, let me see. Let me see if we get the error. We sure do. We sure do. Okay. So then let me define this as chunk add safe. In case that needs to not be empty for the first one. That ain't it. That ain't it. Started working on a month-long game jam with your partner in the last 13 days. Scope is being kept fairly reasonable, so I think we'll be able to get something cool done. That's exciting. Man, I admire when people are able to do game jams that are that long. Good luck. I know it's great experience. I can handle a 1-hour game jam. I'm sure you'll come up with something great. Scope is, that is the big thing. Okay. So, chunk add equals chunk safe. If chunk count safes is greater. So I feel like at this point, if I just comment this out, shouldn't it work? So, if that's true, that means literally the problem is that it's trying to, yeah, interesting. Terrified of a stupid fear of failing? Oh. Not necessarily stupid. I'm sure your brain has learned to fear failure for some reason that was maybe at one time useful, if not useful now. Probably not useful now. Yeah, for me, it's not like a fear of failure. It's like the threat of failure. That sounds like the same thing, but it's like being stressed that I have to like worry about it. I don't like that feeling. I don't like that feeling. That's why I like doing 1-hour game jams, because I only have to deal with that fear for an hour. I can handle that. So for some reason, it's not liking these. I'm trying to update chunk add to chunk add obstacle. Chunk add obstacle. Well, let me try this. Well, the problem with that is, yeah, try a 1-hour game jam. Every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern time on this channel, we do a 1-hour game jam. If your project sucks, don't submit. That's how I've been operating. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's one way to do it. I guess some people would feel like they wasted their time or something. That's not a bad idea though for getting around it. Just being like, maybe I don't submit it. And sometimes people don't submit to the 1-hour game jam either. They start something, but they don't turn it in. Right, you still get something out of it. Makes sense. So the reason why I can't add from these other ones is because they don't have enough in it. They need to have at least 9. But I don't know. I think it might work because that's not the initial. Let me try this. Let me say, instead of chunk add safe, let me try chunk add obstacle. And let me see if it can handle adding those in there. Because maybe the problem is something else. Maybe it's that I'm trying to add from any of these to begin with. So if we know setting this to safe makes them load in, what happens if I set it to obstacle? Oh, interesting. I have an idea about what might be happening, and I think it's unrelated to what I'm setting up right here. But I have an idea. Let's see if it does this one. It does not. Here's what I think. Here's what I think. So first, I'm gonna set this back to what certainly works. Because remember, I'm setting these up in a separate way. Let me see if I can explain this. So right now, it's only loading in chunks from the safe collector. Now, if we look at the remote over here, that is to say, what's happening in the scene tree as the game is live and running, we have the collector that has all the safe chunks in it. So this has a bunch of files in it, and those are off screen and then also being pulled from and put on here, and then scrolling across, and it takes one of them, it puts it in the collector that we see right here. So I mean, if I scroll down here, controller in scene is what we see the level go by. So you'll see 6 is now gonna move. Well, it's supposed to move. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, wait, where's it going? That's a bit surprising to me. I don't think these are changing. Usually what would happen is this first one would get added onto the last one here. 2, 2. Okay, it is happening. 14, 14. Okay, it's fine. I don't know why I'm confused. 16, 16. Okay, we're good. 0, 0. Okay, okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So anyway, so everything's going from the terrain controller in the scene to the safe collector, right? 7, it goes into there. And that's when it passes the player after a certain point. Okay, we're good. No problem. And this also is going to become reduced. So it's going to pick a random one from in here, and it's going to add it to the end of this one. So this terrain controller in scene gets a new one added to it. So right now it's, let me scroll down just a little bit more. So it's just picking a random one. We don't know which one it's going to be. So now it's 9. This time it was, there's 3, now it's 0. There it's 13. It randomly picked 4, it randomly picked 8, it randomly picked 2, it randomly picked 11, it randomly picked 5, it randomly picked 6 from the safes. And so what I'm trying to get it to do is sometimes randomly pick from points, or sometimes randomly pick from obstacles, and put that in there. I'm not even getting to the part where I need it to then insert it back into the collector from which it came. Not even worrying about that right now. Just trying to get it to pull from these. Okay, so now that we understand that, this is being set up when the game starts. That is to say, if I stop this and we look at the scene tree, those nodes aren't actually children of this. These are being assigned to the collector when the game starts. That's when this drop-down appears with all of those options. And similarly, the ones that are supposed to go in here are assigned, and the ones that are supposed to go in here are assigned when the game starts. That code is in part here. So we load the terrain scenes in the ready function, and this is assigning the directories. It's using this directory access open. This is the path for the safe chunks. Let me get this out of the way. That's the path for the safe chunks. This is running in the ready function. Here we're defining the paths right up here. And then it's passing those into these variables. Directory for the obstacles, directory for the safe stuff, directory for the points. Okay. And then, so let me come up to the ready function. Or, yeah, load terrain scenes. So right there is where that all happens. And it calls with all of those paths. And then it's going to initialize the chunks. Now in here, it's going to iterate through all, so okay, so we've also, by the way, created arrays. Chunk safe array, chunk obstacles array, chunk points array. Down here in the load terrain is where we're filling up those arrays. So we're appending those chunks in there. We're loading those chunks into each array. So this is filling up the chunk safes array. This is filling up the chunk obstacles array. And this is filling up the chunk points array. So all those arrays are filled up, and then in the load terrain function, and then in the initialize chunks function, it's going to iterate through the chunks in each of those arrays. So within the chunk safes array, it's going to instantiate all of those as children of the safes collector, which is defined as this right here. So that's where it adds the files from those paths onto the node, is right here. It iterates through and it adds each one as children of these nodes. We know that that happens because when I hit play, we can see them as children. And so that's happening here with the obstacles, that's happening here with the points. Now, the only one that it actually spawns in is the safes. So it takes the number that we're supposed to have spawned in, which is 9, and it randomly chooses 9 of them to reparent to the terrain controller. That is to say, the thing that moves towards the player. That's the only difference in this script, you know, between the safes and the obstacles and the points. Okay. Now, something I noticed when I go to play this and I jump into remote, I'm gonna try to do it as quickly as possible. I've noticed, no, that's right away. Okay, so they should be in there. I was gonna say, I've noticed that these don't fill up right away. It seems like they fill up right away. So there's chunks in here that it should be able to move into here. One interesting thing that I'm just noticing off the top of my head is that these both are terrain_0, which is a little concerning. But I'm gonna not worry about that right now. You know, like, is that going to cause an issue? Maybe. But what it seems to be doing is if it's loading, and so by the way, okay, so that's not the whole story. The rest of the story, so it initially adds in 9 from safes right here. Now, as the terrain moves towards the player, it is going to check. Let's look for this if statement. Right here. If the first chunk passes a certain spot, then it's going to run all of this logic down here, including assigning the last chunk in the array to the variable last terrain. So that is to say, whatever is at the end of the terrain controller gets labeled as last terrain. Whatever's in the front gets called first terrain, and it gets removed. And that's what happens when we see it disappear from the terrain controller and go elsewhere. That's happening right here. Not the go elsewhere part, but it being removed. It going elsewhere is right here. It's reparenting the thing that got popped out from the front. It's reparenting it to the safe collector. So if, in theory, I were to bring in something from the obstacles collector, it would go back to the safe collector, because I haven't set up parameters for it to not. But I don't really care about that yet. And then it's going to set that position to 0. Okay. Now again, this is checking for after it is passed and it is time to load in a new one. It's also going to make sure it has this method on it. They all have that method. Okay, so now I'm establishing some variables. And these variables determine or are going to fetch all of the nodes that are children of those collectors. So for collector safes, we already are pulling from this, and that is working just fine. It picks randomly out of everything that's in there, one chunk. That's what this is saying to do. And I'm establishing that same system here for the obstacles, same system here for the points. So in theory, this would be for pulling one random one. This, if we call this variable, I'm saying pick a random chunk from one of these 3 collectors. Now here I'm keeping track of how many chunks have been added. Not really that important right now, so I'm gonna skip it. Now I'm setting this chunk add variable to chunk add safe. So what that means is chunk add is equivalent to picking a random chunk from, in this case, the safes collector. Now down here, I'm saying reparent the random choice from the safes collector to self. And that works just fine. It's able to say, okay, chunk add is supposed to be something from chunk add safe. I see that there are things in chunk add safe that I can reparent to self, and so I will do it. And so it does it. And it appends it to the far edge, and that's all good. However, when I change chunk add to be coming from a different collector, for some reason, it doesn't see the chunks that are in there, or it thinks those chunks are nil. And I don't know why. So all I did was change it, so it's the same code, get children, pick random, from the collector's safes. In this case, it's from collector points. Except, it says non-existent function reparent in base nil. That is to say, that which I've assigned to chunk add, apparently, is not reparentable. It's not only not reparentable, it's nothing. Which is surprising. If I come to remote, and we look at remote, oh, look! Okay. Points is empty. Obstacles is not empty. So maybe it is what I thought it could be, that these aren't loaded in yet. It's actually not hinted at all what type of variable it is. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, or would be better. Would probably be better than mine, would be my guess. I don't know. But that to even like let's even cut that out for now. Right? If I set this, instead of saying chunk add, I say chunk add safe. So just replace that here. Update this like that. And if I hit play, it's gonna work. right? It loads in from there. Now, if I change that, I don't know, I actually haven't tried this. If I change this to points, you didn't know the remote tab existed? Let's go! Yeah, it's awesome. It's so good. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. I'm glad that, like, these streams can teach in some regard. So, we get the same error. Non-existent function, reparent on base, no. So it's not the chunk add that's the problem. If I come over here to remote, we'll see that points is not available. Remote is so cool. You can go into it and modify variables on your objects during runtime too. I don't know if I've done that, but I should. I should do that. Noted. Noted. I forgot that you could do that. I actually just never tried it. I gotta give you a console credit for that. I might remember that someday. There's a chance that I remember that one of these days, actually. A chance. So yeah, so it's not the chunk add variable. It's something else. Oh, that's a good idea. Give you some cheats. Nice. So, if I switch this to obstacles, I wonder. Oh, I have to change it in 2 places. I mean, it's not gonna get past that function anyway. But in theory, I would need to change this down here also. Okay. So we should get the same error. And I bet we're gonna see that the obstacle is empty. But I wonder if points will also be empty or not. So there we got the same error. Come to remote. Points got them, but obstacles didn't. Okay. What is going on here? Like, it would seem as though like they haven't loaded in yet. The code is running before the directory has been added. Which is interesting because it's supposed to be on the ready function, right? And then it's strange that it's like because I'm loading them in, they don't appear. I mean, it's very confusing. Like, it makes me wonder if by initializing these, that's somehow, even though what we're doing is we're pulling it from here and adding it to the terrain controller, is that somehow getting this ready sooner? Initialize chunk add globally and set them to an empty node 2D or 3D. I mean, I guess I'd be worried that it's going to deposit something that's empty. It's possible that since it's not initially set to a node variable, that the reparent is not available. But then, why is that not true for the safes? Because the ones that are in the safe are set up in the same way. So why is that not the case for them? What makes them different? The only thing that should be different is that they're not iterated through to be reparented to the controller, is the only difference. Other than that, they're set up exactly the same as the obstacles and the points. Ready functions load in bottom to top. Children to parent. How is that relevant to this? But yeah, so I wouldn't even know. I mean, like, I'm not exactly sure what zombie your suggestion is. Initialize chunk add globally. I'll try it. I will try it. You know, there's still something that's happening differently with safe that makes that not be an issue, and I don't know what that is. This block will probably have issues, but the only thing that is weird is that the error that keeps throwing is that reparent does not exist. Reparent is a method from the object node, which is why I mentioned to globally set to node. Yeah. I even wonder if I could just... It might have trouble loading this node, actually. I might run into a different error if I do this, but it would be really nice if I could do it. If I could just put this in there. And this is just like a brown dirt one. Just so it stands out and it looks different. So I know if it did that and the character won't fall through the ground. But I don't know if this actually... this might have an error on it. I don't know. This looks like a fun bug solving session. Hey, what's up, Precipier? Same problem. Precipier is on the precipice of being here. You get a song because you got gifted a membership. Precipier is on the precipice of being here. You can tell because they're here. Precipier on the precipice of being here. There you go. There's your song. Real sorry about that, but thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. You're welcome for that song. Appreciate that you're engaged enough that you would get gifted a sub. That's how YouTube decides. All right, so I mean, if I set that to like a blank note 3D, I think we're still gonna get the error. I feel like that's not. It's worth trying, but I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. Yeah, I believe that was Albeska. I believe that was Albeska who gave you that one. Yeah, so we're still getting the issue. I don't think that should matter. Again, you know, it's totally fine. Worth trying. But it's totally fine if it's the safe ones, which makes me think it's gotta be weird otherwise. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm very confused. Not the problem I expected to encounter, but it's the one that I got. Alright, I'm gonna put this back not being global. Because I think we don't have to do that. Even though it was worth trying. So thank you for the suggestion. For sure. So yeah, so what's happening? Basically, I am changing my terrain controller when the level loads in. Okay, let me set this back. It might be helpful to go through it once again. So let's see. Let me put it back to it being functional right now. That's always a good place to start. Really just want to kill all this stuff, if I'm being honest. It's just like in the way, man. Anyway. So we're going to set this to safe. And then we can kind of distill the issue here. Or let's add this back to chunk add, because we know that that's not the problem. So I'm going to add that back to chunk add, although I'm sure someone might suggest it as a problem again someday. We're going to know that it's not the problem. Alright. So, this game works with a terrain controller. The terrain controller advances towards the player, and that's the level. When the level starts, it puts 9 chunks down from a terrain collector node. And then when the chunk gets past a certain point, that is to say, it goes past the player. So you can you can kind of see it here. There, this is the collector, right back here, in the back. That's the collector. And it holds all the nodes, or all the chunks, that are going to be loaded in. And then here on the level, it's advancing forward. Once it gets past, it removes it, it puts it in the collector, and then it picks one randomly to add to the end. And then that's how the level goes. Alright. So I've drawn this out, and what I want to do is I want to complexify this setup considerably. Here's what I just described. We have the terrain collector that holds all of the chunks that will make up the level, and the terrain controller that is the level that's been made up and is moving forward. It takes 9 from the start, it adds it in there, game begins. When it passes a certain point, a chunk is going to go back into the collector and it's going to pull a new one out, and it just keeps cycling in that regard. So now what I've done is I've split into 3 different collectors: a safe chunks collector, a point chunks collector, and an obstacles collector. And so the safe chunks is level pieces that don't hurt the player. It's safe. The obstacle ones are dangerous. They can hurt the player. The point chunks have points on it that the player can collect. Those are the 3 different sections. And when the game starts, it's going to take 9 from the safe chunks, and it's going to put it in the level, so it starts out with a bunch of safe ones. That's what you just saw. We've got those 3 set up, and 9 are there right at the start. Tinsho is here, Tinsho inched on in, Tinsho inched on in, oh, Tinsho inched in, welcome Tinsho to the stream. Good to see you, Tinsho. Thanks for stopping in. There's your song. I'm really sorry about that, but you're also welcome. Okay, so 9 come in from safe, and then the idea is going to be it has to choose the right one to put it in. We're not worrying about that. Right now, it's going to just take them all and it's going to put them back into safe chunks. Even if it's an obstacle chunk or a point chunk, it's just going to put it in there. Ultimately, I won't want it to do that, but I'm not worried about that right now. Right now, I'm working on it picking a different collector. So right now, as it's running, it does 9 at first, and then it's still just going to keep doing the same thing and going from safe chunks and going back into safe chunks. So it's kind of just still doing that. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get it to pull from a different collector. Now, these collectors are all set up, and they all exist with nodes inside of them. However, whenever I try to set it up to pull from one of these instead of this, it gives me an error and it says there are no nodes in here. And indeed, if I pull up the remote playthrough, it's going to show that there's nothing in there. If I do this one, they do appear in there. So I'm not exactly sure why they're available to be pulled from here, but they're not available to be pulled from here. The only difference between the way these are set up and these are set up, as far as I can tell, is that these are entered in as part of the first 9. I don't know why that would make a difference. Maybe it does. You know, I could just say, wait a second, do a few safe chunk passes, and then bother doing this, and maybe that will give it enough time. Let's try that. That might work. Tiancho is here watching the stream too. You're welcome, Tiancho, the evil Tincho. It's better every day. It's better every day. I like that. I try. I really want to get some progress on the game today. I mean, I already have, even though it's not functioning yet. The code is beginning to become there. So what I have set up here is, well, that's the thing. It shouldn't, well, I don't know. So pretty much immediately, it's going to need to replace a chunk, right? So right now we have chunk add is set to chunk add safe. Chunk add safe here. What this is doing is it's checking the collector that has safe stuff in it. Let me just try to like re-emphasize what it is that is going on here. If we run the scene and we pull up remote, we come down here, here's the collector that has the points levels in it, here's the collector that has the obstacles chunks in it, and here's the collector that has the safes chunks in it, right here. And it's only pulling from and depositing back into the safes right now. And what I want to do is I want it to also, or rather, I'm trying to set it up to just instead pull from collector obstacles. Again, the way that it's pulling from safes right now is this right here. Variable chunk add safe, right there. And we change that by changing it right here. Variable chunk underscore add chunk add safe. That's where that happens. So if I come way down here, this is all code that I'm planning to implement, but currently have to do this other stuff first. So here it says chunk add reparent to self, and that's what it's doing. That's how it adds it into the level. When it takes it from the collector over here, it reparents it to the controller. Reparents, reparents, reparents. Every time one goes to the end, it reparents it. And I'm trying to just simply say, instead of reparenting the safe ones, do the obstacles ones. Again, it's set up the same way. They seem to appear. Yeah. Well, we're getting there. We're getting there. They seem to appear when they aren't being demanded right here. So I think maybe I need to give it a little time. Yeah, a chunk pool. Exactly. That's what the collector is. It's a pool. Yes, correct. So we get an error, though. And that error is saying that the reparent doesn't exist on here, on nil. And really what matters is the nil. Because what it's saying is there are no nodes on there to find, which is actually unfortunately true, but it doesn't have to be true. So right now, the remote showed that the collector points node children are mesh instances. Does that change anything? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because that's true with the safe as well. That's true for the safe as well. They're all mesh instances. So in the safes, it's also mesh instances. In the points, it's also mesh instances. They're the same things. Totally the same. It could, if there were files, if there were files in that folder. Now, I have had an issue where sometimes there's files in that folder that are not mesh instances. And in that case, it will fail. But there's nothing in those files other than mesh instances. So here's the folder in Windows File Manager right here. And so if we hop into, let's say, points, it's just got scenes, and these have mesh instances on the top level. So that's not the issue in this case. All right, so what it will say here is the collector points actually did get 2 added into it. The collector safes got all of them added into it, but the obstacles did not. And that's the one that I tried to bring in. So it's like the one that I choose to bring in. You know what I think might be happening? Wait. Are we defining a number? No, that can't be it. Okay, hold on. And so if I... Okay, real quick. Let me just check this. Alright, first load this in. Oh, we're in the wrong script. Here we go. Yeah, this shouldn't matter. This shouldn't matter. No, okay. So anyway, it chose to not load in the one that I chose to try to load in. So if I come here and I change this to points, and now we run it, it's going to give the error again. Except this time, the obstacle nodes will get added in, but the points won't. So if you look over here, you'll see the obstacles, just a second ago, when I had that set to obstacles, they didn't appear. But now that I have it to points, they're not appearing. If I set it to safes, they do appear. So it's a little weird. It's like it's specifically saying I can't find that one, but the other one I can. Okay, but here's a thought that I have. Here's a thought that I have. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up if statements that will spawn things in certain cases. And what if we say that if chunk count safe is greater than 10, greater than or equal to 10, because it's going to be set, the count is going to be set to 9 since it starts with 9. And I'm going to say, wait for, or we'll even give it a little more room. We'll say 11. So that means, in theory, it should pull in 2. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. We'll see how this goes. In theory, it should pull in 2 safes. So if chunk count safes is greater than or equal to 11... Actually, before doing... Oh, what I should do is I should do here. If chunk count obstacles... Oh, let's try that. Let's try that. Let's say obstacles is 4. So if chunk count obstacles right here is greater than 3, then it should add in a chunk count, a chunk safe. And I wonder if this will give it time to load it in. Now that's going to reset that to 0, and it's going to add 1 safe. But now that it has 1 safe, nothing is true. So then I would want to add an elif in here. Well, I guess I would just want an else, right? No, I guess I would want an elif. If this turns out false, then say if chunks count safes are greater than equal to 1, which it will be, then keep adding more. This is obvious. There's a lot of, like, problems with this logic, I know. But I'm just trying to get this enough so I can at least test this. I don't know if this is gonna work, but in theory, what I want this to do is start out doing safes, and then after a little bit, put in chunks. Or sorry, start out doing safes, and then after a little bit, do obstacles. Obstacles have loaded in. So they're available, but it's not actually picking any. It's just doing safes. It's not actually doing any obstacles. But it is doing safes. Okay. It doesn't have elif syntax? What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay. So let me do this. I need to print. I'm going to say after each of these, print safes, chunk out safes, print chunk out safes, print chunk out obstacles. Obviously, this is a messy way to do everything. I know. I know that. But let me see if this count is getting greater than 9. It's not. It's sitting at 0. It's not even increasing it at all. It is going up, but the count isn't increasing. So it is printing it, just isn't increasing it. Why? Is it because every time we come back here, it resets it back to 0? Why would this not count up? I guess I'll set these up globally. I can set these up globally. It's not a problem. It's fine with me. Let's put it up here. Doesn't matter to me. If your script tries to pull 9 chunks at the start and your obstacle contains less than 9, would that be an issue? It would be less than 9. Yes. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So maybe. I mean, here's why I don't think that should be an issue. So where it pulls the 9 at first, it could be. I don't think so though. Oh, no, I don't think it is. So here's the initiation, or where it first initializes the chunks, is right here. So we set up the safe chunks. We instantiate them into the collector right here. Here we instantiate all the obstacle chunks into the collector. Here we instantiate all the points chunks into the collector. Now, here is where we take the 9 safe chunks and we add them into the terrain controller. Right here. So I'm not actually updating this. It's still supposed to do 9 safe chunks no matter what from the collector. So it's not actually pulling. Yeah, it does the 9 first, exactly. And then this is where it gets that number from. So that is separate. If I were to change this to obstacles or points, it would give an error and it wouldn't work. But I'm just attempting to establish what it pulls from. So I don't know if maybe somehow doing this is setting up the safe collector in a way that the obstacles collector isn't, and that's why it's not working. In part. So I'm trying to add some space and let it put the safes out there, put a couple safes in there, and then start pulling from the obstacles or the points and see if that makes a difference. But then I'm trying to see if it's even keeping count. Non-assisted function reparent on base nil. Interesting. So if I have... I mean, it clearly loaded something. Actually, it loaded the obstacles. Those are all the trees. That's on the obstacles. Which is interesting. But it also loaded a bunch of blank ones. And the blank ones... Do we have a remote for this? That would be extremely interesting. And so over here, we have is type. 0 is safe, 1 is obstacles, and 2 is points. So if I click through these, they're all sitting at 0 right now. But at least there's, so one of them is 1. One of them is the obstacle. So it did bring in an obstacles type. Right at the end, the last one. It added the last one in as an obstacles type. So actually this worked. This is good. This is very good. So that did give it enough time to pull from the obstacles. And then we can even see here, the obstacles collector, it only has 2 in it. It's missing 1. So it did pull 1 out of there and add it into the safes. But now it's saying that it's pulling nothing. So it's saying non-existent function reparent on base nil. Which is interesting because this has, each of them have 1 in it. At least. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it's looking for more than 1? It's a bit confusing. Do we get anything printed? Yes, we do. Okay, this is helpful. So, it didn't even get to the point. Oh, I forgot to name this. Ah, dang it. I forgot to name this obstacles. All right, let me run it again. That would be very helpful. I have a feeling that's this last safes though, but I could be wrong. I forgot to rename this. Let's try it again. This is interesting. And hopefully we get the same issue. Okay, it looks like it loaded a bunch of safes, and then it loads one obstacle in. Curious which one it did. Okay, so it did the non-terrain 0 one. Alright. And then in the printout, what did we get? Oh. Okay. So it does... the safes count starts out at 0. Does that make sense? It might. Come back here. It's very slow when I have the game running. Okay, oh, there it was. I went too fast. Let me see if I can't close this a little bit. Keep all my zooms. It's gonna wrap it in a weird way. If chunk count safes, if chunk count safes is greater than or equal to 9, which I gotta jump back up here. It's so slow. It starts at 9, so it will be greater than or equal to 9 right away. Right away, it's going to be greater than or equal to 9. Okay. Gotta scroll down here. It's so slow. It's killing me. Okay. If it's greater than 9, which it will be, greater than or equal to 9, which it will be right at the start, it's then going to add an obstacle. So I would say I should probably bring this down. So that's why it's crashing right away. Let me bring this down just a little bit so we have a few more lines to see. So that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. It makes chunk count safes 0, which makes sense why safes goes to 0 as soon as it starts. And it's gonna add a chunk obstacle right at the beginning, based on what's set up here. Okay. And then it should be adding 1 to the obstacles count, and then printing the safes. Well, I would say it should print the obstacles as well. Print safes, obstacles, and this be chunk count obstacles. So we can see what that does as well. If that's false, then it's doing all this. We don't even care about that. So what's gonna happen is it's gonna, I don't even know. Let me just see what it does with that much. Let me just see what it does with that much. So it should print something. It should crash right away again. I'm curious to know. Still just didn't do the 0 one. It's concerning to me that it's never picking this one. I don't know why it wouldn't pick this one, but the odds have shook out that it hasn't yet, which concerns me. It concerns me because there is a terrain 0 in multiple of these, and that's why I'm concerned. I could rename it and then that not be an issue, but it's just something I'm thinking. Okay. So looking at the output, What do we got? Obstacles is set to 5. That makes sense because I set it to start it out at 4, and it adds 1 on there, and that equals 5. And then when it runs obstacles, it's going to reset the count to 0, and it's going to add 1 obstacle. It then adds a bunch of safes until the safe goes up, and it tries to add a second obstacle. Oh, so it's actually crashing when it tries to add the second obstacle. It can't add the second obstacle because it already added this one in here. Because it's gonna run through them. Interesting. So then let me try this. Let me try adding more in there. I'm going to try to add these dirt ones in here, which I'm not sure if they're gonna work right, but hopefully they do. I'm adding the dirt ones because they're just easier to spot. So let's put these into the obstacles folder. So we're gonna copy one in. That's gonna give us 3. I'm not sure how many that I'm gonna need. So these will just already be in there. Wait, oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna duplicate this a couple times. Let's put a second dirt in there. Just like a nice baseline of them in there. And see if we can last longer before it crashes. Right, I'm gonna restart it. See how many it can put in there before it crashes. Okay, it crashed real quick. It's interesting that it does so many right at the start. It still crashed at the second one. Interesting. And it's got a bunch in there. Really? So it's got plenty to choose from. But it still can't pull from it. Why not? See, they're all mesh instances. No worries there. They've even got unique numbers on them. Why won't it do more than one? It sees one, and then it won't go find any others from that. That is unexpected. Is it willing to even bring in one of the dirt ones? The dirt ones I actually haven't given a type, so I don't know if I'd be able to even know. I mean, I'm seeing the trees in the background. It's like it's even ignoring them. The debugger might help me. Oh, I closed it. Let me try giving these types real fast. I'm gonna open up these dirt scenes that I made. I'm gonna add in, attach them. I'll try that. I'm gonna give them the block script, which hopefully won't return any errors. It might. So it doesn't have any of that. Though it doesn't have these markers on it. It's gonna look for those markers. That's an issue. I knew there was gonna be some reason why it would be an issue. That's the reason. Alright, let me do this real quick. Unfortunately, I have to do some mess. So what I gotta do is I gotta get rid of all these that I just duplicated in here. I gotta come to my instance scene, my base terrain. So I have these base terrain blocks. And these are the ones that... So this contains those markers on there. I'm gonna actually duplicate this. Do I really want to duplicate that? Do you really want to do that? Don't do that. I mean, you can do that. No, do that, do that, do that, do that. Blank dirt. Give that a different color, again, just so it stands out. And in fact, let's even go a little weirder with the color. Let's get weird with it. It doesn't need a shader. Wait. Sorry. Clear this. Add a new standard material. Yeah, white. Perfect. So that'll stand out really well. So this is actually, we'll say, blank debug. I'm gonna move this into the obstacles folder. This one will actually be set up correctly. Oh, I just have it set to blank. Okay. Let's just do move to the obstacles folder. Open that back up. Right here. And I'm gonna duplicate this a couple times. Actually, before I do that, open it up. Wait, where's the... Why is it not white? I don't know. I don't know why it's not white. We're gonna replace it with this one. Replace it with this one. And then I want to mark each one as being type obstacle. So that way I don't have to... I'll be able to tell what's what. Okay, I've marked them both as obstacle, which means they should have array value 1 when we look at is type. We've got white ones in here. I'm gonna duplicate them a couple more times just so I know there's plenty in here. These ones are the most correct that can be in here. Except they're not, they don't actually have obstacles on it, but it doesn't matter. Alright, so now I'm gonna run it. Because I'm curious why it's not even picking them. It keeps picking one of them. It's like picking the same one every time. And then it tries to look for a different one and it can't find it. Oh, we got a white one. Okay, that's promising. I'm confused. Why is it underneath? Did I do something that I didn't mean to do? I did. I changed... Oh, yeah. I changed the base one. Oh, for frick's sake. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Alright, base terrain blocks. Did not mean to do that. Please go back to normal. Did not mean to do that. So that was not as instructive as I wanted it to be because I messed it up. These debug ones, they're white. Okay, they're not all white. That one is though, and it's marked as an obstacle. This one is not marked as an obstacle. Give it a white one. This one, not marked as an obstacle. I guess, I don't know. I guess I duplicated the wrong ones. I don't know. Apparently my brain is slipping. Give it a new one. Call it obstacle. Open this. This one was called obstacle. Okay. So they're all... Oh, we still have a dirt one in here. The dirt one we are not interested in. Delete that. We want white ones that are labeled as obstacle. That's what we want. That's what we got. Okay, now I'm gonna run it, because we shouldn't see a white one in the beginning. If we do, something is wrong. It should be loading safe ones first, which I haven't marked as potentially being white. Okay, oh good. So it is loading a different one. I see a white one in the background there. That's good to know. And then we have safe ones in the front. Good. Okay. Things are making sense. Same thing, it tries loading one in. So it starts, obstacles starts out at 4. Just arbitrarily picked 4. It adds 1 on top of that, and that becomes 5. And then it runs the obstacles, which resets it back to 0. The only way it runs this is if it adds 1. And that's the white one in the distance there that it added in. And then it is apparently, which I can't say I see, because there's no additional ones behind there, so I don't know what that's about. But it claims that it adds a bunch more until, so there's something funny going on here, because it's not actually adding a bunch, it's just quickly running this over and over again, which I don't really understand. I wonder if that's me using the elif, and if some, because I've never really used elif, and I feel like, I don't know, that could be a problem. Maybe not. And then it adds 1 more. So the obstacle is set to 0. Once it gets to greater than or equal to 9 safes, it then resets safes back to 0, and it adds an obstacle. And then that's that. Well, that's nothing. I don't know what that is. It's crashing at that point. Because even though this goes up, it seems to be saying that there's nothing there to repair it. Okay. So there might be some more info in the debugger. Progress terrain. Physics process. Right. Right. I'm not sure what I'm looking for here. This is interesting. So the things members. Chunk count obstacles. Oh, so this is very similar to like what I was outputting and printing anyway. It's like right here. It's saying this variable is set to 1 at the time of this physics process when it crashes. There's all the paths. Points is points, obstacles is obstacles, safes is safes. Collector safes. Okay. And then over here, chunk add null. Oh. So there we are seeing that chunk add is null here in the progress terrain function. Chunk add safe, picked one. It picked a random chunk to add from the safe collector. It picked a random chunk to add from the obstacle collector, and it picked a random chunk to add from the points collector. All of those, it has chosen one. However, chunk add is still not being assigned to one of these. That's strange. I wonder why. Can we like continue? I can continue. Skip breakpoint. Yeah, continue. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Did that just reload it? Was that like basically the same as just replaying it? No, because it's like moving forward. Dude, what's happening? I've never tried to do this before. Like, tried to play it even though it's crashing. Whoa. So that we're gonna fall off the edge. It's loading nothing. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what to think. To be honest. Let me look at the remote here. That one's very interesting. It's definitely not adding something to chunks add, which I don't need to do it in chunks add. So that would be a good test to do as well, actually. Let's try that. I mean, I know what's gonna happen, but I don't know what the debugger is gonna say. So that could be useful. I'm curious what loaded in here. Those are all in there. And then of the types, is type safe? Or it should be a number. You did get it working? Oh. Precipier. That is, I don't I don't know if you know this, but that is deeply welcome here. That is deeply welcome here. Because honestly, that's not backseat coding. That's collaborating. That's what I say. Because as much as I love figuring out on my own, I'm not just gonna be like, oh, thanks. I'm gonna be like, how did you do this? I must understand this. And then we all get to learn. And it's a wonderful thing. So, truthfully, thank you. It all has to do with progress terrain. Okay, so here's what I would say. There's different ways you can share what you've done. You can explain to me step by step how I set it up to make it work. You can make a pull request, which is gonna be a little messy because I have to commit what I've done, and then you'll have to rebase what you did, so that way it can be caught up. Unless I could just literally get rid of all this and maybe just check out what you did. That would work too. Alternatively, you can go into live text in the Discord, link in the description box below. You could go to live text and then post like a screenshot of the relevant code that I should add in. All of these work. I'm down and open to any of it. Or yeah, you can try to walk me through it and we can sort it out. I think so. That tends to be what folks do. And then I can just figure it out. Great for learning. Honestly, Precipier, deeply welcome. Cause like I will sit here and I will grind the gears in my brain until they are nubs. I'll do it. But one beautiful thing about live streaming is people come through and they collaborate. And that is something I could not be more open to. And I do wonder what you got working. So while whatever screenshot comes together, I am gonna set up another test. So if I comment out all this mess, just forget all this for right now. Yeah, let me know when the screenshot's up there. I'll check it out. If I just say chunk add is set to chunk path saves. I don't think path is the right. you want it to be chunk add saves. Chunk add saves. If I do it to that, oh, did I type it wrong? Oh, chunk add save. I need to refactor this. It's all so confusing. My use of plural and singular is very inconsistent. It like grammatically makes sense, but it gets very confusing when I'm typing the code. Okay, so this should be fine. So if I play this, what's gonna happen, what should happen, is it's just gonna load the safe ones in. Those are gonna load, no problem, everything's fine, right? Right. So this is only doing the safe ones, no obstacles, no points. If we come to remote, this is kind of where we were at before. This time I'm just doing it, but I'm gonna investigate the debugger. Points are there, obstacles are there, safes are there. Okay. Now if I just simply change that, and I was trying to add some distance between the safes and loading in the points and the objects, so that way it could fully load those in. But apparently even fully loading those in didn't make them all come through. So that's confounding to me. Now if I redefine this as not being add safe, but add obstacle, it's gonna crash immediately. And it's gonna say, because there's nothing there to reparent. There's nothing to reparent in the first place. Now we do get some out here. That's actually very interesting. Now that I've added more in there, we see more. So there's the ones with trees in it, right? That's one of the two possible obstacle blocks that are in there. And then there's the chunks that are just white. Those debug ones that I threw in there. So it did a couple of those too. That's actually interesting. I'm actually surprised that it did that. And how did it do that? Considering that it's empty. So it's almost like it emptied it out. That's really weird. It's like it's not doing, it's like it's trying to do the 9 or something, which is weird. Wasn't happy with you sending it as text. Oh yeah, trying to do it in YouTube chat is terrible. There is a way, if you wanted to do it as text. I can show you, actually. Oh, you mean here? So there's actually a pinned message in live text. If you pop this open, I pinned a message on how to get fancy colorful code blocks. If you do, so instead of doing double quotes here, you use like this little, I don't know what it's called. I put it in the text chat. It's like this little dash. It's like a backwards, it's like a reverse apostrophe. If you put 3 of those and then Swift, add the code, and then add 3 more of those in there, it'll wrap it in beautiful, colorful code. It's a little weird. You don't have to do it. Backtick. Thank you. I don't expect you to do it. Don't worry about it. This is fine. But if you're ever wondering, it is pinned in there. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. What we got here? Backtick. I might remember that. It didn't like it. Oh, okay, understood. No worries. Backtick. Will I remember backtick? There's a chance. Wow, look at this. Okay. So progress terrain. This all looks very familiar. Familiar. Oh, nice. And then we're checking the type. Ooh, Precipier! Look at you digging in. Oh, this is exciting. Oh, cool. Wow. Lucky. Okay, so if it's type 0, then it's safe, and we print safe. Oh, wait, this is so weird. So This is, you actually got it set up to put it back into the correct collector after it gets removed. Wow. That's awesome. That's so cool. I wasn't even getting to that point yet, and you already did it. Jar plays, you're a member now. Someone gifted you a membership, and that means that I sing you a song. That's what I do to people who got memberships. Jar, you're a member. Welcome to the stream. Jar, you're a member. Welcome to the stream. There you go. It is a real perk. It sure is. I don't do it during the game jams because I'm usually too stressed to think about singing a song during the game jam. But I do it for these devlog live streams. So, yeah, there you go. There's your song. And you get access to the member stream that I do every Monday where I make game assets for this game. And so you'll get access to that big old Mondo stream and emotes and stuff like that. So, yeah, welcome on in. And thank you for being engaged enough with Hyper Game Dev that you could even get a gift membership. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is cool that you got this all set up already. Understood. Very nice way to do it. Works good. Alright, and then the next part is probably where we're gonna get into the part I've been struggling with. So here we've got... Oh, this is further down. Variable RNG, so this is how it's choosing a random one. Oh, and you did the weighted. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Thank you. So we're setting the RNG. We're defining block as collector safes, get children, pick random. Okay, got it. So by default, it's going to just do a safe one. Fine with me. If the RNG is greater than or equal to 0.75, oh, that's such a smart way to do it. I mean, it's only 2 instead of 3, but if it works, it works. Wait, why does this work? This doesn't feel that different than what I'm doing. So what am I appending? It's just assigning it to block. This doesn't seem that different than what I'm doing. Okay, let's try it. Let's do it. You set it to safe first to make sure there will always be one to make because the other pools can be empty. Right. That is a big difference. That is a huge difference. Okay. I feel like that's something. I feel like that's something that Zombie was getting at a long time ago, and I kind of tried to mess with it with like adding a blank one, but why not just add a 1-1? And I tried to add a 1-1, but it was a different 1-1. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna delete a bunch of stuff. You know what? I don't know. Let me look at the GitHub. Let me see if we can literally just get rid of everything. So we're working from the same version that you were. Let me see what I can do. So the only things that I've done is I created the blank debug ones. And then in the terrain controller, let me make sure I didn't like refactor something awesome. Oh, I did refactor this from safe chunks path to chunks path safe. Okay. I did rename these a little bit. It would be nice to keep that. Yeah, I did kind of like come in here and do a few things. All right. So I'll tell you what. Let's not discard changes just yet. But I am gonna clean up a lot of this stuff that I put in here. I didn't really do that much. Let's get rid of all of this. All of this I'm throwing in the garbage. All of this I will throw in the garbage. No more count for now. None of that. So right here, get rid of all that. So this should get us more or less back to the start, other than a couple extra things that I've added in. Chunk and obstacle. So for this is where we would want to define like in this example, in Precipire's example, right here, we want to say collector safes, get children, pick random. Okay, this is exciting. This is exciting. Collector safes is chunk at, yeah, it is. Yes, chunk at is the block. I just renamed it. It was like basically the big difference between the version that you had and the version that I've got now is I refactored a couple things. And then I was piddling around. I was piddling around in this mess of non-functionality. That was great learning. Great learning. No success. All right, so there's that. That works. That's good. So this should bring us back to normalcy. Before I do that, let me just kill some of these other things that I've set up. I'm gonna murder our chunk counts. That's fine. The likelihoods, I could probably keep this. All right, so let's see if let me make sure that I have restored us to a point of functionality before pressing on. Okay, everything's fine, no problems, although that debugger sure did go off quick. Why? What's your problem? Oh, yeah. Don't worry about that. Thank you. Don't worry about that. Good catch, debugger. I'm not worried about that, though. Good catch. Very important. It's true. Those debug ones are missing. Are they missing it, though? Anyway, it doesn't matter. So now I'm gonna come back to progress terrain. So I'm not even gonna add in some of the stuff. So here's right here, variable chunk add, which is block still on here. If RNG is greater than or equal to 0.75. Oh, we need to set up the random numbers game. Let's do it. Variable RNG equals randf. Oops. If it's greater than 0.75, then, and if collector obstacles get children size is greater than 0. This, honestly, I wonder if this is the key. I wonder if this is what I wasn't doing right. I think that might have been it. Dude, I think that might have been what I wasn't doing, is I wasn't checking, because even though it didn't look like it was 0, I think it might have been 0. I bet that's what was causing it. I bet that's what was causing it. Wow. It almost makes me want to try the old logic, but I don't think that matters. I really think that's the main thing. It was a big thing with it overpulling. Right, overpulling! Right, because it should, in theory, only pull like 1 or something. It showed in the debugger that you had items in that pool. Right. That's what I was so confused by, right. But like maybe like the timing of like the capture of the debugger or that breakpoint, I don't know, maybe somehow it like did, I don't know, it like didn't line up with reality. But regardless, I can see how this is going to resolve. It doesn't even matter. I mean, sure, we won't get any obstacles or any points, but who cares? At least it doesn't crash. And then by reparenting it back to the original collector, this will be greater than 0 anyway. This game is about an alien who is invading Earth and has to abduct animals or humans in order to make their own society great, basically. So to go on what I will attempt to make as quick a diversion as possible. As quick a diversion as possible. Okay, so the gameplay is you, okay, alright. Well, it's unfortunately, here's the problem, is I currently had to break the game apart in order to put it back together, so I can't, like, show you the gameplay right now, because it's currently broken. But basically the gameplay is you have this level, it's an endless runner. It's moving towards you at all times, and then you have to grab meat objects, which are humans or animals, and you have to dunk them into a score dunk. So you find them and you grab them. Obstacles come at you, they might hurt you, they might kill you, they might damage you, you have to avoid them, and then you have to score points. When you score enough points to advance to the next level, then you're going to be in a different level. You'll get some power-ups, so it'll have some roguelike options. You can choose your build along the way, and it'll be a harder, more obstacles, more difficult to get the things, and then rinse and repeat. That's pretty much the game. So it's an endless runner, roguelike type of thing, where you abduct things. So the main mechanic is grabbing things and avoiding obstacles. All right. So I wish I could just show you the gameplay. It's not like Minecraft at all. You're right. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. It's not like Minecraft at all. Shoot. Well. Did you know it's not like Minecraft? I'm not making Minecraft. I did. This is supposed to be It's not. Oh. It's not supposed to be Minecraft, I'm being told. So. Oh my gosh. Yeah, not Minecraft. Alright, so if collector obstacles, get children size greater than 0. I love that. That helps so much. And then I guess it's gonna do the same thing. Then it assigns it. Wow. If collector obstacles, get children. It's interesting that we have to say get children. I don't know why I think it's interesting. I don't think off the top of my head I would have realized that. I would have thought I could just say get size right away. And then that would work. But then again, I don't use arrays very often as much as I'd like to have had. So I just don't know. But like if I were to do this, I'm guessing that wouldn't work as well. But it just makes me think, do I need the children if it's just doing the whole thing? All right, and then we'll say now update chunk add to collector obstacles, get children, pick random. Sweet. We'll do the same thing if it's greater than 0.5. Oh, that's an elif. See, this is the kind of thing my brain could not wrap its head around. Was how to, like, I still don't even know if I can wrap my head around this. I see, so if it's less than, it's going to default, in theory, to the safes. So this is kind of setting up a range. There's a 0.25 chance that we do the collector points, essentially, right? I don't know what you're on about, JarPlays. I don't have a single clue what you're on about. Oh, I see. Like maybe those like proportions are like off or something. I mean, you know, as long as it's not broken, we can adjust those values. 0.5 should be 0.75. So it's saying if the RNG is greater than or equal to 0.75, or if it's not greater than or equal to 0.75, check if it's greater than 0.75. Okay, all right. I don't understand, but I believe you. Okay, it's okay. It is right. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. No worries. Life is confusing. All right, so then we want to go to elif. I'm sure once I type it out, we'll sort it out as needed. RNG, if it's greater than 0.5. Now we're gonna say do collector points. If collector points get children size, oops, size is greater than 0, chunk add becomes collector points get children, pick random. Okay, good, good, good. And then that's it. So this on its own should work. And so what's gonna end up happening is it's not going to reparent them back to the correct collector. Instead, it's gonna just dump them into the safe collector, which is not right, but I'm curious to know if just this much works. The reason we do get children is because the collectors are all nodes, not arrays. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize that the node couldn't have array stuff written. I see. So this isn't actually getting all the children. It's not necessarily returning the children. It's returning an array. Oh, it returns an array. Oh, I was out here thinking that like a node itself was in the class array. But like, of course it's not. It's in the class node. It's a node. I see. I see. Cool. Gotcha. All right. Let's see if this much works. So what should happen is we should see a mishmash of chunk types, and then eventually I don't know. Well, it should just be fine. Everything should just be fine. It might still break if the nodes don't get returned. I don't think it will. I don't think it will break. What it won't do is what will break is it won't do the randomness anymore. It's basically going to go back to the way the game was before I started setting any of this up, because it's only going to be pulling from safes. So now in the remote, collector points and obstacles are empty, and now it's only pulling from safes. Okay, so here's where the gameplay. I can grab these, abduct them, then we get a point, and the score goes up. There you go, gameplay. And there's the obstacles, you gotta dodge. Dude, it's working. It's freaking working. So they all got pulled out of these and added into safes. The difference is now it's not doing anything with probability. I'm gonna get rid of all the debug ones because I don't need them. Yeah, you fixed it. You made it work. You made it work. I kind of want to break it too, just to see it not work, to further just emphasize the contribution that you made. Which, speaking of, I gotta give you some credit up in here, real bad. Look at you already climbing up. Dang. Hello, Gustavo! Welcome! Hello from the United States. Hello to Brazil. Thanks for stopping in, Gustavo. Welcome. I am updating the way my level loads in this game that I'm making, and I just got seriously saved by someone in the chat, and this is the credits list that I set up, and just to keep track of how much everybody's contributed, and I can make sure I set up a nice credits list at the end of the game, or not necessarily at the end of the game, you can just pull it up right at the beginning too. And stuff like that, so we know who made it happen, not just me. So this is hardcore terrain spawning. My gosh, I honestly gotta give you 2 credits for this. I gotta give you 2. That's a 2 credit contribution. All right, that's only fair. That's only fair, I think. Alright, there you go. And we got Precipier from Australia? I want to say Australia? Could be Austria. Could be Austria, I don't know. But I'm assuming Australia. But I actually don't know. Alright. So, I'm gonna go into the obstacle section, and we're going to yoink out all of these ugly white ones that I added in, because I don't really need them anymore right now. Oh, that's not zoomed into that. That's okay. I'm gonna get a special zoom just for the file system in Godot. I mean, I'm not gonna change the layout anytime, so alright. So let me get rid of all of these. Oh, I have to close these as well. I forget that if I delete things, Godot doesn't actually delete them if I don't close the file up here. Get them out of here. Get all these out of here. Okay. And then I can delete these and they'll be out of there. Okay. And then I'm gonna set up the reparenting so we can see the odds playing. So let's do that, and then I'm gonna mess with the code a little bit to try to break it again. But let's get the reparenting stuff that Precipier so graciously set up for me. Honestly, like, you know, my brain it breaks. My brain it breaks. I do the best I can. I've been doing Godot for less than a year. I mean, barely. I mean, basically September of last year, I would say, I started learning Godot, and I've been doing my best, and it's the first time I ever did text code also. So I'm very much still new, which is why I am deeply open to backseating, collaboration, and all of that, because I ain't all there yet. Alright. So, going back to the code here, we want to say, this is going to be checking to see if the terrain type matches what we are setting it to. So if the terrain type is 0, it's safe, and we'll say that it saw that there was a safe one. And then we'll say the same thing if it's a type, and it'll just run the same logic, but the difference is that it's reparenting it to a different place. That's pretty much what's different about each of these bits of code. So right now, so here's all this. This is where all this code runs. A lot of commenting, pretty annoying. And that's the last one, is the first terrain? Yes, okay. Definitely gonna be really annoying to copy this so many times. Oh my gosh. I guess I'll remove it from the other ones, so that way we're not commenting and recommenting and recommenting and recommenting, because that's just annoying. Nobody deserves that. Bring this here, bring that there. Bring that there, bring that there. And then these are actually going to all be in if functions. Or if statements, sorry. If first terrain is type 0. Not the most readable. Not the most readable, but that's okay. Came here for the idea that black holes break reality. I think you might be in the wrong place, my friend. I think you might be in the wrong place. But you know what? You know what? It's interesting to think about. That's a fascinating thing to think about. You're not in the wrong place because trippy stuff is cool, and I like trippy stuff. But I can't imagine why you thought this would be the place. Okay. So if that, then do all of this. Oh gosh. Not all of that, all of this. Indent this in. Alright, then we'll get this one. If first terrain is type 1. Do I have to put it in a... I don't. Okay. I don't have to put it in a bracket or anything like that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't get rid of all my code, please. Thank you. Thank you. And then this time, I would want it to do collector obstacles, I believe. Is what I set that up for? Yeah. And then we'll do this one more time. If it's type 2, it's gonna load them into collector points. Okay. Very good. So that should pretty much be set up, unless I've missed something, which is possible. Don't think I did. Don't think I did. Alright, let's see if it puts them back in there. Unless I messed this up a little, which is possible. Gosh, it's so simple. It's such a, you so elegantly solved this problem. Alright, so we're getting obstacles. So I will say, it isn't loading 9 in at first. Right? So the idea was, and this, I don't know what to do about that. But it definitely isn't saying 9 safe ones, and then all the other stuff. What I will say is it is not loading in the obstacle right away. So it could be that it's doing 9 and then it's like cycling through a bunch of them and then we see like the last few at the end. Oh no, cause see it just did this. Wow, it's basically ignoring putting 9 in there at first. It would seem it's completely ignoring that, which is concerning. But at least we're not getting terrible crashes. So it's something to examine. All right, so here's the remote. Now, actually, it's still, and when I paused the game, I basically stopped the advancement of the terrain controller. Terrain controller is not moving forward. Now, collector points are all gone. It's put both of the point ones in here, and actually this is the point chunk right here, and that's the point chunk right there. Those are the 2 point chunks. They both have these power lines on them, and so it's empty, so there's nothing in there. Nothing is in there. Now what I'd want to see if I set this up right is that, or Pressapire set it up right, if I set up what Pressapire set up right, then when this passes the player a little bit, we should see this return to that collector. So let's see if it does that. One of them did. We got one back. One is back in there. Perfect. Excellent. Let me actually look at it. With the camera pulled out a bit. See if I can appreciate that it's in there. Well, really, I just want to see if the other one has gone away yet. That was too much zoom. Interesting. So, oh, maybe it got chosen to get added back in? Yeah, so it already got added, it already got picked and added back in. So that's why it's already over there. So if it appeared here such a short amount of time that it just went back into the terrain controller anyway. All right, interesting, good to know. But they're going back, something went back into here, so we're good. That's very good. The obstacles one is empty right now, because they're all currently, they've been chosen to be loaded in. Now the obstacles is back in here. It's hanging out for a little bit. It's like this isn't quite caught up or something. I don't know, it's weird. And it's like flashing in this weird way. Now, what I don't know is, can I tell that the probability is right? Like, how do I decide that it feels balanced correctly? I'm not sure yet how to appreciate that. I will say, it's you know what? It's way more balanced, because before it was like tons and tons and tons and tons of safe chunks were coming in. And then once in a while, we'd get a chunk that had the points on it, which is these. And now we've added in the obstacle ones. Oh god, those are brutal. They're a little too difficult, but this is like a decent result right now. Those obstacle ones are way too difficult, but that's okay. This is pretty cool. You know, and I guess if I want to adjust the frequency, so I might want to say, okay, there's a tree in the air. I might want to say, okay, this is too many obstacle chunks. Oh, look at that. We got a bunch of safe ones. So, you know, there's a lot of space there. That's all right. That's all right. Well, now I'm not getting many obstacles. It's weird, but that's probability. That's RNG for you. It's like usually they're pretty common. I guess I would say, I don't know. Does it feel like there's less? I don't know. This is weird. It's cool. It's nice. I like it. I like the probability of it. It's not bad. It is a lot simpler than setting up the way I was going to set it up. And I don't think it's bad, but I think I'd want to say, I don't know, less obstacles. I might want to say less obstacle ones, but maybe not. I mean, then again, we do want the game to feel challenging, just not too challenging, because it's the first level, and, you know, we don't want to be too brutal with it. It might also be interesting, you know, to see it loading if there are more options for it to bring in, you know, because right now these are like much more difficult obstacle chunks that it's bringing in for sure. And then if we have like less difficult obstacle chunks, that might make a difference somehow. I don't know. Wow. It's cool to just be able to play it and try it. This, honestly, this has been missing from the game for a long time. Precipier, you've really helped me tie this together, because I feel like I'm playing this game more than I have ever played it, because of the variety, the balance that there is. I mean, this was a lot of empty, there was a lot of safe, you know, but it's like, before it was a 1 in like 20 chance, maybe a little, it was a little better than that, maybe like a 1 in 10 chance. It was worse than that. I don't know, 1 in 15 chance, a very low chance that it was gonna spawn a points chunk. But now, points chunks are coming in all the time. And it's the same ones, but I plan on adding a few more in here. This is dope. You know what it feels like? It does feel like it's choosing between 3 different sections. It feels like that. It feels like sometimes it's picking ones that are dangerous, sometimes it's picking ones that are safe, and sometimes it's picking ones that have points. I think that's what it feels like more than anything. Instead of it just like feeling way, way, way unbalanced. It just feels so much more balanced. Yeah, you really did help. I mean, I still want to go in and tinker with it, but like as it is, it's freaking not that bad. It's kind of not that bad the way that it is. I'm enjoying this. This feels the most like the game has ever felt. Oh god, these obstacles are... See, this is what I was saying earlier in the stream about how if the trees are too close together, they will absolutely wreck you. And now we don't have legs. And we are dying rapidly. Wow. How cool. I mean, I want to keep messing with it, but what does it say that I want to keep playing it? Now, you may have noticed that there are a few lag spikes. And this is something that I debugged a little bit last week, but I couldn't quite... I think I fixed that floating tree. But I couldn't quite get to the bottom of it. I think I'm about to die. Oh, I got 1 HP left on my head. I couldn't quite get to the bottom of it. And what it was is that when these scenes that have the texture on it, so some of these chunks have a texture on the ground. Basically, we set up a shader that loads a mask texture onto the ground of the chunk. And for whatever reason, that mask causes the game to lag a little bit when that chunk moves into position, which I don't fully understand because it's not... It is actually already loaded in, it just doesn't happen to be in the frustum. That is to say, it's not visible yet. But it seems like when it becomes invisible and it comes back into visibility, it reloads it in a way that makes it slow things down. It could be that my resolution on here... By the way, the player won't be able to pause like this. This is a debug feature. There could be that the resolution of this mask is too big or not like to a certain power that it needs to be, but that's where that lag spike is coming from. I don't really want to worry about it right now, but once in a while you'll notice it kind of like, you know, staggers a bit. So that's something to kind of puzzle out. But man, this feels good. It feels like a game. It feels like okay, we're about to die. It feels like a real game. The restart doesn't work well. Oh, it didn't work bad. It restarted. It restarted just fine. And there we are, playing the game again. Pressifier, you saved me. So the things that made all the difference when it came to Pressifier's changes, I think like the biggest thing, besides Pressifier just setting up the overall flow of it, which is also big, but my theory on what really made it work versus what I was doing is this size check here. Dude, everything is super fixed. Super fixed. Pressifier got the repo from the description box and put some code together to get this set up, and I just put it in and it works great. It works great. It's so good. It feels, to me, the biggest takeaway is it feels like there's 3 distinct sections in the game. Like, there are these that will throw obstacles at you that are dangerous. They're the ones that are safe and won't hurt you at all. And then there are the ones that will give you points. And it just, more than ever, I feel that it's going between those 3. Even though we have, you know, 20 chunks total that it could choose from, it feels like it's only choosing from 3 different types. And it makes the game feel paced so much better. I mean, here we have a lot of empty space, but I do plan on adding more stuff in there. And so that will fill that out. But it still comes back much more quickly. Oh my god, I made those obstacle chunks way too hard. But see, that's why we can't have too many of those, because it'll be punishing the player constantly, and that's not good. All right, I've also entered in a bunch of crap. Okay, so here's the big thing that I think made a difference, and I think it's this size check. So if I were to get rid of this size check, I am going to say let's just get rid of this right here. We're just gonna get rid of that entire if statement. And I think we're gonna have the same crash that we had before, where it's going to say, we're reparenting to nil. I have a feeling that we're gonna get that same error. Now it's actually not giving the error. Oh, there it is. There it is. It just took a second. Wow. So I'm impressed though. This lasted, it's not exactly the same error because it lasted longer here than it did when I was setting it up. But we do get the same error, non-existent function reparent in base nil. So that definitely is an issue. And then if I come to remote, maybe we can get some information here. Maybe because it was reparenting it, that's why it was able to work, because of the so I hadn't set up any of the reparenting at all. So that was probably keeping it going a little longer. And if it were to pull 2 of these from here and it was empty, then we'd have an issue. So here it ended up empty, and that caused the issue. So then you might say that the other thing is that I wasn't setting up the reparenting, and that was also compounding the issue and making it happen so quickly, the issue. Cool. I don't know that I need to experiment with much else than that. I mean, that gives me some idea about what made such a huge difference, is having that size check. Okay, so then besides that, if I wanted to adjust the RNG, I don't even know that I care to. But I am kind of curious on how I would do that. So we have some magic numbers in here. I might want to like kind of refactor that so it, you know, we can set those export variables. So if I were to say, it's saying if the random number is greater than or equal to 0.75, then it's an obstacle, which means there's a 0.25 chance that it's an obstacle. Am I understanding that correctly? And then here, if it's greater than 0.5, so first it's gonna check for that. Having the exports would be good for different difficulties. Yes, 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 yes it would. Versapyro, how'd you learn Godot so well? Or are you one of these folks who actually doesn't know Godot that well, but you just happen to know text code and you're able to just like learn it? Like, what's your story? How did you get to this point of being able to just like help someone so casually and so effectively? No pressure to answer, but I'm curious. I'm curious. All right, so that was loud. So, if this is saying anything, so first it's gonna check to see if it is above 0.75. If it is above 0.75 or equal to 0.75, then it's going to add an obstacle. So there's a 0.25 or a 25%, well, I don't know if it's 25%. There's a 0.25 chance that it's going to load in an obstacle. Now, if that number is greater than 0.5, so if it's not greater than 0.75, right? So it's not greater than 0.75. It turned out that was false. It's then going to see, okay, so it's not greater than or equal to 0.75. Is it at least greater than 0.5? If it's greater than 0.5, it's definitely still going to be below 0.75. So we're establishing a range between 0.5 and 0.75. So it's also got a 0.25 chance, you know, relative to whatever this overall thing is. A 0.25 chance that it's going to be a point. So that is to say, there's an equal chance that it's going to be obstacles or it's going to be points. So that means if it is anything less than or equal to 0.5, then it's going to be a safe. So, I mean, I don't really know how that breaks down into percentages. but it's weighted strongly to safe. And it's equally, so if I wanted to say, okay, I don't know that I really care to adjust it that much right now, but in theory, let's say I wanted it to be a lot less, well, let's say more points and less obstacles. Also, another question, I'm just like, and I'm just not asking you like necessarily literally, I'm just kind of generally asking. Like I wonder why you say a greater than or equal to here, but you don't say greater or equal to here. You know? Entropy, it goes well. It goes well. I've spent the last few hours struggling trying to add in some weighted, not just per se weighted average stuff. It's not really weighted average, but it goes well. It goes well. It goes great. It goes great. I'm kind of just enjoying what chat was able to fix up for me. But here it is. We have a floating tree. Just ignore that. How do I ascribe? How do I even... Let's see. So I started out the stream where my terrain controller, that is to say, that which moves the level towards the player, I started out the stream with it functioning like this. It puts 9 level chunks right down there as the game starts, and then those move towards the player. When it goes too far past the player, it sends a chunk back into the collector, and it picks a new one to add back in to the terrain controller, and it just does that. So I had 20 chunks. Let's say 2 of them had stuff that you could use to score points. 2 of them had stuff that would hurt you, and the rest of them were all safe. They wouldn't hurt you. And so it was just randomly picking out of, and there's 20 things in there, and only 4 of them aren't safe areas. And even in that, 2 of them are dangerous and 2 of them have points. And so basically what would happen is you'd get an overwhelming representation of safe areas, just tons and tons and tons of safe areas, without getting that many ones that have points or that many ones that are dangerous. So I wanted to add a little bit more control, so that way we're not just having one collector that it's pulling things from. So I set up my code to have 3 different collectors. A safe chunks collector that brings in the level chunks that are safe, that don't hurt you. A point chunk collector that brings in all the chunks, those 2 that give you points, and then an obstacle chunks collector that has all the ones that will damage you if you bump into them, which is also 2. So it starts out, in theory, by depositing 9 safe chunks. I'm not sure that this works, but this was the plan, was to get, so it puts down 9 safe ones, so that way the player isn't spawning on top of an obstacles one. And then I want the terrain controller, when the level advances forward and it's removing one, it's going to make sure it returns the correct chunk to the correct collector. And thanks to Precipier, we do already have that set up, which is awesome. Basically, when I made these 3, it was a collaborative effort. When I made these 3 collectors, I assigned a type to it. Either it's the type safe, the type point, the type obstacle. Precipier took those types that I assigned and made if statements. So if the thing that passes the player and is getting removed, if it's of the type safe, then it's gonna put it back to the safe controller. If it's of the type point, it's gonna put it to the point collector. If it's obstacle, it's gonna go to the obstacle collector. And so that works now. That's all set up. And then what I was just struggling with for a few hours was how it's going to pick a random chunk from a certain collector and then add it in here. So we could do it based on like which is the setup now, weighted percentages. So there's a 50% chance that it's going to be I guess that's what we have right now, is a 50% chance that it's going to be a safe chunk, is the way that it is. And there's a 25% chance that it's going to be a point chunk, and another 25% chance that it's going to be an obstacle chunk. So that's currently the way that it functions. And I was trying to figure out how to get it to pull from these other ones, and it kept being like, there's nothing to pull. And I'm like, yes, there is. I put things in there. What are you talking about? And Precipier just like saved me by putting the size check on here. And it just checks, hey, is there anything in there? If there's not, just do a safe one. Because we have a bunch in the safe. Well, the safe, for whatever reason, the safe ones are, they pull from it much better because there's a ton in there. And so that actually worked. That actually worked by just checking to make sure it's not empty. It no longer gets angry. And that made a huge, huge difference. Precipier also set up the RNG stuff, where we check to make sure it's greater than or equal to a certain random value, and if it's not, then see if it's within a different range. If it's not, then assume it's a safe and put it in there. So there's a 25% chance it's going to be the obstacles, a 25% chance it's going to be the points, and then a 50% chance that it's going to be the safe. So now that all actually freaking works. It all just works. I don't know what to say. And so when we run it and when we play it, I'm really feeling those distinct sections. It's not it's not like 80, it was basically like 80% safe before. And like 10% points and 10% obstacles. And so it was just, you would rarely even come across the ones that you collect points on. So then these are the ones you collect points on because they actually have, in this case, cows that you can grab and drop on here. And then this is the one that's obstacles, because obstacles. This is floating. I need to bring that tree down so it isn't floating. But, you know, that's the idea. Hi, kitty cat. Yeah, that's a cat. That's a cat. The cats are playing. That's, all right. So yeah, so what kind of game am I making? What kind of game am I making? The game that I'm making is an endless runner roguelike. I guess it's a roguelike set up as an endless runner. So you are an alien who is invading Earth, and you need to abduct animals and humans to send back to your home planet, is the most basic way to describe it. You also have to avoid obstacles because your limbs will break over time. So if you take damage, you can actually literally break off your legs. And in theory, that would slow you down. It would make your grabbing weaker and things like that. So it's got this limb damage aspect. And then once you meet a certain minimum number of abductions in a level, you're going to advance to the next level. And you'll get to pick some power-ups and build your player character that way. So that's kind of the game that it is right now. Still a work in progress. Just something that I'm kind of making to learn Godot, to learn how to finish a medium-sized game from start to the end. And yeah, it's a prototype. It's just a bit of a prototype. I've made all the art assets myself so far, although of course I've just had help. I've had advice. People come through the chat and they're like, hey, have you tried making the asset this way? But technically I made everything myself. But sometimes wonderful folks like Precipier come through and they help solve the problem that I'm working on. And then they get added to this massive, ever expanding list of credits of people who have contributed to this project. And because I have to honor that, because I couldn't have done it. I maintain that I could always have done it without you guys, but it would have taken a lot longer and the code would have been a lot worse. You're a dev starting out yourself, but you're using Unreal. Nice. Yeah, I love Unreal. I used Unreal for a bit, and then I discovered Godot, and I like it. I like it a lot. Godot felt like a better fit for me. But Unreal is awesome. I love that. I love that. I'll tell you what this also means. This means I'm gonna have a hard time leaving this up and getting up and leaving this on here, because you're gonna run into things. I'm going to have to figure that out. Next step, increasing non-safe chunks over time. Yeah, so there's that. So here's the other thing. is this is going to be split up into areas and levels. So there's area 1, which is rural and cattle farm stuff. There's area 2, which is small towns. There's area 3, which is going to be a big city, and then area 4 is going to be military base. And within each of those areas, there's going to be 3 levels. So the first level will have its own set of chunks, right, with its own type of obstacles. Level 2 will have another set of chunks that might use some of these, but it might use different ones as well. And then it'll be level 3. So what I'm thinking is, instead of it getting harder over time, it's actually going to be like a fixed difficulty in the level. And then once you complete that level, it loads in another set of chunks, and those will be more difficult. And then you have to get through that. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is it doesn't actually get harder over time. It's actually endless until you beat that level. And then that one, the next one, will have like more difficult obstacles to dodge, or something like that. And then maybe that will have a larger representation of obstacles. Something like that. Triple the levels, triple the work. Maybe. I mean, a little bit. Because honestly, you know, I'm just trying to set up the system and then just be able to plug in, you know, assets and build out levels. Because I do want elements of randomness, but I also don't want it to be completely random. So I want there to be some control, and I'm down for that. I'm down to make levels. And again, I can reuse assets or chunks between the levels, but it might distribute them differently or make little changes. Yeah, it's work, but it's worth it. It's good work. It's good work. People helping you is good for you. I agree. I mean, you know, if you think about it, if I'm a solo dev who isn't live streaming my progress, I'm gonna look up how to do things. I'm gonna go to Stack Exchange. I'm gonna go to Reddit. Those are people who will be helping. I might ask a question. I might go to a Godot forum and ask a question or something like that. So, you know, it's like, even the documentation, you know, it's in that sense, it's always a team effort. But there is something especially special about, you know, just sharing my journey, and then people like show up and they're like, hey, I'll help you. It's great. And then what makes it especially great is that it can be tailored to exactly my problem, you know, because y'all can see exactly what I'm dealing with, and not, you know, it's not like a tutorial video or something where it's going to kind of be what I need, but not exactly. So the person who helped me so much today was Pressipire. Pressipire says, I am learning for sure, but I have a ton of experience in Unity and have picked up so many programming languages, I can pick up new ones relatively easily. Oh, I want to get to that point. I want to be at that point. Literally, GDScript is the first text code that I have learned. I mean, I did like HTML when I needed to, but you know, that wasn't much of anything. And you know, I do feel more and more when I look at other languages, I'm like, okay, I think I see what that's doing. Right, so that's that. Okay, but that's similar. Okay, you know, this is stressful. I don't want to deal with it. but one of these days, I think I'll be at that point where I'm ready to learn other languages and maybe get through and survive doing that. So that's cool. That's really cool. And that transfers so well. It's a great thing about text code is that the skills transfer really well. You know, when I did Unreal Engine, I was using blueprints, which I gotta say did not transfer as well. They did, but not as well. All right, well, I mean, I gotta say, other than just a couple things, like let me fix this floating tree. I think this is like pretty much what I wanted to achieve today. Like, I mean, major, massive, giant freaking props to Pressipire for helping me get this set up. But, I mean, this is pretty solid right now. So, yeah, I'm just gonna fix that floating tree because it's bothering me. And then, I don't know. I don't really know. Okay. I might want to make them a little more randomly designed too. I mean, I feel like they both have the floating tree, which kind of emphasizes that they're not that different. What I should do is I should make it from scratch. See, they both have the same floating tree. I rearranged some of the trees on here so it'd be a little different. It's not really different enough though. All right, floating trees fixed. Game better, game made. Guys, I gotta say, I think that's all I need to do today. I think that's all I gotta do today. Like, look, I even set out this task. I literally typed it up and put it on the screen since the beginning of the stream. I said terrain chunk and level control. Now, I didn't quite set up level control yet, but I can maybe bring that back tomorrow or next week, and I can keep working on that. But this is achieved. This is achieved. You know, I'm grateful to myself for coming through and setting up the terrain collectors to have different types. That worked out really well. Assigning different types to them, and making sure I understood the code so I knew where to put this and where to put that. And I'm so thankful to Precipier for coming through and helping me resolve that issue of the getting the blocks to actually come in from different collectors. That made all the difference. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm playing this game right now. I am literally playing this game right now. You know what I'm saying? All I did was build off your code. Collaboration. Yeah, collaboration. Collaboration. Oh, the chat is moved. Let me bring it down. And you know, I feel that. I feel that. I know that, like, if I wasn't here and I wasn't doing what I do, then I wouldn't be able to get the help that I get. 100% collaboration. And like sometimes I feel like, you know, being a lead, a game design lead or a lead developer on a project is maybe something that I want to work towards in a more indie professional sense. Because part of what I want to achieve by making this project is experience all the different aspects, making the textures, making the assets, designing the game, putting it together, doing the code, blah, 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 music, sound, all of that. I want to experience all of it, and I want to see where my strengths are, and what do I like doing the most. And that definitely comes up over and over again, is people coming through. It feels so great to be able to not just be here by myself, struggling through it, putting it together, but to work with you all, and to set up the opportunity for that collaboration to happen. So yeah, really appreciate you saying that, because that feels like something I really enjoy about this process, is that. Pressbar says, Unreal has been something I just can't tackle every time I try to end it with fire. Yeah, I mean, look, I love Unreal because it's so powerful and you can just simulate the coolest things and it looks beautiful, and I love that about it. It's it's very complicated in the sense that it's clearly made for huge teams, like with tons of people from different disciplines all coming together and using that program in different ways. And so, you know, as a solo dev, and it's not to say people don't make great things in Unreal as solo devs, but it did feel like I don't know, it was a lot to take in and manage as one person. Yeah. Knight says, documentation is the worst for Unreal. Right. And so that's the other thing, like trying to solve problems and fix things. I know a lot of studios will like build Unreal from source and like make changes. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I don't know how to do that. You're like, come on now. Just for my little project? That's too much. It was a hard road, but I managed other engines are much better because learning materials are abundant. Yeah, that's one of the biggest reasons that I stuck with Godot, because of the community, because of you all coming through. You all like, and that's the thing, like Precipier is saying that they have more experience with Unity, but because Godot has GDScript that is pretty intelligible, when you've learned other languages, you know, they're still able to help me. And then you have people who love Godot, who know Godot, who come through. The community came through for Godot. I did Unity streaming, but I did visual scripting. So like nobody came through. It was like very quiet. And And Godot, I had the biggest response, and I was like, okay, this is great. This is great. We're not really talking about Unreal. I'm on the way out. I'm on the way out, guys. I gotta give love to the patrons of this channel. Thank you for supporting over there on patreon.com/hypergamedev. Let's see if we can get those patrons up there. You can actually join the Patreon for free. You can join the Patreon for free. If you join the Patreon for free, you will get a special live stream in your email inbox every Friday. And this live stream is checking out your guys' creations. Things like Jose. Jose posts stuff on the Discord all the time, and I get to check it out in that stream, and it's a wonderful thing. I enjoy doing it. And yeah, it's a secret live stream. You can't get it any other way unless you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev and join it for free. Doesn't cost anything. It's a free newsletter that you get. Completely free, all right? No payment required. And of course, the YouTube members. We got some donos from Albeska today and from Henry. Thank you guys for doing that. If you join up on YouTube, you will get access to the member stream on Mondays. And you'll get emotes, you'll get a song sung to you when you come through. And make sure you have gift memberships turned on, all right? So that way you can get those gift memberships. We put out a couple of those today. You can always let us know how your projects are going in the Discord. There's a link in the description, so I'd love to keep up with what you guys are working on as well. And other than that, if you're watching this after the live stream, hello, wow, you made it this far. If you want to keep watching some more stuff, you should be able to tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. If you're watching it after the live stream, you should also be able to tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog that I'm gonna do tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes. I can't wait to get some more progress. Hope I see you there, and good night. Remember to thumb it up. If you haven't done a thumbs up, thumb it up. Thank you, guys.